Yes, yes, it would actually.
Oh, he's hand holding the pig again.
Oh my God, Bill. That. Please don't die.
I'm sorry. I was laughing, and the laugh turned into COVID.
No, it was all.
Oh, they force us onto the train tracks now.
Yeah, there you go. Don't run into the
very
train.
Robust.
Oh, there's a train
direction. It's okay. The train can only hurt you if you touch it.
Yeah, they're touching on everyone's dreams that did as a kid. I would always drive into the fucking tunnels thinking. It's your birthday. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Happy birthday. You're gonna get a lot of people today, and they're gonna have a lot of things to say. Amongst many other such things like happy birthday. Happy birthday. Alright, there you go. I was fighting.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta,
romancing,
siesta,
samba,
la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You wanted to see me, sir? Yeah? Yeah, what's that? Ah, interesting. Interesting, sir. The check bounced? What do you mean the check bounced? That doesn't make any sense. Well, times have been tough. You know, the last couple of games didn't do as good as we had hoped. They stopped printing 3 houses, and then they stopped printing Engage before its 1-year anniversary. 3 Hopes didn't sell as well as we thought it would, and what do you want me to do about it? You're not selling the game anymore. How do you expect to make money in this economy if you don't have your game on the shelves? And it's not just me. Like, there were a lot of people talking about this game after the dust settled. They were saying things like, oh, actually the story's worse than 3 Houses. The characters weren't as, dare I say, engaging. People were saying this and saying that. It's like, there's only so much you can do to sell a game, right? Like, I think we should maybe go back to the drawing board. You know, people were saying they wanted a Fire Emblem 4 remake. We could probably get started working on that. Okay, that's not gonna work, huh? So, what do I do then? You want me to convince people these characters are actually good? Oh, okay, and you're gonna threaten me if I don't. That's fair. That's fair. Can you not blow me up again, though? Oh, okay, whatever. Just blow me up then. Fine.
Starship Troopers on Saturday, and hopefully I can finish Blasphemous on Sunday.
Oh, I love Starship Troopers. Hello, Mr. Alchemist. I have been sent plummeting from the Somnial by my boss, CEO, owner, and editor of the Somnial, Mr. Sami, sir. He has made a request of me. I beseech your aid, Mr. Alchemist. Perhaps you can help me out here.
Oh, I'm always down to help.
Oh, big ups. He says Engage sold very badly, didn't sell as good as the first game, and apparently it's going out of print. So we need to do something to like steer reception on this game around. You know, fans were talking about this game is not as good as the last one. The cast was not as engaging. I was not really into that plot and all that. I think we need to convince them to maybe take a second look at this game.
I'd be down to try to help boost Nintendo's sales on Fire Emblem Engage, but Three Houses was better.
And I'd be down to not lose my kneecaps for not doing this.
Oh, yeah, Sami, he looks cute on the inside, but he's vicious on the inside.
Very devilish.
Just like Rocky.
Oh, we love Rocky. What's he doing right now?
Staring at me, wanting more treats.
He heard you say Sami. He's getting pretty jealous.
Yep. I said the T word. Now he's come over here.
Well, welcome back again, Mr. Alchemist. It's always great. Always a pleasure to be doing stuff with you.
Hey, yeah, I had a lot of fun with the last one, so I'm glad you recruited me to help you with the second problem.
Yeah, as always. I didn't even realize, like, when he had first scheduled it, that it was already going to be a year since the release of the game. But it's pretty fitting, right? Because it really marks, like, it's a good time to kind of reflect back. Now, sure, I was playing the game for, like, 4 to 5 months after the fact. Yeah, I took my sweet time, but I'm pretty sure you did, too. But it's a damn lengthy game if you do everything, isn't it?
It is, but I gotta say, after I finished the DLC, I put it down and I did not pick it up again. I ran to Awakening so fast.
Yeah, we'll probably get into that. It doesn't have that replayability that Three Houses has with the multiple paths once you do accomplish everything. Not. But at the same time, you could say Three Houses suffers from being a slog in its own right.
I never felt like it was a slog in the 450 hours I played it.
Not even part 1? The constant redoing of part 1? Come on. You're capping.
Oh, no, I hate the Academy part. You're
right.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's the worst part. Every time.
All right. Well, this time I took the liberty of setting up the tier list. So let me go ahead and switch to that scene here.
Oh, I already had it up.
Oh, look at you.
For those of you guys watching on YouTube, you can... I put the link in the description if you guys want to make your own tier lists.
All right, but
not as good as the last one. What Alchemist would say that? I mean, What do you mean chest high wall? Three Houses was clearly better than Engage.
I feel like I can acknowledge in my heart of hearts that Three Houses is probably better, but in my heart of hearts, Engage spoke to me a little bit more. It resonated more. But maybe that's just the internal contrarian in me deciding
What's up, DJ Filthy Rich?
To not go with the flow.
Well, I did like the designs in Engage, and so that gives us a wide variety of waifus to go over tonight.
That is one thing, like a very common critique I saw with the game, you know, amongst the masses was the designs. I didn't have a problem with the designs at all, but some common critiques that I saw was stuff like, oh, it's VTuber designs. All the characters look like they're VTubers. I mean, like, that could be applied to so many other games at this point, but it felt like Engage got the worst of it.
Well, the artist for Engage, she drew the rat girl from Hololive.
That's true. I did hear about that. So maybe that's where it's coming from. Hey, fair's fair if she's actually designing VTubers.
And like looking like VTuber characters, I guess you could criticize Genshin Impact for the same thing, right?
Definitely. But
I don't hate the idea if the designs are like colorful and fit the characters and things like that.
Yeah, they fit the tone of the game. The tone of the game is way more lighthearted than Three Houses ever was, even in that game's silliest moments. So the designs being more, or having more lighter colors, stuff that pops out more, that makes sense. And hey, VTubers are popular. colorful designs, they just work. So why wouldn't you just go with that? All right.
Yeah, that is a good point when you compare it to the older game. That Three Houses was way more gritty and way more real in some places, and the Engage was
like the direct
grounded,
opposite of that. I've heard many people compare it to a Saturday morning cartoon.
What's up, Mercenary? This is the Saturday morning cartoon version of Fire Emblem. I like that.
Yeah, we went over it. I think we covered it on the last tier list. But so Three Houses was made by Koei Tecmo, with very few people from Intelligent Systems actually on that team. And then Engage is actually the Fire Emblem game that Intelligent Systems was working on the whole time. So I think that kind of contributes to the tonal whiplash you get, because you're seeing it as going from Three Houses to Engage, when in reality it would probably make more sense to look at it as going from Fire Emblem Fates to Engage, which I think you said you were playing. Did you finish that?
What, Fates? I just started on Fates.
You just started on Fates. I think as you play further into that game, you'll probably see some comparisons made to Engage. A lot of stuff that I felt when I was playing the game, I drew a lot of parallels between the two games. And to me, that makes sense, because Intelligent Systems went from Fates to Engage. They had little to do with Three Houses.
I did not know Koei Tecmo helped with Three Houses. No wonder Three Houses was so good.
Yeah, and that's why it was so easy for them to go ahead and make Three Hopes, which was also a good game. Never gets its due.
Was good. I need to play it again. I need to play the other routes. I need to redeem Edelgard, I guess, is what I've heard.
Edelgard always needs to be redeemed. Matter of fact, she doesn't need to be redeemed. She was right the whole time.
No.
No, we covered this already. We
did cover this already.
Yeah, and I was right. I have the best memory in the world. I remember everything, and you said I was right, and I did everything wrong. And no, I did everything correct and nothing wrong. All right.
Volume is good. Thanks, Ludwig.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure you were coming through nice and clear.
Yes, I should always be coming through nice and clear. And no one's complaining over here, except for Gondola. Gondola's over here snaking you. But it looks like you're coming in good over here too.
Well, that's great. I like that.
Okay, well, cool. I have it pulled up too now, obviously. So when I was making the tier list, I kind of looked at how you made the tier list for the last one, and I decided to add like an additional tier. So like we have now the waifu tier between true waifu and a friend. So true waifu would be for your number one, like who you actually married at the end of your playthrough. True waifu, hence. Okay. And then waifu is just like what true waifu was in the last tier list. Because I was looking at how we did on the last one. And I felt like for true waifu, like half the girls ended up being true waifu. How can they all be true waifus?
I don't know. I played through the game enough times to have enough true waifus. I marry a different girl each time.
Okay, clip that and send that to Jill. Anyway. All right, but other than that, those are the only changes I made. I added all the ladies. We don't have to worry about pre-time skip and pre-this and post that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We got a big old list.
Half as many designs to go through.
Yeah, but I made sure to be fair regardless and like get as many characters as I could get. So I added in the DLC. Some NPC characters, the more important ones, the named ones, and and that's how we got to where we got.
You added in the moms too.
We have to. The moms did not get their due, especially your own mom.
Yeah, Lumeria. I remember her name. Yeah.
She had the biggest parallel
she
to
10 minutes in, and then that was it. I was like, oh, okay.
It's like, okay, bye, mom.
She's got the Fire Emblem parent syndrome.
Yeah, she's on the fucking cover and like dies 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
All right, well, we can go ahead and start then. We have, shoot, what was their name? It's alphabetical. No, I'm messing around. I'm a nerd. I actually do. It's because I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Abim, Abime. The boss from chapter 3, when the Somnial is being raided, or No, it's not the Somniel.
Oh,
But basically where Lumera dies. I forget if that's on the
Yeah.
Somniel or in Lithos. But that's the boss lady from there. And then it seems like you kill her at that chapter, but actually she comes back in the ship chapter where you recruit Linden. When she's the boss in that
really?
area.
I didn't realize that was the same person.
You didn't?
No.
I think
I
it's one of the cases where if you face her with the Lear, she has specific dialogue referencing the past encounter. Otherwise, if
Really?
I think it's one of those
Oh.
cases where, or if you faced her with anyone else, there would not be special dialogue.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed that she didn't die the first time I killed her.
What? But that's a trait. That's a trait of a resilient woman. This gives her points. Actually, she couldn't take the L.
I'm about to give her an L.
You're about to give her an L. This wasn't. Come on, look. She looks kind of cute.
I don't remember.
You
her
don't
name.
remember her?
Is Aversa on this list? That would be on the Awakening list, right?
Yeah, that would be the Awakening list.
Wrong game, Exodus. Sorry.
Yeah, no
what was this
Aversa.
chick's name again?
Abima, 'cause I don't know how it's Abyme, and because she's a boss, her name is never spoken, obviously. So Abyme.
Abyme. She's a general for Eluzia and the leader of the army that raids Lithos Castle.
Yeah, I told you she appears twice.
She does appear twice.
I think in the. You might be
That's so wild. She shows up in chapter 3 and chapter 18.
You might be, because your memory might be, you might be misremembering. Because in chapter 3, I think she's in axe armor, so she looks much bigger because she's got all the armor on. But then when you see her again on the ship, she has that.
She's a berserker.
Yeah, she has the berserker costume.
Yep.
So you might have thought, oh, maybe that's a different character, and they're just reusing the model. But guess what? They weren't. It's just a unique model, unique name.
It's definitely a unique name.
I feel like if she was recruitable, I probably would have liked her more. But her personality traits, they're actually a lot similar to another character we'll get to. So for the moment, I think we're just gonna have to toss her in the bin.
Yeah, that's where I put her right away. I was like, oh wait, bad guy responsible for my mom dying and the plot of the whole game. Get her out of here.
Quite actually true.
I like how you're like talking up and giving her points. I was like, wait.
I tend to get away with myself here. I'm just like I'm thinking you remember less than I do.
About her, I do, yeah.
Oh my god! As I was doing this, you know what? You know what I just realized? I forgot to include Jade. Jade's not here.
Oh, Jade, the blonde armor that you get in the mountains.
Yeah, because I was thinking about her, because she's the character I was thinking about. Okay. Well, you see, it says that you can add additional images. How about I just send you Jade's picture?
I have Jade's picture already.
Oh, you do?
Hang on a second.
All right, that works.
Yeah, I was gonna make a thumbnail where I made a collage of all of the chicks and then ended up not. All right, I got Jade on there.
Yeah, let's see. I should have Jade's over here. Hello,
See, guys,
Jade.
Jade's right here. I added her.
All right, Jade has been added. That's one bridge we won't have to worry about. All right, well, shit, if we're moving on already, because we started off with such a nothing character, we have the main lady of the game. It's Alir herself, right there. Did you play as a male or a female?
I played as a male.
Okay, I did too.
So we have Pepsi Girl.
Yep, Pepsi Girl. I guess, they all share the same dialogue between genders. It isn't like, because you're playing through Awakening right now.
Yeah.
In Awakening and Fates, the dialogue is, for some supports, is different between genders. And I think starting with Three Houses and it continues into Engage, the dialogue's identical, which I think is lame. But you'll have like exclusive gendered supports in those older games, which I thought was neat. But, you know, more stuff to write, I guess, and we don't want to write.
No, because then we have to localize it too.
And then we'd have to change stuff, and people would get mad, and there's controversies, toxicity.
Flame Wars.
Yeah, exactly. I still remember
going at it.
I still remember when Fates was released, and there was a lot of boo-hooing about the changes they made to that game. Hey, which I heavily disagreed with, but it's not my hill to die on anymore. But
Roy doesn't suffer from that. Ellawood survives the events of Fire Emblem 6. Oh, no Fire Emblem parent problem in the early Fire Emblem.
oh yeah, Elliewood. Okay. There are some parents that make it through, and actually,
Yeah.
Geralt survives in Three Hopes if you want him to.
I accidentally killed him in my first playthrough.
Hell, you could have had a
know.
positive end for Byleth.
I know.
No,
I
they
ruined
don't
it.
have to be tied down by the shackles of being like the fucking Pope or being the king or consort to the Emperor. They can just be a mercenary wandering the world forever, and then you fucking strike down their father. What's the matter with you, Mr. Alchemist?
I don't know, but that also meant I didn't get to recruit Byleth.
Oh yeah, you told me that
That's
too. Hey, that's what second playthroughs are for. But
Hey, what's up, Korak? Is Petra on the list? That would have been on the Three Houses one.
I think we were fair to Petra. I think we put her on the friend tier.
Yeah, Petra is top tier.
Yeah,
up
I think
there.
we said her pre-time skip was friend, but the post-time skip was sex.
Yeah.
But for Alir, back to my point, since she has the same dialogue, we don't have to worry about her having any scenes that we didn't see as the male character. So just in general, how did you feel about Alir playing through the game as a character?
Besides like all the plot armor they had, Alir was a fine character. I liked their character growth with the being afraid of the Risen or the Return,
It was
whatever we were
Corrupted.
calling the Corrupted, right? Like that first scene where it's Clan, Fram, Vander, and Alir. And Vander's like, all right, I will fight to defend you. And Alir's like, no, I'm scared. Let's run away. I was like,
Actually,
that-
a very different way of handling like a first confrontation.
extremely different. Yeah, like I don't think I've played a Fire Emblem where it was, oh god, confrontation, let's run away. It was like every other Fire Emblem I've played has been like, oh, these are the first level goons, let's go and hit them. And Alir's like,
They're
And
actually
then-
acting like kind of like a human would in that situation. See a couple,
But,
you
like-
see a couple zombies in front of you, you're not gonna go rushing in.
no, no. But then like Alir like builds upon that and talks about his fears with the other characters and eventually overcomes the fear, you know, near the end of the game. And you know, so I liked that growth for him.
Yeah, there was so much more character growth that was observable and gleamable compared to, in my opinion, Byleth in Three Houses. I remember we had a lengthy tangent about Byleth on the last stream, where I feel
Yeah, but
like
I think it's intentional to make Byleth so.
it was part of their
bland.
story, but I do think it still detracts regardless. I did welcome the change, returning back to an avatar that actually had a voice and a little bit of agency. Because I think another argument that I had made was that Byleth kind of just goes with the flow of the leader that they chose. And as a result,
true.
the students in their house kind of just go with the flow and go with Byleth just because he's the professor. And in some cases, like say Sylvain and Crimson Flower, that just makes absolutely no sense in context with the story. Like Sylvain
Right.
would never betray Fargus, and yet because you're able to recruit him, you can get him to do that. So that was one of my critiques. I did like to me, it felt like Alir was a little bit more of a character than Byleth. And in my opinion,
definitely.
it felt like more of a throwback to Corrin. Again, as you play through Fates, you'll probably see some comparisons in Corrin and Alir.
Okay.
I feel like I remember seeing Alir had they got a lot of critique for how they acted in the beginning of the story. But like you said, I didn't mind it because it paved the way for their character arc. But they got a lot of
it
critique
was
for
different,
just not
and
rising up instantly.
yeah, well, I mean, it was number one, it was different, so that was refreshing, and then number two, by putting them in such a, I guess, a negative spot, like a low point, gives them room to grow. If they started off as a badass already, it's like you limit how far the character can achieve through the rest of the story.
Yeah, and you got like 26 chapters or so to work with. Like there has to be a part where they like kind of fall from grace, and we actually do get that halfway through this game.
True.
So overall, I do like them as a character. I'm not sure if I would like them more than, because I have a soft spot for Corrin, TBH, and I kind of like I liked Robin too, but Robin was one of the earlier ones, so
Robin was awesome.
he
by
was
the way.
awesome. He was awesome. No, I I really didn't mind Alear. I really didn't. I know.
Chris is still best Avatar unit. I haven't played that one.
Yeah, that one was one of the ones that wasn't localized. Robin wasn't the first Avatar. It was actually Chris. I would say
I put Alear at friend because she is friendly. I mean, if the dialogue's the same across both characters, she is friendly. She gets along with people. She wants to help people. I thought had a great character. Like I said, the plot armor was the only thing against it, but I mean, they're the main character in the game, so you have to have them die and come back and die and come back and die and come back to.
That did happen a ridiculous amount of times later in the story. So like, especially when it was getting peak Saturday morning cartoon, it was just getting nuts. But yeah, I agree. Not necessarily waifu, but they are friendly to everybody. Like obviously she's pretty. But number one, you can't romance her because you are her, or you're a dude and she doesn't exist. But looking at her from a story perspective, I think she was a good lord. You know, some people can have their critiques and criticism and whatnot. She was this, she was that, this and that. Some people say that, and I saw this with Corrin too, that it makes more sense for Alear to be canonically female because of the way they act. But I going back to how you put it, I think that's just how anyone would react, no matter if they were a dude or a lady.
Oh yeah.
Honestly,
with the zombies.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so that's an easy friend tier there. Now the next one, you're definitely not remembering this character.
I don't remember her name, but she's one of the shop NPCs, right?
Right. You unlock her after chapter 4, Land in Bloom, and then actually have that little cutscene where she directly goes up to Alear and has to set up shop in the Somnial. And then she's just your item shopkeeper for the rest of the game. You know, I had to throw her a bone. I think easy friends here. She's always helping you out. She's always stocking items for you. She's always selling you master seals, selling you the good shit when you need it.
Oh, if I'm buying master seals from her, I'll put her on friend tier. I was gonna put her at mid because it's like I don't remember her a whole lot, but it sounds like I was using her a lot, so maybe she does.
She's not negative.
Like we do like our merchants in Fire Emblem.
This is a positive. This is a pro merchant stream over here. We love merchants.
What's up? That's the remote. Yeah, we like our merchants.
Oh, hey, that's the remote.
All right, she can be a friend. I wish I remember her name.
Oh yeah, we didn't even say. We just called her the shopkeeper. It's Anise.
Anise, okay.
Yep. And then okay, well that moves us on to I think this is gonna be the first FBI open up. Instant FBI open up, no debate, no discussion, don't even touch it. But let's go ahead and let's go ahead and talk about it anyway. Oh, you can go.
I loved Engage Anna. I loved the little gremlin energy. I thought she was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious that she was since she's so small that it was, oh no, I'm getting chased by bandits. I know, I'll hide in a chest. Like her dialogue with recruiting her was great. And then all of her dialogues with everyone was hilarious too, because they're like,
she was
Anna, I want something from you. And she's like, oh, Anna's too formal. Please call me Lady Anna for short.
Actual twerp there. But I liked her too. She was a good twist on the old Anna formula, because we haven't gotten an Anna like her before. It's always been like a teenage or a young adult character. I was not expecting them to just give us the whiplash that was little dumb kid Anna. But no, I liked her. The problem was gameplay wise, I feel like
they shouldn't have made her romanceable. That created a huge I mean, I got involved in some Twitter slap fights about.
Oh, did you? But yeah, there was some.
There were people who, like, I would post, hey, I'm going live with Fire Emblem Engage. They're like, I can't believe you play a game that supports censorship. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, they completely changed the dialogue if you romance Anna. And I was like, the 11-year-old? They changed the dialogue from romantic to platonic, and they go, yeah. And I'm like, I really don't care.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm glad they did. I'm glad they made it platonic, because I think being a 1,000-year-old dragon trying to marry a 10-year-old is too weird to Nintendo.
Yeah, usually it's you trying to marry the 1,000-year-old dragon. But yeah, I did see the chicanery and the craziness that went down with that. Look, for me, I mean, I'm against censorship in video games and localization, all that shit. I'm not gonna cry about it as much as some of these other people are. Do I acknowledge it's an issue?
It didn't stop me from playing the game.
It didn't stop me from playing the game.
Enjoying the game.
Fate's had even worse localization. Maybe you saw some of that back in the day.
Nope.
But yeah, it had even worse issues, like whole supports rewritten and fucked around with. The voice acting wasn't as good as Awakenings and all that. It's just a whole fucking time capsule of nonsense. But it didn't stop me from enjoying the game either. And with Engage, it didn't stop me from enjoying Engage either. Primarily because I wasn't gonna romance Anna. But yeah, as I said earlier, it's not my hill to die on anymore. I think people, certain people just take it a bit too seriously. It ain't nothing but a game.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting too old on my haunches to shed tears over games, but I do acknowledge it's an issue. I just want to
play anime chess.
That's pretty much it.
Like, yeah, exactly.
Like it's not worth crying over anymore.
If they want to make the lolly character romanceable, that's fine. I'm never gonna romance them.
Exactly.
You know, I didn't have Robin romance Noe. That was who did I had the candy guy go after her.
Oh, Gaius.
Awakening?
Yeah, Gaius.
Yeah, I had Gaius get with Noe, which was funny. But no, like I just never pursue those. You know, if they want to make it an option, like, you know, I just don't have to select that option.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's optional.
But it's
I interrupted you. You wanted to say something about Anna's gameplay?
Well, I was kind of going over the fact that I believe by the time you recruit her, because I think her paralog opens up when you're in Firene, so before you go into Brodia, at the same time as Sean. And I think your recruitment slots start, that's like the first time your recruitment slots start filling up. So you kind of have to choose whether you want to use Anna or Boucheron. And because of that, I wasn't really using Anna as much as I probably should have. And because of that, I wasn't using her personal skill that gave you extra gold. So I was actually kind of gold strapped for most of my playthrough. I don't know if you did you use her?
I used her because I was gold strapped. And what I read about other people playing Engage is that gold is not as plentiful in this game as it was in other Fire Emblem games.
I was shocked having
I was like,
gone through the other ones.
Poke everyone down to like 2 health and line them up for Anna to kill, and then it was any way I could level up Anna's luck. It was like, all right, Tiki gives, you know, luck level ups. All right, Tiki, you get with Anna, you know, boost her luck stat as much as possible.
Look at you abusing DLC here. Now, wait a minute. That's not fair. You have to pay money to do that. But yeah, I did.
DLC was okay.
Yeah, I like the characters that came with it. But, what was I saying? I didn't use her.
Anna has insane magic growth, though. So it's weird she starts off as an axe fighter.
Sometimes they do units like that. They kind of, I guess, kind of like get you to experiment a little, toy around. I wasn't using Anna for much of the main story. So I saved up all my paralogs toward the end. I don't know if you did them as you unlocked them, but I saved mine for around the point when you got Veil.
Okay.
Yeah, I had all the paralogs undone, but then I recruited Veil and decided to start doing them. So because of that, I had more maps to use Veil on and Movier too. And then like halfway through that, I think my characters started getting maxed out, and I had a couple characters on the bench from earlier in the playthrough. It was like Boucheron, Anna, Framenclan, I think a couple of others, and I decided to just, you know, just for shits and giggles, I put them all back on deployment, even Vander, and I actually was able to get them all maxed out, and I even promoted them too. So I did eventually get back to using Anna, as my point, and I ended up I liked her. Not enough to marry her though. I ain't putting a ring on that finger. The ring's not even gonna fit.
Anna with magic growth was crazy. I ended up going warrior with her, so that way she would have axe and bow, and I gave her the magic bow.
I think that's what I did too.
She was lethal with that, and then I eventually just turned her into the mage knight, like on horseback, and then I never looked back.
I had made I think Clan was my mage knight. Yeah, he was my only mage knight actually.
It's called.
No, I think it is mage knight.
Gold was never plentiful from the outset. If you played older Fire Emblem games, the whole thing is about scarcity.
Oh well, maybe I just got exposed as only playing the modern ones. Then gold. Look, in these newer ones, you get the opportunity to grind and do side maps and missions. You can get gold, but I'm sure you notice in Engage the skirmishes are actually pretty tough. Like almost as tough, if not a little bit tougher than the current chapter, the story chapter that you're on. It's like it's definitely scales, obviously, and then the gold you get for it is almost not even worth it. Like it's not even worth the trouble.
I was like, oh my god, finally a gold skirmish. I can go and get some money from it. And I'm like checking the inventories of all the guys on the map, and I tally it up. I'm like, there's 400 gold here.
Yeah,
that's not enough to buy an iron sword. What is this? You know?
It's like they were trying to either get you to use Anna or get you to really not waste all the, because there were those the donations you get from the countries as you ally with them.
Yeah, and that's like a huge money dump.
If not like your only money dump throughout the whole playthrough.
I think it's balanced by not having to buy weapons over and over and over again because the weapons have no durability. So that was like, I think that's pretty fair. So it's like, oh god, I don't have to worry about breaking my silver sword. It's like as soon as I had a silver sword, I mean, that's a permanent weapon in my armory. That's
I was
never
a fan of weapon durability. I kind of think it's like a thing of the past.
It made sense in Three Houses because of you had to balance out weapon arts somehow.
Yeah.
But in Engage, you didn't have the weapon arts. Or they were kind of tied in being with engaged to an emblem, so you could only use them once per engage.
I kind of think Fates did it the best, where each weapon had its own kind of attributes. If I recall, like bronze weapons were weaker but had more accuracy, whereas silver weapons were stronger. But like I think it was like just a flat 2 to defense and resistance debuff just for equipping it and using it. I think I preferred that system. It was a lot more simpler than like just having weapon durability at all. Or the way Engage did it, but I didn't mind it at all either way. And no weapon durability is fine with me. I just kind of preferred how Fates did it. But yeah,
Bronze didn't trigger abilities and couldn't crit in 14.
Oh, okay, yeah. Bronze had that going against it. I think I'm thinking about Steel or Iron.
I think you had that a little bit in Engage, where like Steel was like had higher might over Iron, but was 1 heavier, so hard to double, and 2 would have lower accuracy. Like I know I never gave Anna a tomahawk because the tomahawk had lower accuracy than a regular hand axe. So it was like, okay, I'm gonna give her a hand axe because that has higher base accuracy, and the tomahawk would go to like Diamant, who had ridiculous amounts of dexterity and had a higher chance to hit.
Oh yeah,
Plus,
Diamant was kind of critting a lot for me too.
His personal ability that's like, oh, if we can hit each other, my accuracy goes up, so it was like, oh yeah, give him the lower accuracy weapons. Made a lot more sense.
Yeah, there was some of that in Engage, but Fates had like structured its whole weapon system around it, which I liked it. But yeah,
I guess I'll get to it when I see it.
Yeah, you will. Don't worry. Anna, straight to FBI. Open up. Censorship bad. Me, however, no care. Me no marry a 1,000-year-old dragon or little shopkeepers. But as a unit, pretty good. When I finally got around to using her, sad that I couldn't abuse her gold personal more often. And I hope they do. Like, I hope they experiment more with like what to do, like not just redoing Anna the same every time, because this was a nice change of pace.
Her supports with like Mavir were really touching, actually.
Yeah, if I had to name one that I remember most, the Mavir support was up there. I like how she starts it by just like you were saying earlier, just like kind of fucking around with them. It's the anniversary. Yeah. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, but then like he gets touched by her praying for like good sales, and and he's like, well, what god are you praying to? And she's like, oh, not a god in particular, I'm just praying for good things to happen. And he's like, and he's a devout person to the Fell Dragon, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of opens his eyes so like different people can believe in different things.
Yeah, and it was just cool that like a man of faith was moved by a little girl praying for something nice to happen, so he prayed with her to have good sales. I was like, all right. Like,
Movir's kind of subservient to the girl characters in this game. Vale, Anna, Madeline. All right. Yeah. Well, big ups to Anna. The next one is another NPC. Now, do you recognize this character? You might.
She was the weapon NPC, I want to guess.
Actually, yes. She was the Smithy character. You recruit her. I think she's chapter 5 with the fashion dude.
Oh, so not the weapons, but the engraving.
Yeah, engravings and
and the
forging.
upgrading.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used her a lot.
I did too. How did you like the engraving system? I'm not gonna front. I did use a guide to see like what were the recommended, because like each engraving, you got them as you got the emblems. Each one offered a different benefit, but also a drawback. So I was kind of scared. I didn't want to apply an engraving to a weapon that wasn't suited for it. What did you think of that?
I love the system. I like min-maxing, and the game had reduced min-maxing, it feels like, versus like Awakening and Three Houses. So because you only had like 2 slots for emblem skills, and then your class skill, you couldn't permanently learn that. Your class skill was only while you were that class. So the characters themselves weren't very customizable. So it was nice to be able to like min-max the weapon stats and give it to the characters that way. Yeah, it made up for it, I think, in my opinion. So I know for Alir, I took Liberation. I think I put Marth's engraving on it for extra avoidance, and I was just like, oh, I'm going to dodge tank everything as the Divine Dragon. That was awesome.
I think put was it Lucina's on a weapon that I gave to Yunaka, but it would make her dodge even more, just so she could be like an avoid tank. D-Side in my chat says the stages to get the upgrade materials were too stingy. For forging, I agree with you, but I think
forging you had to be very specific on, and it was like a killer axe. I was like, okay, I'm gonna max that out because I use Panette all the time. So it's like, all right, she's getting a killer axe. It's getting engraved with crit and might, and I'm +5ing it right away. You know, like Liberation, named weapon, only equipped by the main character. That's getting maxed right away. Then the other stuff, it was just like, I don't know if I want to waste the materials on it because I need to save up for like a +5 silver dagger for Yunaka, for example.
For the area where you keep animals, I just ended up filling it with dogs because the dogs always gave you materials. Everything else was kind of like useless. It was like ingredients for the cafe, which is cool, but you're never running out of those, whereas you're always in need of materials for forging.
Yeah,
I'm sure you were cool with that. A fucking farm full of dogs. This was like paradise.
I was happy with a farm full of dogs. That's my dream. That's what I want to retire to do. Quit alchemy and just have a dog farm.
Well, I think
brought home precious metals like an Engage, then I would be rich. But
rest in peace, Rip. I think Colony easy to put in friend there, along with Anni. She's helping you out, letting you forge, letting you engrave. I don't think I can ask for a better friend than that. This is certainly one of the shopkeepers I visited most after the item shopkeeper.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
engraving was cool because it was get a new emblem or get a new bracelet from the DLC, and it's like, okay, well, what stats does the engraving do, and then who am I gonna give it to? So it was like,
I didn't even realize the DLC ones gave you new engravings until like midway through. Yeah, and then I found, I was like, oh my god, now I gotta see like, okay, who do these guys go to? Who wants to? What engraving goes on this weapon, and then who do I give it to? It just opened up that can of worms all over again.
To someone who can't double, but they want the triple might or whatever. Same thing with Ike. You want to make it heavier, so they can't double, but it's going to increase their might. So if they weren't doubling much in the first place because of low speed, but you wanted them to smack real hard, Ike was good for that.
I remember sticking. I gave one to Thoron that I think. Let me see. I'm looking at the sacred. I put the sacred engraving on Thoron because I think that improved the hit. Yeah, the hit and the crit. So I was constantly getting crits with the Thoron.
With it anyways, because it's a long range spell, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
With the power of guides, I was able to get my way around these fucking engravings. But no, you're right. Great system. I did enjoy it. Well, looks like we're good, and we're getting back into the big leagues. And by big, I mean the two big bazongas that this lady has. It's Chloe.
Chloe was great.
Yeah, she was always kind of always.
I probably could have said more than that.
No,
Sorry.
no, come on. I'll go on then. She was always kind of in her own little dream world, her own little fairyland, always talking about fairy tales and whatnot. One of the first characters you recruit in Chapter 4, Pegasus Knight, the first one you get. High resistance too.
That's a trait of all Pegasus Knights, I think. But it's nice that she comes with Louis, because Louis's like, okay, I'm the physical tank, and then Chloe's like, and then I'm the magic tank.
It's a very subtle way of introducing to the player how those stats work.
Yeah,
like to someone who's this may have been their first Fire Emblem, for example.
And it was great for at the same time too, because it's like, okay, Louis has to watch out for the mage coming for him, and then Louis has to kill the archer
before they can get to Chloe. Yep.
Exactly.
I love that little bit in Chapter 4 where they're kind of on their own and you have to get to them, because that forces you to understand how they both play.
Well, that also helps too, because then you use emblem not who
Emblem
was it?
Silica to warp
Celica,
around.
thank you. I was gonna say emblem saline. I was like, no, saline has the emblem. Yeah, so you use the warp to like cross that river to go help them if you wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, I was using Silica a lot, and then he took her away from me, and then I fought to get her back.
Yeah.
But definitely one of my more favorite emblems here.
Yeah, the Celica emblem was good. It just reminded me how much I hated that they took the Marth emblem away from you, and then you get it back later. But Marth has a weapon if you engage with him that gives you double experience. So it was like, oh, losing that kind of sucks for the whole game, you know?
Oh, it only took like 10 chapters to get it back.
I think you get it back at like 17 or 18. It's like, all right, you got 8 chapters left to get the double XP benefit. It's like,
Well, that's like going through a whole leg of the game. It's like, okay, it's like, what, 7 chapters left? Okay, here's your overpowered ring back. But for far as Chloe as a character goes, I really did like her. That at all has nothing to do with the fact that her C support with Ilir, she's already coming on to him. If I recall, there's like some implication that she already wants to sleep with you.
Yeah. I remember.
That was it was kind of ridiculous. I don't remember if that was intentional on her part. I don't think she was trying to seduce him, but it definitely was a really, for a C support to already be coming out like that.
It's like IVC support where she's confessing her love for you.
Oh, we're not even at her yet.
I know, but it reminded me of like how strong the characters came on to Alir.
Ivy, why do you hate me so much? I love you.
I love you. I will say though, I think Chloe would be fun to date because of her love for exotic and adventurous foods. I think that would be.
I do too. We haven't even gotten into that. A lot of her supports were based around her love of folk food. I have her on my overlay here eating like a lizard.
Yep.
But
yeah, was it with?
I think it was Citrine, where they specifically go to like a little market.
Yeah. They go to a market and she's like, oh, these guys got fried snakes. I'll get us some. And like
fried
Citrine's
snakes?
Like, oh my god, no.
Oh, yeah, because she's like a noble lady who would never, you would never catch a noble lady of Brodia eating a fried snake.
No, but Chloe was like, no, hey, look, check this out. This stuff's really good.
No, it's actually pretty delish.
I think it would be fun. I think it would be fun. I mean, I like eating, and eating's an easy date. But like to like go and try a whole bunch of different stuff, it should be like, hey, look, they've got, I don't know, stuffed something or other over here. I'm like, all right, I'll try it once. Let's go.
Yeah, I can imagine life with her being, quite lovey-dovey since she's such a romantic. So
and adventurous. Yeah.
Adventurous too. Yeah, with eating. Now the only drawback with that is she's not going to be the cheapest date. With how often she likes to eat, but easy white food's here for me too.
Seems like the way they present it in the game, it seems to be like street food. So it wouldn't be like go and sit down at a fancy restaurant, you're all dressed up and you're ordering like, scallops or something.
The finest fried snakes money can afford.
No, you're going to like a street stall where they're selling the local food and it's made by probably someone local, doesn't speak your language, but you're like, yeah, 2 of those, please.
All right, but how often is she going to be doing that a week? You know what I'm saying? Money adds up. This is a game where gold is very finite, sir.
It's true.
That's easy waifu.
So yeah. Waifu. Oh yeah.
All right. we got next Citrine, who we are actually just talking about.
What's up, McDougal?
For me, I really liked her. She was now I'm the one who's stumbling trying to introduce the character, but the second mage you get after sailing shows up with Alchemist. That unforgettable cutscene where he jumps in the air and begs for forgiveness. And yeah,
that's
Lapis
right.
too.
After he like shoots an arrow over your shoulder, and he's like, the next one won't miss, and then you're like, I'm the divine dragon, and he instantly crumbles. I was like, oh wait, who is this guy? Yeah. Oh, I hated Alchemist. Oh my god.
You hated him? What?
He's so obnoxious, and he doesn't grow.
He
Except
does.
maybe with Hortensia. I like the supports with Hortensia.
Okay, we'll probably get to that when we get to Hortensia, but he does show some growth there. But it's kind of the case where it's like Schrodinger's Alchemist, where he'll show growth at the end of a support, but because of how the game works with the supports, it's not consistent. Like you'll just maybe you do that A support with Hortensia, then you do a C support with another lady, and he just goes right back to being a coward.
Back to be exactly.
I look, the ladies love him. I certainly didn't mind him.
Though. Oh, and like he had Luna too, so it was just like I just wanted to see Critical and then Luna, and then I was just like, oh god, whoever
That's why
this
I couldn't
is
hate
have
him.
a bad day.
He would always just randomly proc Luna, and like I would be intending for Alchemist to get the chip damage to help out another unit that I was babying them, and then Alchemist procs the Luna in the crit.
Stroke, yeah. Did you know Luna? If you gave him Emblem Lin, that Luna would trigger on that long range bow attack.
I did know that. I was putting Lin on him for a couple of those harder maps, kind of like pick at the enemy from afar before going in. Mm-hmm. So I would have sometimes have Luna activate.
Yeah, he would use I can't remember the name of the long range bow attack, but I'd have him use it thinking like, okay, I need to soften up like Zephyr or something, like one of the boss characters, and then he'd be like, boom, 1 HP bar down. No, thank me later. I was like, God, all right, that was good.
All right, thank you, Alchemist. Good for you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
But shit, we're talking more about Alchemist and Citrine. But I really used her a lot with Thoron, and I did like her character, how she was kind of like the archetypal noble, but with a little bit more deeper. Like she took pride in being a noble, but she wasn't snobby about it at all. Not like how nobles are typically portrayed when you do come across them.
I am Ferdinand von Eyre.
Now wait a minute. We love Ferdinand.
Oh, I love Ferdinand. I hate Lawrence. Lawrence is probably the example of a crappy noble that we wouldn't stand. Or maybe you stand.
Okay,
Lawrence.
maybe I just have a soft spot for too many characters because I didn't mind him either. And look, I feel like his goofiness offset his snobbiness.
Ferdinand?
No, Lawrence.
Oh, Lawrence is a little weird because there was like the one support where like Byleth has to say, hey, Lawrence, you can't go around calling women good breeding stock because you're a noble. That was
what are you talking about?
Yeah, he's a little strange.
My goal as the heir to the Gloucester Empire is to like breed women. What are you talking about?
Dude, shut up. Give me your staff so I can give it to Lysithia.
Poor Lawrence.
That's all he's good for is to get what is the name of that staff? His relic.
Oh,
the hero's relic. Thrysis.
Yeah.
Thrysis, and you give that to Lysithia, and then you don't care about Lawrence anymore.
Going back to Citrine.
Rhodian noble. Her family owns gemstone mines.
Yeah, and
so she's like incredibly rich,
like ridiculously so. But like again, going back to how she's not like other nobles, she's very generous. I remember a lot of supports where she was offering gemstones and all kinds of things to her friends. You'd think she would just be more stuck up about that, but no, she doesn't really mind. It seems like she doesn't mind spreading the wealth.
Even in this, I think with Alir support, she's like, oh, hey, why don't I just fund the whole war band? And Alir like turned her down.
I think there were a couple supports where she attempts to help out people like that, but then it's brought up that Rhodian money isn't good everywhere. So then she attempts to also offer the gemstones, which would be good everywhere. And then it kind of becomes a discussion where the character doesn't want to take handouts from her and would rather earn earn their keep
Earn
on
it
their own.
themselves,
Yeah, and
Or
and
solve
then
their
she kind
issues
of
themselves.
grows that way as well.
I
Did
didn't
you-
use Citrine a whole lot. I was using I had a soft spot for the noble characters because they had unique classes, so I thought that would make them better. Unfortunately, Saline has like mixed in physical and magic growth, and she's not good at either. Whereas Citrine actually has strong magic. So, retrospect, Citrine would have been the min-max option to go for sure.
I think I
But-
was using Sailing a lot, and then she was my first promoted unit as a result of that. So she had stopped earning EXP for me, or started earning less rather, and I think I started using Citrine a little bit more to offset that. Because with me, I don't necessarily like I do bench characters. They were talking about Vander, Fram, Klon, Boucheron, and Anna, but
Yep.
I hate doing it. If I can help it, I try to use everyone and try to keep everyone, bring everyone to the end. When we're engages very strict recruitment slots, it's really kind of not possible. Eventually, you do got to start benching people because
Yeah, I overused
they're just not going to
Boucheron.
keep. They're not going to keep up.
Boucheron was only good for having high HP.
He kept missing
other
for me
stats.
as well.
Yeah, his other stats are trash. The only thing he's good for is soaking hits.
It's a shame because like in those early chapters in Firene, he wasn't that bad as like just a tank. I remember as early as Firene Castle, he was already kind of slipping in comparison to the other
Oh, yeah.
people on the party.
Yeah, and by then you have Alfred, who's like, you know, a little bit squishier, but like can actually hit stuff and deal damage.
Yeah, for me, I would put her as waifu because I do like her design and I like her personality, and I was using her gameplay wise a lot. You're free to disagree.
I disagree. I think I only disagree from a point of ignorance because I didn't use her a whole lot. I didn't see a whole lot of supports, so I don't know a whole lot about her personality. The one thing I will say, I did like her support with Yunaka because Yunaka's like,
oh man, I think I was waiting until Yunaka's to bring that up, but that is one. If we're gonna talk supports, I really loved her support with Yunaka because she just.
well, Yunaka's like, hey, you keep looking at me weird. Why don't you like me? You know, and then Citrine's like, you're an assassin, and Yunaka's like, well, how the hell did you know? And like
it
that's
opens
something
up
she
so
says for
differently than any of the other supports in the game. It kind of threw me for a loop because it's just outright hostility. But
Yunaka doesn't reveal the whole I used to be an assassin background to like her A and B supports with the other characters. And Citrine was like, yeah, I know what you are. I don't want you anywhere near us. I think you know, I was like, wow.
It just goes back to show you Citrine's devotion to her country, and it just further propped up by her generosity and how she cares for everybody. Not the
I wonder
not
if
the
being a
typical
noble means you got to keep your head on a swivel and be like, am I gonna get kidnapped or assassinated? You know, like for her to spot it out like that, I was like, wow.
She's not worrying about getting kidnapped. She's worrying about shutting down the kidnapper before they can even attempt to
true.
kidnap her. But that was one of the better supports in the
That
game
was
that I still remember, just because
That's
of
the
how
only
that
support
C
I
support plays
remember
out.
with Citrine, besides her, I think trying to buy dresses for someone else and trying to buy.
Oh, we
a
just
whole
talked about
army
the
for
one with
earlier.
Chloe in the market,
That's true.
and another
Oh,
one.
that was with Citrine. You're right. I'm sorry.
For me, there was one that she had with Lapis, where she teases Lapis over her crush on Prince Alchris. It's just
Okay.
so fucking blatant and obvious. I don't remember too much for it. I don't think it was a particularly deep support, but the Lapis's crush on Alchris is so like everyone points it out to her. All right. But big ups to Saline. Saline? No, she's next. Big ups to Citrine. Easy waifu
Yeah.
for me. I didn't have no issue with her, and the Yunaka support, A+, relative to the other supports in the game. Princess Saline, the Princess of Firene. Ah, yes. We're just talking about using her with Celica. She really carries the early game for you with Celica.
Well, that's because your only other mage is Clan at that point.
And that dude's already out of the party by fucking...
Yeah. By the time I'm in Firene Castle, Clan's out of the party, and Fram's on her way out. And Vander, you know, so it's like, yeah,
for
I'm
like
sorry,
the
guys.
characters closest to you are the first ones to go.
Yeah. Well, Vander has forget what it's called. Mercenary could probably tell me in YouTube chat, but the starter paladin character that's like overstated to like help you through the tutorial.
Pre-promote.
The pre-promote. Yeah. But no, there's like a specific name that he has. Maybe because it started in a particular Fire Emblem with a particular paladin type. Jagan. Okay, yeah. So Vander's the Jagan type, so he's designed to get, you know, swept off. I think, you know.
I think Celine kind of got she got a bit of a bad rep because when all of her C supports kind of start out the same way. I'm sure you may remember her like in T and being like all princessy and all that.
Yeah.
It's only when you get to the later A supports and sometimes the B supports where her deeper layer kind of shows itself, because if you recall, her brother Prince Alfred has like a deathly illness. Yeah. So. It's kind of messed up.
She's very concerned about him.
Yeah, but from I think the country realizes that Alfred might not live long, and Celine, despite being so young, has to kind of prepare for that. So she doesn't really get to embrace being, in her younger years, because she's already being prepped to take over the kingdom.
Oh yeah, so her childhood's getting like getting skipped over.
Yeah. And because their father died too, you hear that when you go see Queen Eve, Queen Eve for the first time. So I
love how we started this talking about how engaged is the Saturday morning cartoons, and then like Alfred and Celine has one of the saddest backstories.
It's what I'm saying though, because it is a Saturday morning cartoon, but to say that it is just completely clownery is nonsensical. There are deeper supports there. But I think it's just this community of you just want to, I don't know, you see the C support, you don't go ahead and read the rest of the supports. I do remember the C supports came by pretty quickly, but it took a minute before you actually started unlocking B supports. There was it wasn't.
Yeah, you had to swim with them a lot and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
to get it.
B supports were not immediate, so that could have been it. Maybe people were farming reactions on Twitter and other social media platforms. They were trying to quote unquote drag the game, as the kids say.
Rage bait. They're trying to bait the rage.
And Celine is like one of the earliest characters you get, and quite. She seems tropey when you recruit her.
I wanted her to be good. I love her design, like the whole teacup dress. Absolutely perfect design for her.
It works for me.
Even though it's really goofy when she gets knocked out, but she fell off so hard, it felt like, stats wise. Like by the time I got Anna trained up, it like class change Anna from axe to mage user. I was like, oh, here's someone who's got like 40 magic to Celine's 27. It was like, yeah, I'm benching Celine now. Anna's magic growth was insane, and I felt like even like as a mixed attacker, like Celine just, I don't know.
She just fell off for you.
She did fall off, and it's that sucks.
For me,
she's the unique. She has.
She
Ignis,
was.
I think, as her class ability.
I think it's Ignis.
Yeah, and so I wanted to like her, but
because I like her design, I like her personality. She can be goofy, but then also has that deeper layer of seriousness if you go the extra mile to read the supports about her. For me, she was my first promoted unit. I think I gave her the magic sword because her promoted class uses swords, and I'm like, oh hey, wow, how convenient that I just acquired a magical sword. I wonder what direction the game is pointing me in.
Sword called?
I want to say, I don't think it was the Levin sword for this game.
Levin sword, yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You were right.
Sometimes it's a different name or a different kind of sword that's also a magic sword.
No, it was like Flame Lance, Bolt Axe, and Levin sword.
Yeah, those ones I did get to. Overall, I liked her, even if she does fall off, particularly once you get Ivy in the party. So, like, never mind Citrine. There were so much stronger mages on the way after Celine, besides Citrine, that inevitably she's gonna get passed over.
So where you put her at a friend tier?
It's curious. I think. Because now we're getting to that part where we got characters already tiered. So now when you rank a character, you got to compare them to who's already in the tier, right?
Yeah.
I think you're fair. Yeah, I think friend is all right for Celine.
Yeah, well, you're not like jumping to waifu immediately like for Chloe or Citrine, so I don't think you feel as strongly. to put her higher. So I agree, friend tier.
Yeah, because with Chloe and Citrine, I think it's because they don't have that extra baggage. Like if you were to pursue Saline as a wife, there's like she's got a little few issues there.
Emotional baggage.
There's emotional baggage throughout. You gotta worry about her brother dying. You're probably not even her
That would
first
be
priority.
awful,
And she did have some good supports with other characters too. What? That's like a good springboard. I dislike the absence of paired endings because there were supports between characters that had romantic implications,
and
but then
Tiamat
nothing
should have
comes
gotten
from it.
together.
Absolutely, it would have been keto,
Oh.
poetic perfections, Shakespearean even, and
Yeah,
they just
bring
didn't
the
do
two
it.
nations together with a marriage like that. It would have been great. Repair relations in the world
And matchmaking was particularly popular in Three Houses, so I don't know why they did away
That's
with it.
true, and we had good paired endings in Three Houses. You could have
Ferdinand and Dorothea with their household full of singing babies.
I was trying to think of one of the girl pairings where they just say they become best friends for the rest of their lives. You know?
Shamir and Catherine, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can see there's some wacky ones in that game too, like was it Leonie and Felix becoming sideshow clowns?
I did not ever get that pairing.
I'm not shitting you.
I
That's
like-
their ending. It's like
That's
the
hilarious,
war's
though.
over and they don't have anything to do and they need to cope with everything, so they just literally become clowns.
I liked Felix and Lysithea.
Oh, he did Felix and Lysithea. I think no, I did Lysithea and Linhard because he was one of her few suitors that actually he removes her crest cancer. We're just gonna call it crest cancer,
No,
but he
that makes
does it.
sense.
He does it all on his own. Like if I recall in his ending, I thought it was romantic. He locks himself away for years and just entirely devotes himself to creating a cure for her. Yeah,
Oh, what a badass.
and he does it. And their
Yeah.
support wasn't too shabby either. But speaking of things that aren't shabby, we have Etier with her massive muscles despite
my
her
God.
short height.
Eddie was awesome.
Yeah, she's the first archer you get. I liked her. Some
I
people
liked
were,
her in that it was, here's an archer character, and you're thinking like, okay, she's got like the cat ear, bow tie, skirt, whatever. I was like, oh, she's gonna be like a girly girl like every other archer and every other Fire Emblem game. And she's
Anything
like, what's
but.
up, wusses?
And she's just
I drink
running
my
in like she
protein
owns the
shake
place.
And I'm ready to kick ass. Let's go. I was like, this is way different. It's so cool.
Yeah, she's
And-
very forward thinking, very active too.
I have a weakness for fit girls. So I was like,
Basically,
yes.
yeah, just that, and just being so different from the previous archers you get. I used her early
I
on.
gotta say, I like, God bless the animators or whoever, or the artists or whoever who made the model and like sculpted her ab muscles. I was like, oh, so
I like her
good.
expressions too. Like even in the icon here, though the face she's making,
Oh, the slightly grr.
yeah, the kind of the
fierce
little
kinda
pouty
look.
though. It just
Yeah.
completely clashes with her look, but I love it anyway.
I used Eddie a lot.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we even got to
Even
a point.
after getting Alchris, I think I was fielding
That's
two
what
archers.
I was gonna say. Like even after getting Alchris, it's like okay, well he's got Luna, he can crit a lot, but rather than just kind of switch over to Alchris, I would at least alternate. And it got to a point where I was kind of like looking for excuses to use Etier, even though it wasn't really the most optimal. She wasn't the most optimal archer. Like at that point,
So, yeah, I mean, she's good for the early part of the game. I have a maddening playthrough that I'm working on.
Oh.
And Chloe, by the way, is like top notch in maddening and engaged.
I've heard.
But Eddie, like for maddening, because the enemy units are so high, it's like you gotta whittle them down a lot. So like having extra archers is always good. So I'm liking her for where I'm at in the game. But unfortunately, because so many promoted classes get bows as like a secondary weapon, and
it
you
kind of
recruit
hampers her because that's her primary
you recruit
weapon.
Alchrist, and then you recruit
Yeah, even
handsome guy in the desert,
Sapphire
what's his
has bows. Fogado.
Ogado. You get him in the not too much later, so it's like, do I really need an archer? Do I need more archers
Like a
than just
dedicated
archers?
archer unit,
Yeah.
whereas someone else you can just use archers as a secondary weapon.
And her personal ability, I don't remember being that great either, to where I'd like want to reclass her and keep her in the mix.
I think, let's see, with the power of Google Fu, when a unit recovers HP using an item, grant strength +2 for a turn. Oh, no, I don't think I would have ever, I don't remember ever getting too much use out of that.
So someone else near her would have had to use a healing item and she gets some bonus strength.
Yeah.
Which is bleh.
It's a shame. It's like we just talked about how good of a character she is, but all of her gameplay stuff like goes against her so hard. Like it's like we're like justifying using her at all, when optimally, if we're playing smart, if we're playing like smart, mature adult human style creatures, we would have benched her ages ago. But ain't that the sign of a good character, when you kind of go out of their way to try to make them work?
You know, I did talk to her a lot because I wanted to have Alir's stats boosted for every mission. So you're going to see her in the Somniel.
Yeah,
and
you're
she's
always
like,
going to
"What's up?
talk to
You want
her.
to do a workout?" Like, you have to talk to her to engage the workout minigame. Engage. Yeah, so even though you don't work out with her, you end up working out with Alfred instead, but
yeah, she's just the water boy to fetch him over.
Eddie.
Oh, I don't know.
Sure. But I like Eddie as a character.
As far as the supports,
I like her supports. There was one with Saline. Okay, I remember it. They were drinking tea, and Saline goes, "Eddie, you're shaking. What's going on?" And Eddie is like, "Oh, it's nothing." And she ends up dropping her teacup. And Saline's like, "Oh, let me clean that up for you." And Saline can't pick up the teacup. And she's like, "What the hell is this?" And Eddie is like, "Oh, that's my new weighted teacup, but I guess it was too."
I remember that. What's wrong with this chick? At least she cares about the princess.
And then she's making protein shakes for Alfred and stuff. I mean, like, she was all about the fitness.
And who could forget when she accuses Boucheron of using steroids, essentially, like without saying it?
She's like, "What are you doing?
What are you
using?
So what are you doing? Look at you. This isn't natural."
Boucheron was nice, but he was like, "Oh, what? I'm just a big old bear.
I'm just a big old guy. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct." I remember her support with Lapis because she asked Lapis to make something that can help her train, and from that you learn a little bit more about how Lapis likes to collect stuff around and make like just make stuff out of like the stuff that she collects. So she makes a training device for her. I thought that was pretty sweet because she's usually eating weeds and shit, but in that support she actually makes something with it. She makes
eating weeds like Dimitri.
Yeah. Oh god, man! I should have gave the Dimitri emblem to Lapis. They probably have a bond support about that. She's like, "Oh, Dimitri, do you know that weeds taste good or something?" Dimitri's like, "Oh my god, I finally found someone who understands."
Someone who understands.
For that alone, and everything else we mentioned, despite the gameplay going against her, she's easy waifu tier for me.
Oh yeah.
A good character.
I put her in waifu tier. Good character, good design,
good supports. Unfortunate gameplay. But the good thing about emblems in this game is that, no matter how bad your character's bases are, you can pretty much make any character work. And that's kind of like what I like about it, because it seems like there's always characters in the older games that no matter what you do or what you try, it's just pointless to try to use them, even if you may like the character versus alternatives. And here, where there are cases like that, it doesn't matter, just simply because of the emblems and how broken they are.
I wonder what Eddie's stats like would have. I mean, obviously Archer, but if
you had reclassed
she just has HP and strength growth. I guess anything that cares about strength and speed, she would have been good. She has 0% magic growth.
Yeah, don't give the magic bow to her.
No, that's an Anna item.
All right, well, next on the list we got Fram here. I think we were just talking about her earlier. The first little lady that joins the team. We are?
What about, isn't it Queen Ev?
Oh, Fram
comes after EDA?
Oh, okay. I have Ev on my list, but for some reason Fram was before. We can do Ev.
No, we can do Ev later if you want.
Oh, that's fine. She's gonna be a quick ranking.
Yeah, because you don't see a whole lot about her.
Hey, but I don't you like that mommy design, blonde?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hot
yeah, go
blonde
on,
mom,
if you will.
And smart too. She realizes something bad's happening and she goes, "Hey, Saline, take this ring, get the hell out of the castle." You know, and then like the castle gets attacked, and you know, you have Zephyr and the one guy you kill who are like, "All right, Queen, where's the emblem ring?" And she's like, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Fearless, not afraid at all. Good
No.
negotiator.
That's what I liked about the moms in this game. I know we haven't gotten to
Lumera yet,
Is
yeah. Lumera and Sephora.
I don't know about Lumera, but Sephora was also smart too, where she was like, "Okay, hey, Tamara, take the Ike emblem and get out of here." You know, like the queens were thinking.
Not like the kings. The kings were fucking morons.
King Morion was like, "Oh, let me
More like
walk
King
out here and
Moron.
fight." Yeah, exactly. Like, let me go fight the enemy army by myself. I'm sure this won't go bad at all. Oh no, I'm a zombie and I come back later.
No, you don't get it. He had to do it for the good of his kingdom.
So stupid. Absolutely stupid.
It's about Brody and Might. Where's your media literacy at? He knew his time had come.
Ugh.
But no, ridiculous for him to just throw his life away like that. I get it, like looking at it from the anime Saturday morning cartoon lens, but from a Game of Thrones lens, you're a fucking buffoon. Why did you do that? You had no reason. You had no reason to throw your life away like that. And they try to, if I remember, they try to make you feel bad for Hyacinth later on when you face him again after the cathedral.
Yeah, and then each of the noble kids have a unique line with, if you have them attack their parents.
Yeah,
so
Ivy,
you know, I had Ivy attack Hyacinth, and she's like, you know,
he tries to convince her to come back.
Yeah, but she's like, no, I'm gonna remake Lucia and make it better or something like that. You know,
it's a shame that that's like an optional line. Like some of the best lines are just completely optional, because that's like a sign of character growth for Ivy. And like, how many people like criticize the writing or criticize the story and just don't even see lines like that? It was like, how would you know other than, of course, I guess your intuition.
I criticize the writing for this game super hard. But
oh no, don't worry.
Conversations are top notch. But like the actual like world building and the whole plot of the game,
it does not compare to Three Houses, and is much more closer and in line with Fates. There is another line like that when you go to when you fight Morion with Diamant and Alchrist, and I think it was Diamant.
He's on the couch. Sorry,
yeah,
what was it? Diamant and Morion?
Diamant and Morion's the line you get, the conversation you get when you face off in the cathedral as well. It was I think when the game at first come out, that was one of the the most highlighted scene, because it's still kind of early on, but it comes so quick enough that a lot of people had stumbled upon it, and it was like one of the first scenes that I remember like going viral when the game at first released, and it's a very good conversation. I don't remember it beat for beat, but they say goodbye to their dad. They understand that it's not really him. He's just a corrupted. But he's able to, you know, in typical anime fashion, his will and spirit breaks through, and he tells his kids to strike him down, and then they recite the motto of the country, which is like stand tall, might. I forget the motto, but
Brody and Might.
Yeah, Brody and Might, and I thought that was a powerful scene. And again, like, if you don't think to even like deploy you could do that whole map and not even deploy those characters on top of that.
Yep, and then you'd miss that whole thing.
Yeah, never mind not even sending them to be the one to face off with them, deal the killing blow.
Oh yeah,
you could also just not even deploy him in the slots.
Them and then end up not having them attack their dad. Yeah, so you missed it that way too.
Yeah, playing so many of these games, I take it into an account.
I will not bore quit it. I don't think Engage was boring. It was just like the main writing sucked, but the character writing was good.
Yeah, I feel like that too, because character writing strong, story writing not so much. Characterizing
gameplay was good.
Yeah, gameplay were really good. I would say, again, contentious. The gameplay of Engage kept me more engaged than Three Houses. I really liked how the emblems played it. I preferred it to weapon durability and combat arts and all that.
The break system, though, oh my god, like that could be lethal for you, but could be good for you too.
Yeah, it was like whoa, like how was this not already
Like,
implemented in the series?
Yeah, but like an enemy character like
Can
isn't
also
just
break you.
damaging. Could break you, so it's not like, oh, this guy with a sword is gonna hit me and do like 10 damage. Like I can shrug that off. Then it's, oh wait, I'm not counterattacking, and now I'm open for another unit to attack me. Then I'm not counterattacking, and it's like, oh, someone in a bad spot or getting hit by the weapon that beats them in the weapon triangle. It's like, oh, you really got to pay attention to what you're doing, or just use emblem leaf the whole time.
It makes so much sense, and it makes you wonder, wow, it took them this long to think of a system like this, because it works so well.
It worked really well, and it took the weapon triangle beyond just, oh, I have advantage, so I'm doing more damage. It took it to, I have
Exactly.
advantage, and I am going to screw you over. And it was also nice too, was on the player side, like as lethal as it was for the enemies to have access to it, it was nice for leveling up a character like little Anna. You know, I want her to kill someone to get gold, but
Yep.
I got her stats suck, her strength is really low. I haven't classed her into a mage yet, but it was like, okay, hey, I can hit this guy, weaken him, and then, you know, Anna can double on him.
And doesn't have to worry about him retaliating because he's already broken.
Then she doesn't have to get, yeah, exactly. She doesn't get counter hit.
Oh, that's a good point. I did maybe some characters like that. I had completely not taken that into account. But going back to Queen Ev, she also, you may not remember this. I think it's stated that she's responsible for drafting a pact between the two, a peace pact between Brodia and Alucia, I believe. So again, we're kind of coming back to the moms being smart and the dads being idiots.
The mom's being capable, yeah.
To the point that she's caring about kingdoms other than her own.
Yeah. Well, that works out, like, just from a political standpoint, it works out great when you have a third party negotiating treaties like that.
Yeah, it kind of makes me want more of that. We're talking about how the game doesn't have a good world building in that sense. Like, some of it's there, but you don't get a lot of it. But what you do hear about is like, oh, wow. How did she... Can I hear more about that?
Yeah, give me more of the political intrigue stuff. That's what kind of was cool about Three Houses was, yeah, you have the three big nations in the church, but then you had the little territories in each.
And each one gets
those
a name and has a little
territories
bit of
would go against
background.
Yeah.
Like, you hear about
that stuff was neat.
and these places you don't even go to. Half of them you don't even visit, and yet they get at least a paragraph to in the library. Like the City of Mages, I would have loved to have gone there and see what all that was about. But all you get is you get the name and you get some text. It's like, okay, thank you for the world building. Can I go there though?
What sucked about 16 was the maps. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the map reuse in 16 Three Houses was. I think we had a whole segment about that last time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Engage has great maps and good throwback maps to the previous titles too.
Yeah, just each one of the paralogs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, for her political might, I would say Queen Ev is a friend to us all. She can't be a waifu because he can't marry her.
Sadly.
Yeah, so yeah, you would jump on that, I bet. All right, well,
maybe.
Maybe. Now you seem kind of excited when I introduced her.
Oh, I was just making sure we didn't skip her because I had her next on my line. That's all.
Ah, yeah, sure. Anyway, back to Fram. I guess mine was just ordered incorrectly. But one of the first characters you recruit, we both already mentioned how we kind of just tossed her to the bench. It's kind of unfortunate because she is in that new, I believe it was called the Martial Monk class. So it's like, okay, you give me a character in a new class, but they're a support class, and you kind of get these characters with more conventional Fire Emblem classes later on, and you kind of want to keep using her. She's not, I like her. She's a nice little peppy, friendly character, but she just can't keep up.
Yeah, I also thought it was weird, and this will probably be my theme for judging a lot of the characters in the game, is just how obsessed everyone is with you being the Divine Dragon. She and her twin brother Clan are presidents of your fan club. She's like watching you work out and is like, oh my god, you sweating is so cool. I was like,
Divine Dragon
god.
looked at me.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my god, calm down.
Yeah, for them it was turned to 11. They are Alir's stewards, so they do kind of have to care about him more than the average unit. But
I think it's cool
I can't
to
deny
have
that they took it to the
in
extreme.
your corner, but like, yeah, it's a little much. I will say for maddening, having the monk class is really good because of that ignore one attack.
Oh,
passive
the
that they
chain
have.
guard.
Chain guard.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
There's
So
that is
clutch.
so abusable.
Yeah, and then number 2, her class or unique ability is I think if she's standing next to a Lear, she gives a Lear an avoidance buff. And a Lear's already kind of very dodgy, so it helps that avoidance tanking in maddening as well. So she has a little bit of a niche case, but
I felt bad having the bencher because I did like the chain guard idea. It reminded me
hey,
of
what's up, Deku?
like in Fates when you would fill up the dual bar. I don't know if you did pair ups in Fates yet, but you can fill up the. They changed it how it works from Awakening, where if you're in pair up mode in Fates, each action, like if you attack or if they attack you, fills up a bar of shields, and when that bar of shields maxes out, you get a no damage full guard against any kind of attack. And that chain guard reminded me of that.
I will say I like Fram's design a whole lot.
Oh yeah, I do too. I like her little her Somnial outfit is like at the
yeah, where she's got the sweater.
she's got the drip going. She basically
Yeah.
has the drip going. I'm like, a lot of those Somnial outfits kind of they got a bit too casual. I'm like, now wait a minute. She's basically like got the drip going. She may as well be a lady straight out of Shibuya or something.
No, Fram has a great design. I like her a lot.
I did eventually pick her back up towards the end of the game, like I was saying. She was my mage cannoneer, and I felt like she worked good in that class. I don't know. I don't know enough to say if that was her optimal class or not. Maybe everyone's just good as a mage cannoneer no matter what because it's DLC. But she was putting in work for me.
I finished the DLC and then like didn't pick up the game again, so like I didn't even get to play with the DLC classes. So
Oh man, come on!
I have no clue if they're any good or not.
Mage cannoneer was fun. You okay?
I bet it was fun. I had the ending to the DLC like soured me towards the game so badly. So I was like, yeah, I am absolutely just done with this.
Oh yeah, I remember the ending was kind of clowny because you get the new characters,
Super
but they
clowny.
kind of have to like bullshit away for them to exist. But they also don't want to take away from the weight of the DLC story. The way they went about it was very
Story.
half-assed.
Hell, it wasn't even quarter-assed. It was awful.
Now I'm trying to look for, it was Mage Cannoneer, and then there was one other class. I called it the Alchemist
Enchanter
class.
was
Yeah,
the other one.
Enchanter.
It was the Alchemist class because they dealt with items and they boosted items when you used them. They were annoying in the DLC to fight against, but by the time I got them, I had nothing left of the game to play.
Yeah, see, that's why I was saving my paralog so that I would have something to play around with them in.
That's a good idea. I might do the DLC in my maddening run so I can get access to the classes that way, because I feel like the Enchanter, like having the ability to like reflect damage and stuff, is going to be insane for cheesing maddening.
Yeah, probably. But the Cannoneer was good too because you get different types of cannonballs. There were like magic ones, I think physical ones with greater range, and ones that inflicted status effects. Now, of course, they all cost a pretty penny. But it gave Fram some use. We got to take her off the bench and give her a niche. Because of that, and then her supports. You remember that one with Boucheron where Boucheron was crying over the book?
Crying over the book. She's really sweet. She's like, I don't want to learn about war anymore because it's all horrible and everything.
It kind of makes you like
kind of like teaching her like, well, no, there's good that comes, from the bad sometimes.
It makes you want to learn more about her, but she's so obsessed with the divine dragon. Otherwise, it's like, okay, but can we learn about you? All right, well, because of that,
So friendo tier
for sure.
Yeah.
She probably might want something more, but I'm sorry. You have to like give me your driver's license because at the moment I don't trust you. But easy friend tier for sure. Now the next lady on the list, however, may rival Chloe in terms of the realm of Bazongers. We have Gold Mary.
Gold Mary is awesome. I loved using her. I think she has the highest defense growth in the game. I left her at the heroes class that she came in, and like by the end of the game, she was taking no damage from physical attacks. She was shrugging off stuff.
I believe I
And she
left
hit
her
pretty
in
hard,
Hero
too.
2.
Yeah, hero was sword and spears, right?
Yeah. I can't remember. That's the same class. Well, the same weapon spread as Diamant, isn't it?
Yeah, but Diamant,
He's got like
no,
a different role.
Axes. He gets axes though too, doesn't he?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Because I feel like because swords are their primary units. I think I was alternating between having it was like Gold Mary I would use on some maps, and other maps Diamant, some maps Kagetsu, who's fucking
and then
crazy with his critical hits.
Kagetsu was really cool. Yeah, I used Gold Mary a lot. Her defense growth is 55%, yeah, and then 65% HP growth. She was a natural born tank.
She's a natural born woman too. Very bold, very vain. Always sees herself as the top of the food chain there. Ah yes. How
Isn't she from the supports? Isn't she like a very like trad wife kind of thing, where she wants to like do the laundry and clean and cook and stuff?
Yeah. And she's very smug about the way she goes about everything. Like, oh, how fortunate is it for you to be blessed with my appearance here?
I am blessed to have you here, Gold Mary.
I remember her support with, what was it? I believe Boucheron? She had a nice support with Boucheron. Or it is kind of like that trad relationship. And then, I think for weapons, I gave her... I took Lapis's, what was it? The sword that smashes, the Iron Blade, and I gave it to her. And I think for a while she was my smasher. So I can say that Gold Mary was smashing units throughout the game.
I didn't use the smash weapons a whole lot. I felt like attacking last was too big of a disability, but I left her as hero because the hero class gives you, I think you attack twice on the chain attacks.
I believe so.
And then I gave her, is it Lucina that can chain attack as far? You don't have to be adjacent, but you can chain attack for up to your movement away.
Anyway, I think when it came to characters like her, I gave her Erica or Lucina. Tends to be for like sword units. I would just easy. Okay, you get Erica, you get Lucina.
I think I gave her Lucina.
Oh, you know what, Roy? I remember giving her Roy because Roy's got that. Here's an extra 5 levels.
Yeah, Roy was on Kagetsu like my whole playthrough.
I tried to switch him around a bit. There were some recommended emblems, recommendations that I saw, like give Micaiah to Saline, give Lucina to Yunaka, and she'll just dodge all the time.
You didn't do Corrin and Yunaka?
Well, that was for before I recruited Yunaka. Before I recruited Corrin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or early on, I would just give Lucina to Yunaka.
God, I can't remember any of Gold Mary's supports though.
I'm actually trying to remember. I know she comes on to Alir, and then she has obviously everyone. But look, some come on to them a little bit more than others.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember too.
I like her design. She was pretty nice, and I used her through the end of the game because her stats are insane for what I needed her to do.
And she didn't meet the bench like Boucheron. I would say.
And like so many of the enemy units are male, and her disarming Psy ability to take 20 hit away from them. Like she's already got crazy high defense. So then it was, now she's hitting their avoidance stat too. So now it's like, oh, she can dodge against men, and if not, well, she's got this huge defense stat.
And Louis and Chloe had similar kind of skills, didn't they? I think Chloe's was with a male and female unit, and Louis was with 2 females.
Yep.
Imagine you stacking all of those, like get them all close together, and you just have like the perfect enemy layout, and all of them activate.
Oh, I'm scrolling through the supports for like a brain blast, and yeah, I only remember her and Yunaka because I used both of them through my whole playthrough, and it was C support is Gold Mary doing the laundry, and Yunaka's like, yeah, no, thank you. And then B support is,
I'm a
here I
trad
am
wife
doing
doesn't do the
doing
laundry.
the dishes, and then Yunaka's like, yeah, I'm not doing dishes, you know. But then like, hey, here's my horrible childhood, and here's why I hate chores. Yeah. And then they reconcile in the A support.
All right, Coggers, I see it. Coggers says Dorothea better be S tier. Well, Dorothea's not in this game. I don't think she's even I don't think she's even a bond ring unit. But thank you, Coggers.
No.
I do see you, and hello to everybody else in the chat. You have to understand, this is a discussion between two upper-class privileged gentlemen, and we cannot look down upon thee in the chat there. The peasants in the box on the right there.
Don't forget your whole bad luck streak with the enemies getting crits. When was that? I don't remember. What's up, Blazing Frost? I'm here to lay low the heretics and raise my magic dragon Ara milk chocolate mommy to her rightful place.
Look, we're gonna get to Celestia. I believe they're talking about Celestia.
No, they are definitely talking about Celestia. There's no other Ara chocolate milk mommy dragon waifu.
Cogger says, Dorothea is the best girl. She has a small hat, making her better than the rest. The small hat was the very first step that paved the way to this game going all the way with the drip on the characters' casual outfits. They were just trying to see if anyone would get upset about Dorothea's hat in the last game. And they saw the coast was clear, so they decided to go whole hog.
Hang on, I gotta look at. I don't remember Gold Mary's outfit. Oh, she wore that little dress.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Trying to look dainty and trad as she says she's gonna refuse to do the laundry.
No, Yunaka refused to do the laundry. Gold Mary did the laundry.
Oh.
And she took pride in doing the laundry.
Oh shit, I love her again. Easy waifu tier. Can't even front.
Oh yeah, I put her on the waifu tier. She carried me. She was like my spear version of Diamant.
A good unit. I think I gave her more. She was more using swords than lances for me, but I did make sure to give her javelins and then later spears when I unlocked them.
I think I gave her the horsebane spear and then a regular throwing spear, the javelin, because it had higher accuracy. And I was using her as the support role, so like I would use her to go in first, break someone, and then have someone else come in and attack. And then of course, since she had attacked and broken someone, she was in range to do a backup attack and attack twice because she was a hero.
I love chain attacks for that. I hope they don't take them away.
You know, chain attacks were great because there's been some enemies in Maddening where I'm like, I can't actually kill you, and then I'm like, oh wait, if I chain attack them 6 times, the math works out, they die.
Anything is possible, and I think
anything is
Lucina's didn't Lucina's special attacks stack depending on how many people were around the enemy too?
You had it was all the people within range of the character using the Lucina attack. Yeah. It was all chain attacks too, so it was all just 1/10 of your health, 1/10 of your health, 1/10 of your health.
All right, well, moving on, we have, Hortensia. We actually talked about her earlier. Ah, yes, the little lady, Hortensia, Princess of Lucia, and sister to Ivy, but actually...
Little sister.
Little sister, but they don't have the same mother.
Nope.
Which I don't believe that's brought up during the main story. I think you have to go...
It is not brought up during the main story. It is brought up in every Hortensia support. And it made me go from, oh my god, Hortensia is obnoxious, and then it was like, oh, there's a whole reason behind why she
tries to go and get out of her way to get attention.
Oh, and oh my god, and then her supports with Ivy, like wanting to learn about her mom, and then like trying to be like her mom and trying to make her mom proud. I was like, oh my god, this character is so good.
Is why I appreciate the, I don't even know if you know, but there is a manga adaptation out. It's not in English yet, but it does have fan translations. And it does kind of go a little bit more into, in particular, the Hortensia and Ivy's relationship.
I've seen some of the pages from that manga, and some of the panels go hard AF, like, so good. Like, I can't wait till it gets translated.
Yeah, so they show you flashbacks. You get to see little Ivy and little Hortensia and their moms. They don't get along, but it's probably, you know, that's how it is in a court of consorts and all that. But yeah,
Well, yeah, that's what's revealed is that Hortensia's mom wasn't the queen, was a consort to the king. So so of course that means Ivy gets to take the throne. But like, Hortensia's like, oh, so my mom had to do these things because there were other people in the noble court who were trying to off her to take her spot. So she had to be friendly, but like guard herself at the same time. It was, I don't know. I like that about her.
it definitely explains why she acts the way that she does, and it's realistic too, which is another thing I appreciate. I think she got hit with the same thing as Saline, where it seems like on the surface, probably Hortensia even more so, just from her design too. You probably saw everyone crowing about how she looks like a clown. Yeah. But again, it all makes sense once you go the extra mile to read about her, and it feels like a lot of people either did not or just they saw the design and it was like a no for them. No, I'm never never
Is there a
deploying
water
her.
emblem? No water emblem here.
Sadly, no water emblems.
But her unique class, incredibly good. Oh my god. Having the personal ability where she could save staff charges based on her luck stat.
Yeah, that did come in handy for me sometimes.
Oh, it was like, oh, I can just give her a fortify and have her fortify when I have nothing else to do. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll heal the whole army, no problem. She had a decent magic stat. Ivy had the better magic stat, but her magic stat was good enough
Excuse me for a second.
Oh, her magic stat was good enough for increasing the range of the staves that cared about it, or making the healing of the staves matter. But the luck stat, it was like, oh wait, yeah, you thought you had one charge left of that silence? I saved you another silence. She was fantastic for that.
All right, sorry about that. But
oh, you're all right.
no, the staff stuff did come in handy for me. I used her as a healer when I wasn't using is it Saline that can also heal? And then whoever would have Micaiah when engaged could also heal. She was basically one of my main healers. I feel like I didn't get to use her enough though. Despite how much I like her and her supports, I didn't use her enough relative to some of the other healers that you get.
No, because the noble characters had unique classes, I used almost all nobles through my playthrough. And
I tried to too, but I think Hortensia kind of got like the shorter end of the stick.
Oh, I think you missed out because I think.
Oh, you know what it was too? Because of her
good.
class didn't allow her to use the strongest level of tomes. Like she was stuck with Hellfire and Thunder.
Yep. Yeah, she wouldn't get the Ragnarok or whatever the highest tier was, but on the flip side, she would get the higher tier staves, and she could refund the charges on them, which
I think that's a fair trade-off because you're not going to be using her to attack. If anything, you just give her the tome just to have be able to defend.
No, if I was using her to attack, it was I don't have to heal this turn, but she was very fragile, and being a flying unit meant like
I remember losing her a lot, particularly on that map where you have 6 bosses to deal with, which
Yep.
I can't believe they actually made you do like you're not even. I'm sure that's like the halfway point, but 6 bosses on a map, come on. I remember having to do that map twice because the first time I just got too cocky.
There's a couple DLC maps I used her in too where it was like, oh, she's just way too fragile. I need to bench her. Like it was just too dangerous to use her. I don't remember which emblem I gave her. It might have been Soren. It might have been.
I think once I got Camilla, I just affixed Camilla to her. I think I like the.
Camilla would have been good on her too.
Yeah, I like the. I just maybe I thought the combination was funny. Big booba purple-haired mommy with the little clown girl. That was a funny combination. She comes with Byleth too, which I thought that was a reference to Sothis. The yin and yang of giving Byleth to.
Oh, you know what? I used Byleth with her a lot because Byleth gives a lot of luck, and I was like all in on trying to maximize my staff charges with her.
Never mind the extra free turn.
I remember engaging her, and I had her use the goddess dance. So I think I had her on Byleth through most of my playthrough, just to hear her go, "Now here's something to believe in."
What was that?
That was her doing the goddess dance when she was Byleth.
That's quite an impression.
Says the Byleth line.
Here's something to believe in.
I'm sorry. I didn't put.
No,
effort
you should
into
go
it.
into voice acting. That was perfect.
Oh, thanks.
No, I
Hortensia was a great support character, and I liked her. And then I like her support conversations.
it's just a shame again. It's like it really feels like she got attacked. Yes, the fictional character was attacked, but she got a lot of the criticism just for design, just for that introductory cutscene with Rosato and Goldberry on the bridge.
Oh yeah.
It's like people didn't want to look past that and just kind of wrote her off. Like, oh, this is just an annoying, typical klutz clown character, lame, pass. And they just don't take that extra step to go and read what these characters are about. Once I understood her motives through the supports, I liked her, and we didn't even get into it, but her Veil support is really good too.
I don't remember the Veil support, which is weird because I did use both of them a lot. I will say though, like when she tries to steal she goes on her own to steal the emblems too at some point.
Yeah.
I then like kind of like justifies it as like, hey, look, I want to get my mom back, and this is the way that I thought I could do it, you know. So, but you have to go through the supports to learn why she cares about her mom so much. But you know, like I thought she was written well and actually had character growth through the story, even outside of the support conversations.
Well, her support with Veil, because you know what happened with Hyacinth and all that. It's kind of like the Yunaka and Citrine support, where she just goes outright and says, "Veil, I hate you. I don't like you," and it's kind of silly because it's the two of the younger characters, but they're actually being serious. You have like the serious music playing. You think you start a support like that, right? It's like, oh yeah, they're probably gonna just be instantly friends and be all cheery and happy. But no, it's actually one of those another case of total whiplash. They threw you for a loop. Yeah. But it makes sense. It's consistent with how she behaves. Of course, she's not gonna instantly, you know, admire this character just because there are a lot of cases like that in the game where you recruit a former bad guy who did bad things. Yeah. And their supports, you know, sometimes go over that. But eventually, by the end of the chain, they become friends and they get over it. But I really enjoyed that one. I think for me, I probably would not marry her, or else I'd probably be behind bars. But I really like her as a character.
Monkey. You think she's too young to marry?
I think she might be.
All right, I'm gonna move her out of waifu tier then.
What?
I thought she was great in game. I thought she had great supports with all the characters that I saw her engage with. Alchemist, they start off with kind of like hating each other.
Alchemist too, yeah. And
yeah, because she's like telling Alchemist off like, dude, you need to grow an effing spine.
Which is crazy coming from her.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, because it like highlights her own, because she's like that too, but she doesn't even realize it.
Yeah. It's projecting.
Yeah, pure projection.
But I thought it was great, and then like all her conversations with Ivy.
It wasn't necessary talking down that he needed to like just grow a pair already. But it's just like of all the people to deliver that message, you know.
Yeah. Then she has actual character growth through the story of like, no, I need to help this guy to recover my mom. Okay, that didn't work out. I'm going to do it on my own. Okay, this guy's actually lying to me. You brought me over to the good side. Now I want to make up for the stuff that I did in the past. Like, I thought she was a great character story-wise.
Actually having drive and ambition, going out of her own way, doing stuff like outside of both the enemies, because and outside of Alir too. So she's kind of like going her own way for a little bit before Zephyr steps in.
Outside of Veil, I think she has the strongest story,
which is surprising. I really hadn't even considered it before we started like talking about her, but thinking about it, yeah, honestly, yeah.
But I guess, you know, she's too young and I don't want the FBI raiding me, so all right, she stays.
She would be a good friend. You know, I think she was cute with Clown. She had a support with Clown that was, so maybe they can grow up and we can see him off and he can be like the king of Illusia or something. Hey, speaking of Illusia, we finally made our way to the one, the only. Ah, yes, Princess Ivy.
Oh God, yes.
Is that like an immediate true waifu for you?
I do not true waifu her, but she is like top tier waifu. Strong character gameplay, strong story, and she's hot as hell.
Agreed. She follows that in that same path to me as Daria and Camilla, where it's that the character that's like devoted to you the most, and in some cases a
True.
little bit kookily. But no, I really liked
Well,
Ivy.
yeah, she did it because she's like a rebellious teenager. She's like, oh, everyone else here worshiped the Fell Dragon, so I didn't want to be like everyone else, so I started worshiping the Divine Dragon secretly behind closed doors.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, take that, Dad. And it was like, oh, okay, cool. So that's why you love me right off the bat. But then,
Why do you
like-
have such a problem with me? The problem is, I love you.
Yeah. I don't know. Pink hair is my weakness, and she's got almost pink hair.
Oh, kind of like
She's
a
got-
purple hair.
She's got big assets. She has the leg slit in the dress. Her design is just-
What emblem did you give her? I remember giving her Lynn for some reason.
I gave her Lynn so that way she could get Speed Taker.
Yeah. 'Cause-
Basically, it was give everyone Lynn till they could get Speed Taker, and then I think I gave her Soren because I wanted her to just destroy everyone's resistance stat so she could just blow them the F up.
there weren't that many
She was
mage
so-
emblems in the base game. I don't recall. Like, yeah, I got Celica and Micaiah, kinda. So that's what,
Makai's too support though.
yeah, more support than magic. I'm pretty sure I also gave her Soren once I recruited him. And in the instant Crom and Robin, he's got the 11 sword. I think I tried her with Crom and Robin for a little bit, but Soren for sure I remember because Soren had that. What did Soren do? He had like a good ability.
Oh, Soren gave the assigned decoy.
Yeah. Assigned decoy,
And
which
then he
really
had
helped me
the-
out on those paralog maps.
Oh yeah, because it's just like, okay, Diamant's the decoy, go get him, you know. But yeah, assigned decoy is so strong because there's not many ways to manipulate the AI besides just like moving into range and hoping the AI attacks you. But assigned decoy would let Ivy be aggressive, get in there, and then say, attack Alir instead of me. So then it's like, oh, here's this fragile flying mage, but she's not going to get attacked because she told the AI to go after this guy instead. So she was totally safe.
Oh yeah, that explains. Yeah, that tells me why I gave Soren to her. Then I can't believe I didn't remember the assigned decoy. And then Lynn had that one that gave you 4 copies too, didn't she?
Oh, that one was really good too. Yeah,
I'm sure they all
Because
have 1 HP, but they all got high
they had-
avoid.
they had high avoid, and I had shorts of Veil using Lynn, and her decoys like critting and killing units.
Oh, I didn't give Lynn the veil.
Yeah, no, like I said, I gave Lynn got passed around the most probably because it was
She
like,
got passed
all right,
around, a woman of the night, if you will.
I know, but it was like, all right, you gotta learn to like Lynn until you get Speed Taker. All right, assign Speed Taker, and off you go, Lynn. Time to go to someone else.
I remember
I-
Lynn. Ivy was already pretty fast, so I think I just plugged her onto Ivy just to make her even faster, and just always get that double. But yeah, eventually I like passed Lynn around too, just saying, just because whoever I needed to use for the decoys, just
I saw they crashed Tetris. Oh, Pat isn't leaving. That's cool.
whoa, wasn't that big news
That's
a couple
good
days
news.
ago?
It was big news a couple days ago.
Oh, it was a complete lie. They were just trying to create drama, create clickbait and clicks.
Well, that justifies someone in my Discord who said that they were doing it just for the attention. So,
Hey, big ups to that person.
Sorry. What were you saying about Ivy or Lynn?
Oh no, just that I would give, because Ivy was already quick, and I think because Speed Taker, she gets even more speed, she keeps doubling, and then eventually I would swap her out for Soren. But yeah, those are who I would the emblems I would use her with.
High speed was also good defensively because that raised your avoidance too. So
Yeah.
it wasn't just, oh, it gives me speed was probably the best stat in Fire Emblem because it increases my avoidance, so it makes me hard to hit, and then it increases my chance to double you. So like it's good offensively and defensively. But yeah, she was great with Lynn.
Well, far as
Just for Speed Taker and Alacrity though, like the Lynn's engage attack used your physical stats, so it wasn't as good on her.
wonder why they renamed the Alacrity. Didn't it used to be called Desperation?
Desperation is something else, I think.
Oh, maybe I'm
At least
misremembering.
it's Alacrity in Fire Emblem Heroes. So when they called it Alacrity, I was like, oh, okay, yep, that makes sense. You know, I knew immediately what it was.
Yeah. All right. Well, Yeah, she's insta waifu. As far as her supports go, we already talked about our ones with Hortensia, and we brought up her ones with Diamant. Definitely the biggest miss as far as paired endings go, and then her ones with the Lear too. I'm trying to recall.
I had one with her and Panette, which was hilarious because Panette is like very goth and very abnormal. Like she likes bugs and stuff.
It's just very odd.
She's a very odd character, but there's a hilarious one where Panette says, "Hey Ivy, let's go to a haunted ruin together." And Ivy was like, "I don't believe in ghosts." But by the end of that support, she was believing in ghosts. It was absolutely freaked out. And then Panette was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't have taken you there if I knew you were going to be a scaredy cat."
Yeah, typical. Oh, I'm not afraid of no ghosts. Then you take him to the haunted mansion or some shit.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, you said that she wasn't true waifu. I'm assuming that's then because you didn't marry her in your playthrough.
If she was up there, she would have been my third pick.
Third pick? There's of the characters remaining, there are 2 above Ivy for you. That's surprising.
Oh yeah.
Okay, maybe we'll stumble across them then. Okay.
I mean, I'll put her in true waifu. If I played the game again, I would probably marry her.
I think for me, because
the only. You know what? One of the other reasons why I didn't marry her is because I wanted her to marry Diamant. And there wasn't any paired ending.
That's fair. That's fair. Because you can give her a happy ending, but so too can he. Or he would have been able to if the devs
I think he would have been a better ending
idiots.
if there's. I think Diamant would have been better for her than me.
Yeah. I think for me, I'll put her because I didn't marry her, but I think because I had my chat decide. I'm pretty sure she was on the poll, so I at least recognized at the time of me choosing a wife that she was on that level. For me, I'll put her on true waifu.
Okay, true waifu.
We'll move it
she was
on.
top 3 for me for sure.
We got Lapis. For me, as far as her as a character goes, it was I liked her. But I couldn't ignore the fact that she had the most obvious crush on Alchemist. It was kind of like she's no matter what, she's gonna be thinking of Alchemist.
Okay, so you can't marry her that way. I don't think I used her after getting her.
Honestly, no, because as soon as you get like Diamant right after, you get Kagetsu.
Yeah.
It's kind of like of all the units that kind of fall by the wayside. As soon as you get them, she gets hit the worst.
Yeah.
You see, I got Golem in my chat as well. I benched Lapis after my first map with her. I carried her eventually. I brought her back, but yeah, I kind of got hit with that same kind of well, you give me Diamant practically right afterward. She's kind of just there to introduce the smash weapons.
Yep. And she's and it's so bad for me to say because like she's got pink hair. Her design is amazing. She's definitely cute.
It's very down to earth, very humble.
Very
she does crafty.
Not in that she's sneaky, but like she assembles crafts and stuff.
Yeah, she's good with she's good with her hands. But very like the girl next door, basically. Like you don't want to hate her, but it's like with we were talking about Etsy, where the gameplay goes against her. I think for me,
her personal ability is pretty good. If she's next to an ally, she gets hit in avoidance at the cost of crit.
Yeah, but we're never gonna use it because you're never gonna deploy her.
I'm probably gonna deploy her in Maddening. I think she's like stats-wise considered one of the strongest units, but like. She's such, I guess, wallflower is the word, where you just pass over her so much that she doesn't stand out despite having red armor and pink hair. It's just like,
It's like how the other characters are all kind of more bombastic by comparison, and then you have this normal, just regular girl. I guess they thought, okay, having her just be a normal, regular girl with a couple of quirks, that'll be enough. She'll stand out by how normal she is relative to everybody else. But for me, unfortunately, stacked with the gameplay, I felt it sucks because I feel like I wanted to like her more. Like as much as I liked Etier and I wanted to make Etier work, I feel like I should have liked Lapis as much as I liked Etier because it's kind of they got the same things going against them with the gameplay and whatnot.
Shoot, I just lost what I was gonna say. Dang it! Oh my god, brain fart. Oh, I remember. Okay, so like I was excited to get her because it was like, oh my god, because we were talking about the break system. Like the only sword user you have is Alir up until that point in the game. So I was like, yes, another sword user finally. I then was like, oh, also here's Diamant. I was like, well, I don't need 3 sword users.
And then not too far after that, you get Kagetsu.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like,
and you can say, oh, Kagetsu's got a different niche than Diamant. That saves Diamant, but like, where does that leave Lapis in the fucking pits?
Poor Lapis. Yeah.
Yeah, because of that, and again, if paired endings existed, I would have gave Lapis to Akris. I would have made her dreams come true.
You know, we were talking about how busted speed is. I think she has the highest speed growth in the game.
Again, you're not gonna get to make any use out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't even get to her support with Citrine. That's where you learn that she's not a noble and that she's in fact a country bumpkin. She lied about her application.
Noble upbringing?
Yeah, her noble upbringing.
Oh. Never mind. She is a little crafty. She is a little underhanded.
Exactly.
Little
She's a little bumpkin. She comes from a tater farm, farming potatoes. It kind of just goes right back and adds to her like that girl next door mentality. And of course, we can't ignore her eating weeds. I actually can't. I know that scores points with you, but you know, I'm not eating weeds. If I was to go on a date with her, I would not be eating grass. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I put her in mid.
Oh, you actually put her in mid.
About her. I don't know enough about her to even like consider her a friend. I'm only saying mid because she's just such an unknown to me because I didn't use her, so I didn't see any of these supports to like see what she's about. I didn't use her in the gameplay, so it's not like her gameplay's carrying her for me. The only thing that's carrying her for me is like pink hair. That's
such a strong justification. I was going for a friend, but you actually made a good case there. I almost think I agree with you because it is kind of like that.
Everyone else we put in friend, we know something about, or they do something, or they stand out, you know, like she has nothing.
I see what you mean. No, yeah, I agree. Can go in mid. It's a shame too, because again, it's a character you want to like, and they look like they got everything going for them. Yep. But it just doesn't pan out in the end. Speaking of characters who's
a rare miss.
Yeah. Speaking of characters who things don't pan out for them, we have Queen Lumera.
I have literally no clue where to put her on this because you don't. She's not a character that you can get any supports with. All of her backstory is blurted out to you in the beginning, right before she dies.
Yeah.
But like your character at that point has amnesia, so there's like no attachment to her whatsoever.
Yeah, it's more kind of confused about her.
You fight her again. It's kind of the same stuff all over.
You have that brief moment when they go back in time, and it's like evil Alir with the Lumera, and they have that small little moment that kind of explains the death scene, the nightmare you see of Red Alir dying earlier in the game. But I feel like we didn't get enough of that, and it's kind of like the only thing she has supporting her is her looks, because she dies so early on. No support.
And she's the reason why like the worst plot hole in the whole game exists. Oh my god. All right, here's my turn to get on my soapbox.
Okay.
All right, climbing up here. Holy cow, how stupid is it that you have this thing called the Somniel, a floating impenetrable fortress that only the Divine Dragon can access, and has a special vault where you could store all the emblem rings and the DLC bracelets and all of that. But instead of keeping all of the rings there safe and sound and away from everyone else, let me give them away to the other nations and keep the other half in a castle on the ground level that can be attacked. Like, what was she thinking to store the, like, you have these magical Dragon Balls that give this special wish to someone who can collect all 12 of them, and you made it easier for people to go collect all 12 of them instead of, oh, you know what, I'm gonna keep a monopoly on them and keep them all in my secret floating island fortress that only I can access.
Well, I think her reasoning was that if they were all to be kept in one place, then in one heist, one fell swoop, like what happened in chapter 3, they could have made off with all of the rings. So the thing was to like spread the wealth and then use that, and then also use that to strengthen political relationships with the other kingdoms.
But the Somniel, at least it's explained by Vander in the very beginning of the game, is completely impenetrable and inaccessible by anyone other than the Divine Dragon. Only the Divine Dragon can get there. So you had this perfect base that floats and flies around even, you know, so it's not just like a static castle that can get attacked like Castle Lethos gets attacked in Chapter 3. You don't have that. You could have kept all the rings there. I know you do make a point. The politic, it's the biggest plot hole of the game, in my opinion. If she kept the rings in the Somniel, or even half the rings in the Somniel, you wouldn't have an issue. But because half the rings were in Castle Lethos and the other half were given out, well, now we have an issue because now the bad guys can go and collect them, and by golly gee, they got half of them already. Ugh.
Hey, they took it. Look, you get 6, then you lose 6 of them, then you get 6 again that are different rings than the first 6, and then you get the other 6. It all kind of works out in the end.
Ugh.
Rumble says in my chat, they're not going to advertise that you can break in, dude. It's not like she was saying, hey, I have all the rings here in my impenetrable fortress. I dare you to come take them.
No, she wouldn't advertise that they were in the Somniel. She doesn't have to. She doesn't even have to say they exist. She's 1,000 years old. She can completely hide their existence from the other nations or anything. Now, I understand, you know, from the war that happened 1,000 years ago, she gave away the rings to the other nations, probably to broker peace deals and all this stuff, but that just created problems 1,000 years down the line, instead of her just going, you know what? I'm gonna keep a monopoly on the Dragon Balls and hide them in the magical fortress, and then 1,000 years later, the only other person who could know about them would be Sombron.
And it's not, And
what's he gonna do? If he kills Lumera, that's the last Divine Dragon alive, he can't get into the Somniel. Now they're locked away forever and he can't use them.
Oh, good point. What was Sombron thinking? We all knew, says Golem, we all knew Mama Dragon was dying as soon as we met her. Yeah, she reminded me of Mikoto from Fates, which I like to a T. That's why it's like the first kind of point where I was like, huh, this is exactly kind of the same story beat from Fates, isn't it? But yeah,
you just eat them and store them in her inner dragon pouch. I forget your person in chat does bring up. I forgot that she's like slowly dying because she gave too much of her energy to Alir.
Oh, but that part I didn't know. Well, maybe I forgot about it. I didn't remember that part either.
Well, she was losing her energy. That's why she couldn't something or other in the very beginning. I have to play through the game again. But still, it still stands. Like Alir's there, kept on the Somniel for 1,000 years to heal and become the mixed dragon that he is. You could have left all 12 of the emblem rings to him and write him a letter. So if she dies before he wakes up, reads the letter and says, "Hi, Alir, you are now a divine dragon. Kept on this island are 12 rings that can grant you a wish. Don't let them fall into the wrong hands. Love, Lumera." Bam.
No, why do that? We can just have him wake up with amnesia to like set the mysterious tone of the game. Whoa, what is all this?
Amnesia, go see mom. Mom dies, and then the rings are stolen. Good luck.
Well, you make a good point with the. So we're bringing up brokering peace deals, and then we were just talking about Queen Ev. So I said that she brokered a peace deal between Brody and Elucia. It's actually between Brody and Psalm. But she was able to broker a peace deal without using any rings. Yeah. So actually, would it have been possible for Lumera to kind of do the same thing without giving the rings out like that?
Probably.
And yet she decided to bring the rings anyway instead of keeping them up there in the Somniel. Interesting.
Like I said, she's like, if she wasn't stupid, nothing bad would have happened. The whole plot of the game hinges on Lumera being stupid.
And guess what? Rings. She was pretty stupid.
I'm sorry to say.
She's very nice and motherly, and everybody loves her. Like, come on! I think that that doesn't make up for it. And then when she comes back, and she has a good conversation with Vale. If you attack her with Vale in that chapter, but then you kill her again. The power of anime friendship. She briefly comes back to thank you for everything you've done, and then finally
I gotta
dies.
Say, how badass of it was Vale to be like, I don't want you to fight what we're up against. And like she sneaks off on her own and like locks the door and everything. And it's because she knew that it was Lumera, and she's like, I don't want Alir to fight his mom.
I didn't see that coming when she did that.
No. I was blown away with like the initiative from Vale, and for her to recognize like, this will probably scar him for the rest of his life, and he's a dragon, so he's gonna live a long time. I better go kill Lumera myself.
And she's going in to finish the job, huh?
Yeah.
Actually, she was the one who did, she had a hand in the her first murder.
She did kill her the first time. That's right.
Man, you gave me a lot to think about with her. I thought she'd be like an easy meme kind of mommy booba vote, but actually, yeah, you're right. She's this is kind of her fault. What the hell?
Yeah.
You can't
just like Edelgard. It's all her fault.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now you're bringing this to a whole different ballpark.
Okay, all right. I won't bring Edelgard into it, but it is all Lumera's fault. She did everything wrong. She did nothing correct.
Well, you can't marry her, so
Nope.
only got her looks going for her, but you can't marry her. She detracts from the story, like intrinsically, as you say, because you just no going around it. It's her fault that the rings got spread out around when they didn't even really have to be. Even to negotiate peace deals, Abe was able to get around she was able to get around doing that.
Yep.
So, where does that rank her for you?
Mid would be generous.
Yeah, I feel like trash is because she did love Alir very. She went out of her way to give him her life force.
Her being stupid is a feature.
I think
true.
mid is fair.
She was a divine dragon, and she did embody the whole I love everyone. Everyone has a second chance. I can redeem people. She had that going for her.
I didn't think it was possible to turn a fell dragon into a divine dragon, so I didn't really understand how like the process behind her doing that. And I think when that reveal is made, but okay, yeah, thank you for your divine miracle, lady. I guess I'm the divine dragon now.
You're both dragons. That's why you have red and blue hair and red and blue eyes.
I thought it was because of the Pepsi.
Nope.
All right, well, I agree, because I don't have it in my heart to place her in trash. But she can join
she's too
Lapis and
nice
Mid
to
there.
put her in trash, but everything is her fault.
I think that's a very succinct cap on her contributions to the plot. Well, next coming up, we got Madeline, who is the alternate version of Marnie, DLC recruit, and the first one we're going to talk about on the list here. She is essentially Marnie gameplay wise, but now you get to control her.
Yep.
She comes with that magic axe, doesn't she?
I think she does. I liked her design a lot. Even Marnie's design, even though she's a villain who does redeem herself in the end, I think. Her being an armored knight and having the giant bow and part of her shield design, I thought was hilariously great.
Yeah, she's got that giant shield to her. And what was her personal? Bow initiates combat unit is adjacent to ally. Unit takes 2 less damage. I think I got some use out of that.
I was I only used her in the DLC. I didn't use her in anything out of it.
Yeah, but I was able to use them because I had a couple of paralogs afterward. But I liked her supports were. Do you remember? Because in the DLC, it's kind of like hinted that she has a crush on the alternate Mauvier.
Yep.
And then
I like Madeline a lot because she embodied a lot more of the knightly ideals
that Marnie kind of wanted to aspire to, but didn't really. She ended up being more bratty.
Yeah, you take the brattiness and throw it out, and then you get Madeline.
He's like the ideal Marnie there.
Yeah, she was way more heroic and idealistic and stuff. So like, traits for being a good guy, the opposite of Marnie. So it I thought it was nice. I thought she was cool.
Yeah, well then you probably didn't do her supports then. She has one with your Mauvier, where it's like she's seeing a ghost again. So she gets kind of choked up. Because the thing with Movier is that his alternate version didn't have a different name and didn't look different at all. So it strikes her even harder than it.
How weird is that though? That Mavier across dimensions is the same person.
Maybe he's just that powerful.
Yeah, he is.
His ideals are just that strong. Like even in an alternate universe where everyone acts like the opposite of how they usually act, he's still the same guy.
Such a cool character.
But she really gets choked up over him, and I thought it was a sweet support. There's no confessions or romance because no paired endings allowed, but they do become friends. She also has one with Vale where, of course, you might remember Marnie sacrifices herself for Vale to crack open her helmet and
yeah, because she doesn't she hear Mavier explain his devotion to Vale, and so that kind of like moves her a little bit to be like, oh,
she considers both Movier's devotion to Vale and the Divine Dragon, and it kind of compares that to what she's getting with Zephia. And by that point, Zephia is kind of like off the deep end, so she decides to like toss her axe, or no, she actually jumps at Vale. Yeah, she fucking jumps at Vale, which I'm surprised. Vale even surprised she survived, but the axe cracks open the helmet. The Vale is saved, but then Marnie gets killed, and then you get that scene of Movier holding her and yelling out.
Yep.
I think for gameplay wise, emblems, once I started using her in the main game, we're gonna get to Jade eventually. But I gave her Sigurd to increase her movement because she was by far the best tank in the game.
Yeah, I was pulling up her stats. 75% HP growth, 55% defense growth, 50% strength growth.
Yeah, Casper, eventually we'll wheel Jade on. Not that Jade. We're talking about a different Jade. That Jade has that Jade has a Y in their name. It time Jade, and it not time Jade yet.
It not Jade time.
Okay, and then where are other supports?
I don't know enough about her, so I didn't use her at all.
Not even in the DLC?
I mean, I used her in the DLC because I think you were forced to field her, but beyond that, no. So I don't know what her supports are.
I think the two I listed were the best ones. For Gregory and Celestia, it's more like them going off of them kind of like going down memory lane and trying to adjust to the reality they now live in, because it is messed up just thinking about that. It's pure existential crisis to like realize that thousands of other worlds exist out there, and by the way, yours sucks, and we're just gonna kind of because there's no one left in your own world, it's kind of just over for you. We're gonna kidnap you and we're gonna jump world lines.
It'd probably feel like dying and going to heaven, to like go from a world where there's no humans to a world where, hey, not everyone's a zombie. How does that feel? Oh, hey,
it's
look,
like Greek mythology, that meadow, the golden meadows and shit. Like, holy shit, I have a second chance. It's not all over. That DLC, how they paint Elios in the DLC is like peak despair. Like there's no one left, and you eventually find out everyone's just like slop goo zombies. Like they were fake the whole time.
Yeah, they were corrupted the whole time.
Yeah, which it makes it kind of takes away. We're gonna get to Nell, but it takes away her actions earlier on in those chapters. Particularly, I think the chapter with Alfred. And the chapter with Diamant, particularly the ending to the Diamant chapter of the DLC, threw me for a loop because I had seen
but I agree. I fell for the same.
I fell for it too.
And once it's explained, it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember seeing the trailers when the DLC was being released, and I thought what was gonna happen was that Chris, because now he's like his alternate self is like he's not a pussy anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought he was gonna kill Diamant and then like take over or something. It really feels like it's set up for that. I was like expecting him to turn like just kill him for being a coward, and then he's like the main boss or something. Maybe.
I was also not expecting Saline to be so bloodthirsty either.
Yeah, same for Alfred, and shoot, they were all kind of messed up in the head. And the like mini reveal with Fogato too, having been there from the beginning, messing with you. and then he comes back later
as the
as the hooded character.
mercenary?
Yeah. Shoot, we're going off track. But I do like Madeline. If you do ever go back to it, you should use her, and you should read her supports, because she really is just like that improved Marnie, who lives up to that knightly code that she was probably aspiring to, but because of her upbringing and being looked after by Zephyr, it just didn't turn out that way. But for me, because of that, I do respect Madeline. That's an easy friend here for me.
Okay. So now, all that being said, what do we think about Marnie, the bratty version?
It's hard because everything we just said about Madeline does not apply to her. But
No.
it's not to say that she doesn't hold those ideals, she just doesn't live up to them.
Well, I think it gets suppressed a little because she's so much after Zephyr's praise.
Yeah, she has to. She
That she
feels like
kinda
she
gets
has
corrupted.
to work to impress her.
Yeah.
I would say
But
she
I
does
do
have
like
that sacrifice too at the end. You gotta consider she does change her ways.
she does change her ways. I think you see that character growth too, where like she's like questioning her ideals, especially relating to
over time during the middle of the story. I think there were scenes where when the four hounds are traveling on the boat, and you get a few scenes of her musing to herself about whether she's doing the right thing or not.
Yep. Well, I think it also I think she starts shifting the other way when Mavir has his whole. He stands up to Celestia, or is it
Zephyr.
Celestia? Zephyr.
Yeah.
Or Zephyr's like, hey, we serve the Fell Dragon, and he's like, no, I serve Lady Vale. Get it right. And she's like, I'll punish you for your insubordinates. And he's like, I don't give a damn. And then Marty from that kind of goes, hang on a second. Are we the baddies?
What?
I mean, yeah, I am working for someone called the Fell Dragon, but am I working for the bad guys? Yeah. I think she starts to feel for Vale after seeing Mavir's dedication to Vale.
Yeah, initially, she doesn't like the nice Vale. She calls her the boring one. She has more fun with the corrupted Vale. But then, like we're saying, she eventually turns around. Sadly, just like Lumera, she does not survive to the end.
Rip.
Now, what would that put her for you?
Sorry, new game plus based on a karma system. Bad people go underworld, good people go to the gardens. Actually, you know what? Yeah, probably. I think Marnie would be an annoying friend because of the brattiness. I think she'd be very
I don't think her
demanding.
Her initial personality isn't enough for me to like drag her all the way down to mid, because she does eventually absolve herself, and she goes and does the right thing.
Yeah, but that's after what, like 21 chapters of her being a little.
Well, after you like defeat her like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, and she's like, "That's not fair. Why am I losing?"
Hey, that shows her resilience, you know. Most bosses go down in one kill.
Annoying.
Okay, well, big ups to Marnie. Moving on now to Marin, the cool and cute wolf tamer.
I thought Marin was a cool character. I liked her. I mean, she's obsessed with the main character like everyone else, but from a, I guess like a zoologist point of view, where she's like, hey, I've never met a dragon before. I want to learn all about it, what dragons are like. I was like, okay, that's different, but still weird.
Yeah, it's not purely because they're a divine dragon, but more because they are a dragon.
Yeah.
A golem in my chat says Marin is carried by her voice actor, TBH, who is Christina V. Now, I have to say, too, I did like her voice acting. I didn't have a problem with any of the voices in the game at all. I know some people were like, Anna is too nasally or something, but no, the whole cast was pretty okay by me.
I don't think there's any voice that didn't fit anyone. I think it was perfect all the way around. And yeah, you're right. Christina V is her VA, and Christina V is badass. Badass. She's voiced so many characters, so many iconic characters. So yeah,
you can't even begin to list them all. They typically have in the newer games a character that transforms, but besides the dragon, Awakening has the tag wool, and in Fates you get both the wolf skin and kitsune.
You also have the dragons. They attack too.
Wait, I was gonna say besides the dragons.
My bad, sorry.
Yeah, actually in Three Houses they kind of ditched that. and in this one, you do get dragons ... in DLC. To me, it kind of felt like Marin was making up for, like, she was taking that niche of the tag wool.
Being like the tag wool, yeah,
because she was speedy, and I think I stuck her with Erica because Erica was kind of, I forget what Erica did. Was she anti-cav?
Anti what?
Anti-cavalry.
Anti-cavalry. I thought Sigurd was anti-cavalry. I thought he gets the horse slayer as his.
Oh no,
weapon.
You're right. What did Erica get? I remember just always putting Eric on Marin. I think you may be right, and then you could switch Ephraim, and Ephraim would get more damage, and that was their gimmick.
Oh god, I did not use that emblem at all.
there were some emblems that I would just use as a straight buff. Like Roy comes to mind. Leaf was very weird. I never found a good unit to put Leaf on. I'm pretty sure I just slapped them on Diamant and maybe even.
Okay, Ring of the Azure Twins.
Maybe even Musharon before I benched
Lunar
him.
Brace. Okay, so when Erica is active, you deal extra damage. And when Ephraim is active, you heal. But Erica's damage boost is based off of the target's defense. So that's why I say she was anti-tank. And the Solar Brace heals them. It heals them for 30% of the damage dealt. Oh, okay. And then Erica has the rapier, so she's cav and armory effective.
Okay, so that's why I was thinking that. I was right yet again, obviously.
And then the sync skill, they can either take 3 less damage or deal 3 more damage. Oh, and they had... Oh, dodge isn't avoidance. Dodge is crit armor. They were also effective... They had a weapon that was effective on flying, and a weapon... Their level 15 weapon was effective against corrupted, and their engage attack was effective against corrupted.
I remember always using a twin strike with Marin. Maybe I just like the design, like because it gave Marin a good palette there. Far as
a cavalry unit using the twin strike would do a bonus 50% damage.
It would.
I'm reading the notes here. I didn't know that. I had to look this up.
Well, hey, this will help you.
I did not use the Azure Twins, and number 2, I did not use Marin.
This information will help you for the maddening playthrough. I liked how she was already promoted when you recruited her. Like, she comes in kind of late, but the trade-off is that you don't have to use a Master Seal on her.
Yep.
She mostly used daggers. I feel like she doubles, but I think her strength was an issue. You can make up for that. However,
her strength and magic were equal, and they were both 25% growth. So they were both. So she's like Saline, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm a mixed unit, but I'm not good at either.
Yeah, I think I made up for that by giving her Erica and then switching to Ephraim for a little bit more of damage. But later on, in the later maps, I was beginning to notice how she just wasn't keeping up damage-wise. Whereas in the beginning chapter, she can kind of hold her own for a minute. But strength-wise, she just falls off.
Well, according to the wiki, she has the second highest stat total of all the characters that join by that point in the game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but when I got her, like, don't you already have Zelkov at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have Zelkov and Yunaka, so it's like, oh, what am I gonna do with a third dagger unit?
Yeah, come on, they're on a wolf. They don't got wolves.
Yeah, but Zelkov and Yunaka have the covert battle style, and then Marin has the cavalry battle style, which, besides the extra movement, doesn't give you a whole lot else. So I didn't use her for that. I should have used her.
I did like her supports, though. Yet another case held back by gameplay, but I liked her personality.
She does the same thing with Vale that she does with Alir. Like, oh my god, a fell dragon. I want to learn all about
Vale's
you.
like completely confused. What? Don't you know I'm a fell dragon? Shouldn't you like fear me, right?
Nope.
No, I'm just you're just a dragon, so I'm just interested in you. What do you eat? And then shoot, we're gonna get to Vale, but she's obsessed with spicy food.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she is.
For supports I recall with Marin, I did like her support with what was it? Was one with the lady. It was with the lady. Give me a second.
Which lady?
Well, it wasn't Vale because I just brought her up. I think it was Citrine. Yeah. It was the support with Citrine, and it's another one where most of her supports open up with her being talking about cool, cute, and all that. And I think with Citrine, she kind of plays up who she is, kind of, and gives like a. Oh, hey, Fifona. But in the case of Citrine, Citrine believes like her embellishing, like Marin embellishing herself, and it gets kind of out of hand. And it goes all the way to the point of Citrine thinking that Marin's gonna hold a play or something with her, like her playing herself in the lead role.
Hey, have a good night, Vincent.
It's like a lie that gets out of hand. Well, see ya, Vincent. But yeah,
I remembered one other support when you mentioned Citrine. Marin and Yunaka.
Oh.
And this was really funny because I think I was using Yunaka in the arena, and she randomly paired against Marin, and then afterwards their support was enough where I could have their support conversation. So we go
I think I remember that. That's the one where they're sparring and
they're sparring, and Yunaka's like, "Why did you stop to pose like that?" And she's like, "Oh, well, I wanted to look cool and heroic." And Yunaka was like, "The battlefield is not for that kind of stuff. You're gonna get killed doing that." Like, Yunaka was like straight up no nonsense. Like, when we're fighting, you gotta be fighting. You can't be doing this. God, who would it remind me of from Awakening? One of the daughters. Anyway, who was all about like being a hero and brave and naming her special attacks and stuff. Like
the Chuny archetype.
The Chuny kind of stuff, yeah.
And she just kind of gives Yunaka giving her a reality check. You sometimes get outbursts like that from Yunaka, and you never see it coming. But it makes sense when you know about her other side.
That's why I love Yunaka.
Her persona. I like she tells Marin to kind of shape up or ship out, and then Marin like requests her to like be more cute and be more cool. Oh yeah, Cynthia, and Owain too from that same game.
Oh yeah, yeah,
motherfucking Owain.
Yeah, my sword arm itches.
My sword arm thirsts.
Yeah.
No, but
anyway,
Marin requests Yunaka to kind of change her attitude, and Yunaka like straight up tells her, no, I'm not gonna do that. What are you talking about?
I'm not gonna do that.
You moron.
I don't want to die doing a heroic pose on the battlefield.
It's again where the kind of goofiness of it, of the game and its characters, it gets that reality check.
Clash with the reality. Yeah.
Oh, I liked Marin. I'm held back by gameplay, but I'm like a sucker for Chunies.
I'm reading about her on the wiki, and I'm like, oh, I think I'm gonna have to use her when I get her in the maddening playthrough, because she makes female units standing next to each other have extra hit and extra avoidance. So I'm like, oh, that's going to be important.
Oh,
and then the fact that she joins with such a high base stat total is going to be very important.
Forgot about her personal.
Too. Yeah. Well, yeah, because she's in a team with Tamara and Panette, so it makes sense for her to have the girl power passive.
Can she not be? She needs to be with me. She doesn't need to be with these girls. What are you talking about? But yeah, the personal's already proccing as soon as you start with her. But for me, again, I can acknowledge that she falls off strength-wise, but I do like her personality. I like her supports, and I even like her voice actor too. And she's got a big old popper. How can you hate her? I think for me, waifu.
Oh, you put her at white? I was gonna say this all sounds like friend.
Really?
Yeah. But like again, I didn't use her. It sounds like you used her more than I do, so you probably grew more attached to her than I did.
Yeah, you'll have to use her more yourself then.
I'm probably gonna use her in my maddening playthrough once I get to that chapter.
You gotta make up for dissing her on the first go around. How dare you?
It's not my fault that I had Yunaka and I was immediately smitten by her.
Oh yeah,
I was like, I don't need another dagger unit.
falling for the Yunaka Kool-Aid. Don't worry, we'll get to her.
When we get to Yunaka, I'm gonna surprise you.
What?
Yeah.
All right, no spoilers then. Well, okay, big ups Marin, we love her, but oh wow, it's another NPC, just like the one we started
if
with.
Hortensia can't be waifu, then Marin can't be. No, I'm kidding.
Now wait a minute.
I'm kidding, because that's two completely different stories.
Yeah. There's like reasons. There's reasons that are.
Oh, here's another reason. Doesn't I've seen Marin paired with a lot of the other ladies, so I get. Do you get that she might play for the other team vibes from her?
It makes sense with her personal skill and how she's introduced. I didn't really get those vibes because she does have supports. She has supports with dudes.
I mean, I know.
No,
there's no
I get it
endings.
because she has a support with Amber, and of course she got a support with you, and she's got a support with Bonet.
Oh, Lime says yes, unless you pair her with Amber. Interesting. You can't go full anime in an anime style game. True.
I could see her playing for both teams. That's about as I can't see. Maybe I'm coping and capping. I can't see her playing only for the ladies team.
All right, you can have her in waifu tier.
Fair enough.
I would only friend her unless I play through maddening and then I'm gonna come back and be like, all right, Dingus, you were right.
Yes, another dinger
We'll see.
W. We do have the next NPC boss here. We were talking about her battle earlier in the stream. We got a Mitan.
Is she from Anna's Paralog?
Exactly, the female bandit leader, which I thought was interesting because you don't really get that. Usually for a chapter with random bandits, it's always a dude.
Yeah, but it's also like a generic portrait body. Like, why did she
no
get
other.
a gold?
It's her model is actually unique, and she's named. No other enemy has her model.
What was her name again?
Mitan.
I'm just trying to find what she looks like. She had the shorts,
MITAN.
didn't she? Yeah, no, I have her.
Okay.
She's the first female enemy barbarian in the Fire Emblem series. There's a bit of
Wow.
trivia for you. Yeah.
Thank you, Derek. Anyway,
Wow, this wiki sucks. It only has her Japanese voice actress, doesn't have her English.
if you're looking at the fandom one, fandom's doing that whole shenanigans now. All the fandom wikis went down the tubes.
Oh, okay.
There is a different Fire Emblem wiki, FireEmblemWiki.org.
Oh, she does wear like the booty shorts and like the knee-high boots. Okay, all right. I see why she's got like a little bit of a following.
Yeah, too bad you kill her on that same map.
Yep, not recruitable.
I feel like if you could recruit her, like I would deploy her. I would be interested in learning more about her
She
story.
has a unique design going for her, at least.
Yeah, it's different. She's got like that's like tan to her. I could see her coming from Solm. And then is like trying to make a living out in like she goes across the continent, just somehow finds herself in Rhodia, then runs into Anna with her little clique of bandits.
Yeah.
And she had good scenes with Anna too. Their opening there.
Yep.
But sadly, she is a boss unit. There's only so much you can do with her. But I would put her above the Abim, which is funny because she appears twice, and we see even less of Mitan. But I think Mitan left a stronger impact for how
Blazing Frost waifu because she's a barbarian muscle mom.
exactly. We're
I
actually
would put
gonna
her all
put
the way
her.
in waifu, but I'll put her in mid.
Yeah, I'd settle for mid. Just to we're really daffing on a beam here. Okay, going back to DLC, we got Nell, the Nell lady, star of the DLC, and your first ever dragon unit that you have in your party. They made you
actual dragon
pay
unit.
for dragons. Yeah, sure, you got Tiki, but this is an actual legit dragon unit here.
I like Tiki way more than Nell.
Yeah, because Tiki's got that
And the
revival
Tiki
stone
dragon
blessing.
you turn into is really cool.
Whereas
With all the
the
feathers and stuff?
yeah, whereas the Nell one is kind of they were taking some design cues from Sombron, but I think
Well, that
Tiki's
makes sense. She's Sombron's daughter.
of course, but I do prefer Tiki's design. And I actually, while we're at it, I prefer the Awakening Dragon's designs. I don't know if you have Noe yet in that game, but
I beat that game.
oh, okay, you did. Okay,
Oh, I had Noe.
yeah, because the dragons in that game are kind of more like leafy sea dragons. I like that. It was a different interpretation of dragons.
Yeah.
But Nell herself, the thing is, so you would only have used her for the DLC. The weird,
Yep, so I wouldn't have seen any of the supports with her.
yeah. So she had different dragon stones to use for different situations. I think she had
Oh, really?
yeah, didn't she have a defensive one and then an offensive one, or was that not in the DLC? Or am I just remembering afterward?
She had two different abilities. You're right. She had like I think she was like Tiki, where she had like a regular attack and a smash attack, maybe.
Oh, I'm remember-
No, wasn't one attack one that ignored defense and resistance?
I think so. I'm pulling it up. Yeah,
That
the Fell
sounds more
Stone
correct.
and the Fell Magic Stone. Yeah, okay, she
Yeah.
did have two stones. The weird thing is, you'd think a dragon unit would be a little bit more beefy, but a consistent complaint with the DLC that I saw was that she's very paper thin, which is weird
She is.
because in most of the maps you're also defending Rafal.
Yeah, and he's sandbagging on purpose.
Whoa, out of nowhere in my stream chat, I have a raid from the one and only
Oh.
Praise That Soon. Oh, thank you, Praise That Soon.
Hey,
with the,
what's up, Praise this moon?
yeah, what's up, man? Thank you for the
I
positive
had to
rate for the
restart a
party
number of
too.
times because of Nell dying. Yeah, for sure. Nell sucks.
Yeah, so I'm not the only one, and all the stats are fixed in the DLC too. So no matter what, it's not like you can't exactly enter
can't
those
grind
maps
her.
and do any better.
Oh, you can't change the equipment either, so you can't give her a better spear or anything.
All of that, yep. You're
All you can do, I think, is affect what emblem you give her.
yeah. I do like the DLC kind of in that sense where it's more about because you can't bullshit it really just
Yeah, you have
because
to-
of
you have
that.
to be
You have-
strategic.
it's more like a puzzle in that sense, and I liked it. It reminded me of how Three Houses did its DLC, Cinder Shadows. It kind of that same way, where the stats were also fixed, so it was more around. There's less solutions to clearing a map. Sometimes even only one solution, only one practical solution, and it's more about finding your way, making it through the map and finding that solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different approach. Trying to get more into a puzzle.
I hated the story in the DLC, and I wasn't like super enthralled with the characters.
I kinda
but the
wasn't
map
either.
Design,
Yeah, but the map design was
in the
good.
DLC was top notch. I love the final one too.
The one with
a lot.
the falling areas of the Somniel.
Yeah, where it's like, get out of this area or you die. And then it made me realize, oh, so that's why everyone's dropping warp stabs.
I actually had
You know?
to, I had to counsel you for help on that. I was
Oh,
stuck.
yeah.
I think it was kind of a meme over here in my stream. 2 streams down the tubes is me trying to complete that 6th map.
Yeah, that was
were you able to beat it on hard?
I enjoyed it.
I think I
played
had
the game
to.
on hard. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I had to, just for that map, I had to downgrade it to normal, I'm pretty sure, in order to beat it. Because the way I played it, I didn't want to lose anybody. And even though I think they tell you beforehand that your losses won't count, like the deaths won't be permanent, it's more of a principle thing. I didn't want to lose anybody. But just for that map, I had to drop it to normal. Because it was like, no matter how I approached the map, I don't know what I was doing. I just I couldn't escape without one person getting killed.
I think on that map, I had to accept like 1 or 2 losses, but I think I didn't lose more than 3 people. And I don't know if I could have beaten the map if I lost more than 2. Because it was hard.
It gets particularly because they want you to go and defeat all the lords again. And you could go straight to Rafal, I believe, if you wanted to. But you're
Yep.
kind of like guided into going for the lords first. And they all got their... If you're...
That one map where you had to get Nell away from Rafal, I thought I was smart by giving her Celica. The map knows you'll do that and brings in loads of reinforcements.
Oh,
No.
man. Oh,
think I gave Nell
the
Tiki.
tomb map, yeah.
Yeah, the tomb map.
You're locked in Rafal. Ah, you're right.
Yep.
The maps were cool. I think for that
Yeah.
one, I cheesed it with Soren because you know how they placed those was it dragons outside? Something outside to attack Lear on top of also having to worry about Rafal. I forget if it was a dragon unit or some sort of ballista. But I did cheese it with Soren. I used Soren to attack from afar. And
it was actually, I think Alir's locked in a cell. Nell's attacking is stuck fighting Rafal, or unless
there
those
it
are two
is. There it
different
is.
maps.
Right. I was misremembering.
But Alir is getting pummeled by mage cannoneers.
There it is. Yeah,
Soren to kill the mage cannoneers.
Yeah, that's how I did it. Yeah, I'm remembering it now. So I had an easier time on that map, but once I got to the final boss, I had to like at least 3 tries and downgrade to normal. What I did learn though, there are a bunch of special weapons you get but only if you do that map on normal difficulty. They don't spawn if you do it on hard. And then of course whoever defeats the Lord can take that weapon and use it for themselves.
Yeah. It would have been nice if it was a little bit like the Three Houses DLC, where there was a little bit of continuity from map to map, but I don't think we got that. It's kind of like each chapter was a separate story, kind of a separate instance.
It's like a bite-sized version of the main game where you're going around the countries again, except this time you're killing the lords as you visit them.
Yep.
But since we're on the subject of Nell, again, when she killed Diamond and Alchrist, I got fucked up. I did not see that coming. And then she ends it by implying that she also murdered Alfred and sailing behind the scenes, which is doubly fucked up because that map ends with Alfred and sailing seemingly reformed and like kind of back to their normal selves. And then Nell kind of tells the leader, okay, yeah, you go on ahead. I'll be right back with you. And then it cuts off and you don't know what she did. She killed him.
And then Nell was like, oh, I need my space or whatever. And Alir's like, oh, why does she not like me? And then, it's like, oh, well, it's because you resemble the other divine dragon. But actually, she was using her grief as cover for going off and murdering everyone.
This fucking crazy lady. And they wanted Alfred and Saline wanted to go with you too. They wanted to join the party. It's like, no, actually, bye-bye, slice.
Nell's has a cool design, and I like her for being
I really like her cool design. It's like it evokes a little bit of Shamir for me. Shamir, like with a little bit of Daria.
You're right. Yep, there is a little bit of Shamir in there. But she's another one of those characters where it's either she's written to be stupid or they were trying to like write her to be really, really smart, and it comes across as going so far beyond it cycles back and she just looks stupid again.
The ending cutscene kills it.
Oh my god, that ending cutscene was so stupid because it was like
I was hypnotized with resent from Sombron the whole time, but also
she's also I knew you weren't my true brother the whole time and that you had killed him and taken his place.
I just wanted to LARP along and pretend like we were siblings, just like how you wanted to LARP along and pretend we were siblings.
Oh, and I know I won't make you sad ever again, kills herself. Like, what the hell?
Don't worry, we can rebuild her. We have the technology.
Yeah.
And the stuff with Rafal being like hypnotized with resentment from Sombron. And it's like in the middle of that scene, as they're trying to explain that to justify why he turns heel. Even Rafal is like, that's fucking bullshit. That doesn't explain my feelings of resentment and all that. Because he outright, it's like he's calling out the game's writing. That shouldn't justify anything. That's ridiculous. I'm obviously a bad person.
Yep.
But then in the end, they're like, oh no, we'll just put Nell to sleep for 1,000 years. And yeah, Lear, I guess if we're feeling like it, we'll cross over and join the party, I guess, whenever we so choose.
1,000 years happens in a blink of an eye, and we're here now. Like,
yeah, you go back to Somnio, and he's like, hello, Lear. Yes, it has been 1,000 years. I have not aged a bit because I am a dragon.
Ignore what we just went through. We're on your side now. Get back to the main game. Yeah.
And on top of that, the existential crisis of leaving behind the only world you ever knew. Never mind knowing that there are multiple worlds out there now. No, that doesn't fuck with them at all. That's okay. Nell and Rafal seem to adjust just fine.
Yeah, so I didn't get to use Nell, so I didn't see any of her supports. I don't know how good of a character she was in the game, in the DLC.
I thought she had a really nice support with Vale, because it's a shame that Vale doesn't get any time in the DLC, but they do have the story, the main campaign support to make up for that. She wants to be sisters with Nell, which makes sense because they're both daughters of Sombron. Yeah, but you know how Nell is very standoffish and all that. She tries to explain and like justify. We're not actually siblings because I'm from a different world. It's different Sombron. Da 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 da. They even talk about the possibility.
I wonder if Nell killed a Vale in her timeline.
I think that may have been brought up because Vale does talk about how there may have been a possibility of her existing in that world as well. You don't meet a Vale in that DLC, but Nell's just very standoffish, and it raises the question of, again, was there an alternate Vale, and her issues with like kind of like bonding with others, just like because you know she has issues because she was in love with the alternate Alir.
Yeah, and that Alir died.
And that alternate Alir happens to be the opposite gender of the Alir you picked. So I had the blue-haired female Alir.
Yep, me too. So it was like Nell and Alir were scissor sisters. Nell and Vale need to repopulate the dragon race. Now, hang on a second, Blazing Frost.
Look, we're gonna get to Vale, but
we'll get to Vale.
Yeah, look, me and him completed the game. We know a thing or two about Vale.
Yeah,
I'm looking through. I swear they do bring up the... So
how do you feel about Nell? Where do you want to rank her?
Look, I'll be honest, because I was able to use her past the DLC. I married her, so...
Oh, really?
She won the poll, so I did end up.
That surprises me.
It was by a couple of hairs there, though. It was either her or Goldmary, I believe. So it would be remiss of me to look at my actual bride and not put her in true waifu. And you know, she's a good character on top of that. Like the only downsides that for me, the ending cutscene of the DLC, the whole ending is just. It's regarded. I dislike it. It kills the rest of it.
That's why I was gonna put her in mid. I didn't know that she won your wife poll, but I was gonna put her in mid because it's like the whole DLC had just left me hating her.
Well, not only that she won the wife poll, but I did like her. I genuinely liked her little arc. It's just that the ending kind of kills it. I like the standoff kind of Kuder, the Kuder wife. It reminded me of Shamir there, of course. So the wives in the wife pool were ones that I was already interested in anyway. Otherwise, her gameplay, for being a dragon, it doesn't make sense for her to be so papery. A lot of guides I saw just outright suggested reclassing her and just like changing her class entirely, which sucks because again. She's the first proper dragon unit. I mean, you got Rafal too, sorta. He's hanging out over there as well. But other than that, you just got Tiki and that's it. It's like, no, I don't want to reclass her. It's like Etier again, or Lapis. I want to make them work. I want to make her work. I don't want to have to throw away this actually unique class that nobody else can get besides Rafal. So I was kind of like, it was like an uphill battle, but I did use her. And I did like her supports too. Again, it's mostly her adjusting to the new normal that is her existing in this world.
In a much nicer world than she came from. Yeah,
ditto. She had a silly one with Tamara where if I recall, it's about her. She doesn't eat, like she's not eating, and mistakes Tamara's baubles for berries. And she's always sleeping too. I think because she just woke up from that 1,000-year nap. Yeah, maybe you should give her a try on the maddening run.
We'll see.
That is if she can survive a single hit with how paper weak she is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, that's true waifu for me. I think you said mid for you.
Yeah. If we're allowed to have different tier listings, I'm putting her in mid.
That's you're your own. You're the author of your own fate, Mr. Potion Man.
Okay, well she's mid, sadly. Even though I love her design, She was just annoying to be forced to use in the DLC, and then like the ending of the DLC just made me go, I hate everything about this DLC. Yeah, so I was just like, yeah, I don't like Nell at all, and it's unfortunate that it was written that way.
The build-up was pretty good, but they had to do some shit to force you to have Nell and Rafal in the main game, and like literally just because of that, the DLC story is killed.
Parallel so much of, you know, 1,000 years of healing and praying and love, because that's what Lumera did for Alir.
It just doesn't have that same impact, and already the Lumera shit doesn't have that much impact. Exactly. So you're trying to redo that again, and it already doesn't hit as hard.
Well, Nell did it to herself. She's like, oh, I'm gonna make sure you're sad never again, and kills herself. And it's like, how does that make sense? Now he's gonna spend the rest of his life alone and remembering the sister that he could have had.
Oh, he's a dragon. He's got a couple centuries in him.
Whatever.
All right, fair enough. Speaking of gameplay, we finally arrived to the crit master herself. It's Panette.
True waifu.
True waifu. Wow.
Yeah. It was between her and one other.
You know, I do remember the shorts you were putting out of all the crits you were getting with her.
Not just the crits, but if you give her the Ike emblem, because she has a huge HP pool as well.
I did give her Ike on occasion.
She has no defense, no resistance, but the Ike emblem, when she's engaged, she takes half damage. So it was like, oh, now she can use her HP pool for something. And she was the perfect bait for using the Aether attack. I'd engage her, run her out, hit the Aether, and then the enemies are like, oh, she can't counterattack. So they all group up around her and like scratch her here, scratch her there, scratch her there, scratch her there. And she goes, okay, Aether time. And she just kills everyone around her and heals to full. So like, I love those moments with her. And then it was like, I could give her a killer axe engraved with whatever crit engraving I gave her. I can't remember. Maybe Camilla. I don't know. No, not Camilla. It doesn't matter. She had a crit engraving on her killer axe. And if she gets scratched, then her personal ability kicks in where she gets 10% extra crit. And I was like, all right, now she's critting the rest of the game. I could send her to whole sides of the battlefield.
She would just clean house.
And she'd clean up. So like some of the later maps where they're like, oh, hey, here's a big old shadow dragon or shadow worm or whatever those things were. The real nasty things that would like ignore half your defense.
The big fat dragons.
Yes. Panette was cleaning them up all day.
I remember because they got like, you can't really approach them safely. It was I want to say the map with Veil, where you're in the hallway, and I believe it's in Lithos Castle. That's the map. I deployed Panette, and she was kind of she was the MVP, taking out the worms for me. But an instant true waifu for you. It's hard for me to disagree because she's got, of course, the gameplay going for her. Her supports are great as well.
Her supports are hilarious because of how she tries. So she's like trying to reform herself and be a noble lady because she wants to be a good retainer for Tamara, but she comes from growing up on the streets and being a brawler, so she's got this like angry side that comes out.
I like how it's expressed in her animations, just like with Etier. Her expressions are great, and her animations too. Like when you select her, she tries to fold her hands together and be all prim and proper.
She folds her hand neatly in front of her, yeah.
Yeah, and then she gets the crit out, and she's swinging the axe everywhere.
Well, yeah, she swings the axe down, cracks the ground, and she's like,
barbarian.
You want a piece of me? Booyah! It was like, oh, every time I loved it. Goth and net equals Panette.
Yeah, I like the goth design. It's almost kind of like Day of the Dead inspired, even, especially with the flower she's got in her hair.
She looks like a female Florida Joker. Ow.
I like her mouth too. Whatever she's got going on with her mouth, the bandages.
The tattoo stitches on the mouth are super cool. And then like the wrappings to make her look like that's from like her Street Fighter days.
It kind of adds to making her look like a mummy.
Maybe a little. I don't know.
I was getting like Halloween vibes from her. Now, obviously, I come from the Hispanic background, so I have, of course, influenced with bias. And, of course, you recruit her doing the Psalm chapter, too.
Mm-hmm. Now, so she comes with Marin and Tamara.
Yeah, one thing that I will note, I am disappointed the game doesn't point this out, since we're gonna be moving on to supports. You don't find out that she is Pandreo's sister unless you do their support. It's again a situation where if you don't go out of your way to do it, you miss out on that dialogue.
Or
and
if you don't pay very close attention to, wait a second, why do both of these characters have orange hair and yellow eyes?
Oh, come on, that means
Etienne
is like related to him. Come on, same hair color.
No, she has green eyes.
No, I meant well, I was going off the hair color for Etienne. No, I get it. Like, I get what you're trying to say. Like, come on, just orange hair color automatically related. They are related.
I said orange hair and yellow eyes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, basically, I didn't know. I didn't even assume that they were related until I did the support. So how many people were like me and didn't do the support? I did it, but how many people didn't? I'm sure it's common knowledge now, but I'm talking about like more when the game had just come out.
I think I read it on Twitter. I don't think I saw the support. I think it was spoiled to me outside of the game.
It's a good support because I wish it was not stuff that you learn in supplementary dialogue because it's good backstory. So they're siblings, but their parents were just fucking. they didn't have the best of parents. The mom was it the mom that was a priest and the dad was a drunk, and they separated. It's said that they were in love at one point, but realistically, I actually glad that they took it down this route. It's just that they just kind of fell out of love, and they just separated. And then
Lime pointed out the names are similar. Pandreo. It's weird to me that Pandreo has no idea where she's been when they're both retainers to the Solm siblings. Well, I mean, Fogato spent a lot of time running around in the desert.
I wish I could run around in the desert like that.
Yeah.
Another thing, since Lime brought up the names, all the characters in Psalm are, well, all the characters got naming conventions depending on where they come from. Like Brodia, everyone's named after gemstones or minerals.
Yep.
In Psalm, it's actually desserts, but I believe Italian desserts. And then Firene is, I believe, flowers, which obviously it might be something else, but I want to say it's flowers, but that might be the go-to answer. Hello, Kazugano Sakura.
Hang on, I'm trying to look at the etymology for Alfred's name. Nope, he just shares the name for a Briton king who also suffered from a disease that left him in a weakened condition, so he's not named after a flower. But Saline probably is.
I'm pretty sure they had naming conventions for Firene. Oh well. But yeah, Panette based. We love Panette. The Pandreo support, very good.
The only reason why I didn't wife Panette is because she was another character that was like, oh my god, divine dragon, let me worship you. And it was just like...
Kind of breaks away from her... I mean, I guess it's in line with her wanting to be prim and proper. But in reality, when she's like a barbarian, all of a sudden you kind of... Oh, no, I love you too, divine, even me!
I would rather her be more down to earth, the street fighter character, brawler, crazy lady, than the prim and proper lady. Let your true side show, lady.
Hello, WWE Carl. Whoa, he's been here for 10 straight streams. Hello, sir. You caught us in the middle of the Fire Emblem Engage situation, and in the middle of that, I also remembered her support with Amber. You were mentioning one earlier with Ivy going to the ghost house. This is kind of like that one. Did you do the one where Panette and Amber go to a haunted mansion?
I did not use Amber at all.
What?
Because I had Alfred, so I had no I had no desire to use it.
Alpaca bros. Alpaca bros.
I know.
Don't you want a fluffy alpaca?
And I think I'm going to end up using Amber just because I think his stats are actually better than Alfred's.
Yeah, Alfred. Gameplay-wise, Alfred is kind of outclassed in a lot of places, but isn't that consistent with his lack of strength?
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I really like Panette. No real downsides. The sports I did with her, I didn't dislike. Hard carried in the late game. And I really like her design.
Very well, shows up as a berserker with the blood rage personal ability. Her design is definitely unique.
Goated.
Because I mean, like, you get Hortensia and Yunaka who have like the stars and the hearts or whatever, and then Panette shows up and she's like, okay, check this out. It's like, okay, definitely.
I even like her icon, the energy with her icon here too. How everyone's kind of like smiling and being all goofy, but she's got the straight up scowl. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say true waifu. She would have been a candidate for marriage just because of how much she carried. And
she
the
was my
unique
number
design
2
too.
choice.
Number 2. I can see why.
I loved her. She was awesome.
Now, do you love her?
I was trying to set up with trying to get her with Vantage, but I found out to trigger Vantage was too risky.
Oh yeah, because
but for the most part, I was just letting her go and crit things all day, and then just using the Ike to heal up. Like, she was completely self-sufficient and amazing.
Hey, Carl.
Oh, big ups. We love Panette, and I agree. Yeah, easy true waifu for me. Do you love Panette as much as the meme character? Ah, yes. We have arrived at we've arrived at Rosado. I know the chat is rushing. The chat is rushing already to say, Dingus, did you even finish the game? Now I thought, look, it's only fair because he wears female clothing. It's only fair.
He decorates his wyvern in ribbons.
Yeah, he's got a unique wyvern, and it's even different color too. Like he painted it.
Or it's a special breed, designer bred wyvern.
I think for Rosado, I mostly used him as another smasher. I don't think he wasn't like a Slayer kind of unit for me.
He was like a backup unit for, not backup in that like I was using him to get chain attacks. It was if the map had like difficult terrain or a unit that I needed to rush in and kill, I was using Rosado. I think I gave him Ephraim and Erica for most of the game. And I think that's just the one that he started with, so I didn't like know what else to do with him.
The Lime says in your chat, I don't find Rosado interesting at all. I think both Hortensia and Goldmary do his shtick better. But just me though.
I liked Rosado's supports with Hortensia though, because he wanted to paint the real Hortensia. So he was like drawing these like cute pictures of her like subtly smiling or staring off in the distance or whatever. And she was all like, no, I'm a noble. I have to look this way. You have to paint it differently. Throw this out, get rid of it. Forget you ever painted me like this. And by the end, it was like, you know, he had finally got Hortensia to come around to like, no, this is who you are. This kind-hearted person, you know. So I like that about him.
Another golden support for Hortensia there.
Yep.
I thought I was gonna dislike Rosado going in, honestly. I mean, look at him, right? But in the end, I came around on him. I think it's his, it's how genuine and sincere he is. Yeah, I thought it would be more annoying too. He's like, you kind of go in wanting to hate him, but there's really nothing about him to dislike.
Because he does the girly cutesy shtick.
You think it would get old?
Oh yeah, but no, he's actually, like you said, genuine with how he feels.
Like he commits to the bit.
Yeah.
And I guess, of course, yes, the current climate. The thing is, Fire Emblem has always had characters like this. You know, you had, was it?
Libra.
Yeah, Libra. I almost said Lucius. I'm thinking of Fire Emblem in the GBA. Yeah, you got Libra, Lucius, probably more I'm forgetting.
I used Libra. Libra was cool.
Yeah, I had Libra doing crits with killer axes.
Yep.
But yeah, Rosado's no different, just another step. Oh yeah, Forest too in Fates. Oh, you're gonna see Forest later on.
I've seen Forest in Heroes. I know about Forest.
Okay, big ups. You're gonna see more of him in the future. But yeah, Rosado is just another in the line of those kind of characters. Look, that's just how things are in Japan, right? I'm not saying it's good or bad, and I love everybody and don't have hate in my heart for nobody. But yeah, Rosado threw me for a loop. I would actually.
I have no problem saying that he's cute and that, like you said, he's a genuine. I mean, I'd put him in the easy friend tier because I do think he cares about the people. I would have loved to seen Fel Zenlog Rosado be a generic guy with short hair who hates attention.
That would have required a unique model and effort. More effort than they were willing to put in.
Yeah.
Rosado went woke. He's not woke. He just believes in himself, and he pursues the Rosado that he wants to be. He believes in you that believes in me, that believes in him.
I did play a D&D character like this.
Did you?
So a little bit of backstory. I DM'd a campaign, and I had a friend who played the super edgy. It was like a drow dark cleric, like borderline, kind of evil, kind of not. But he was the only one with a charisma score, so he was the leader of the party, you know. And it was just. And my friend at the time, we're no longer friends, but he had this. He was a good storyteller, and he wanted to be a writer, but he was like, he always went in on like his chuny descriptions about using the death touch ability as
he was basically a Wayne.
Yeah, so I had to DM for these guys for like 2 years through all this stuff till the end of the campaign, and then he started doing a campaign, and they invited me to come in, and they're like, oh well, we really need a healer. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna do the exact opposite of this guy. So I made the happiest, cheeriest, most positive, lawful good, gayest cleric I could absolutely make.
If they're gonna put you, it seems like you're always on support.
I like playing support roles. What can I say? But like, I made it to do like the same thing where it was like I wanted to share the spot, like I had all the buff spells, so it was like, okay, hey, you wanna have an extra, I don't know, 6 dexterity, here you
were
go.
The cheerleader there.
I was cheerleading. I was trying to be like, no, don't put me in the spotlight. I want everyone else to do well. Like,
did you have a cotton candy wyvern too? No,
I didn't get to have a wyvern.
Oh.
But I made him bisexual. I hit on everyone to just make them feel good.
Yeah, the eternal positivity spreader there.
The eternal positivity, and it annoyed my friend so much he didn't invite me to finish.
Is that why the bridge was burned? Because you were too positive?
No, the bridge was burned because he lied. We worked at the same place, and he told all my coworkers he slept with my sister, which was a lie. What? Yeah.
I'm sorry, so I asked.
I was like, oh, okay, we're no longer friends.
All right, go to hell then.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, big oof, I agree, Golem.
Yeah, I hated that guy after that.
Well, going back to Rosado, I did use him. I carried him. I remember carrying him to at least as far as the corrupted Lumera map. So I never benched him. I think I switched him out with the other flyers as I needed him. Switch him out with axe users as I needed him. And
I don't remember who he was my flex slot with, but like I said, on maps where it was like, oh no, we've got rough terrain or something, it was like, oh, let me grab Rosado for this one. I'm gonna need him. He had a niche, and he was useful, and he was strong. He was
surprisingly so.
He was a little fragile, but other than that,
it just comes with being a flying unit.
Yeah.
Right, but yeah, I agree.
It was nice to have a physical, hard-hitting flying unit. Chloe's fast, but she doesn't hit really hard. Yeah. And then
the rest
Hortensia
of them are magic users.
Yeah, so it was nice to have Rosado be
I think that's why he kept up on the team, because that was a niche that wasn't really shared by anybody else in this particular game. Like in Awakening, you have like is it Church or Sergey? I feel like
Church?
I feel like I've been saying Church, but it's been wrong this whole time. There's no voice clip of someone saying her name in the game. But I feel like, I think in Heroes they pronounce it, and it's actually Sergey. But for example, she's the hard-hitting wyvern in that game. So Rosado kind of brought me back to those days of using Sergey in Awakening.
I didn't use her.
What?
In Awakening.
What?
Yeah.
Look at all these units you don't. You need to be like Cordelia. Me. The alleged eternal positivity spreader. You need to spread the positivity to everyone in the barracks. You need to deploy everyone. Stop benching people. I probably just need to
play the game and just say, okay, this last playthrough I used Virion. Okay, I'm gonna bench Virion and use, I don't know, someone else. Something like that, maybe.
Yeah, change your attitude there, Mr. Cleric.
Maybe turn Tharja into an archer so she can get aim +20.
That's something I need to get more accustomed to. Is like exploring my options, broadening their horizons, and reclassing people out of what they start in. Because I do that. Like I did it with Anna, I did it with Fram, and a couple of other units, but it's not something I do often.
No, I think in Awakening I ended up with having like 6 heroes on the final map.
Yeah, just because so many of them default to that promotion, I believe. Because you got like Inigo and Severa.
Soul, so it was like, oh, I get to heal myself for free. Excellent, Yeah,
but if I could say one thing about how I play, more variety in terms of reclassing. I don't do it too often. I kind of just stick with what the game seems to suggest to me as the character's promoted path.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I think in Engage, I think Anna might be like the only character where I can see like, hey, here's the starting class, but you don't want her to be the starting class. Everyone else I think does fine in their starting classes for the most of the game.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that people seem to be saying that about Nell as well. That's just not even worth it. But with her, there's like less incentive because you want the unique dragon unit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there we go with Rosado, the meme choice, but surprisingly, a good unit and character at the end. No problem with them. Thought I was gonna hate him going on. Yeah.
I think he'd cheer you up on a bad day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, now we have, the ancient Christmas cake, old as a fossil. The elderly, fucking ancient doddering Sapphire. Sapphire? Sapphire?
I think it's Sapphire.
We'll just say Sapphire. The 35-year-old Sapphire. She's basically on death's door already.
I just want to say 35 is the age is taken from data mining the numbers in the game.
Yeah, it's not official. It's not confirmed, guys. She could be any age in reality.
Okay. Well, no, she's probably if they meant to put the ages in the game, she'd probably end up older than 35. But
probably. It's that
35. But who knows, like what stage of
maybe
development
that implies that her design was a little bit different and in like the conceptual phase. I agree. She does not look 35. I don't know what they were going with. It reminds me of how like
Sapphire was my MVP.
It reminds me of the stereotypes of how Japanese people see like single women, like when they hit their mid-30s. Okay, they're a Christmas cake. They're no longer good. You can't marry them. The fucking the unmarried older woman archetype.
She's kind of a badass though.
Yeah, I don't think we see enough of her. In the story.
She joins kind of late, but she shows up with like good equipment, and she's going against like some really tough. Actually, that map was pretty tough, where you fight in the town, and you have Mavier with the
fog and Mavier coming in with I think the Marty fight.
Whole army on top of you. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't think I had to redo that map, but it came close. It came very close. And then you have the purple fog on top of that. And then I think I had to cheese Mavier with Doron, because if he would like always counterattack no matter what, unless you use Doron, I think. But eventually I got around it. But I think that was one like his hardest encounter. Golem says Sapphire was the most random unit. I used her for the end game. I think I benched her. Didn't I bench her in Golem after the Illusia port map? Just because she comes in with Brave Axe, which is a strong weapon.
And Tomahawk.
Yeah, Tomahawk. So there is reason to use her. Like, I mean, she's already deployed, but I think I benched her pretty quickly. And I
benched her right after too.
Yeah, he says they don't remember using her much. I think I brought her back for a couple paralogs just to kind of mess around and see what good, because it's kind of a unique combination of her using axes and bows.
Yeah, that's the warrior class.
Yeah. And I didn't have another warrior, I don't think.
I didn't use warrior because I had Panette as berserker.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, well you have Panette.
And then you had Diamant, who also has axes by that point too, at his promoted class.
Yeah, so it kind of like it gives Sapphire a niche, but by that point there's not a need for it, and recruitment slots get very strict by that point. So you got to pick your battles, and I think that's why I wasn't using her as much as I could have. She's also already promoted, I believe, starting out as a warrior. So those units that like join later don't have as many supports. I think Sapphire kind
Yeah.
of got fucked over in that regard.
Yeah, in a game where the writing shines in the support conversations, and then she has like less than 10 supports, it's like, okay, so there's not a whole lot to learn about her. I am looking on the wiki. Her personal skill, if her HP is at half or less, she gets plus 20 hit and plus 20 avoidance.
No, see, I didn't even remember that because I didn't even use her enough
I
to.
didn't remember that either. I had to look it up on the wiki, but like that's pretty awesome that you can dodge tank with her at half life.
Lime says, "I love Sapphire's and Goldmary support." See, I'm trying to remember them. I think she had one with Linden, and then of course
Yeah,
one
she
with
does have
the
them with
princes. Linden, I liked. I didn't mind the old man character.
Wow, they don't even have Goldmary and Sapphire supports written into the wiki, so I can't even look it up to tell you what they are.
The editor got lazy. God damn it. The
There's a lot
other
of
wiki
missing
probably
support
has it.
conversations. They might. I will say Sapphire has the highest HP growth I've seen so far tonight, and that's 80%.
Wow.
That's higher than Panette's HP growth.
If I used her more, I probably would have been able to take advantage of that. Sally, like, she's, again, one of those characters that gets held back. Like, if she had come earlier in the game, kind of like Vander, you'd have at least more of a reason to deploy her. But when the recruitment slots are so strict and she doesn't really do anything she does something unique, but she doesn't do it particularly better than anyone else that uses an axe to justify deploying her versus, say, just giving Diamant the tomahawk, you know?
Yeah.
Or giving it to Panette.
Yeah.
For that reason, and it's tough. It really is. I think she's gonna be. Damn. I don't want to be mean.
No, be mean. You want to put her in trash tier, don't you?
Gotta do.
That's fine. That's
It's
where
like
I put her.
it's for me. It's like a worse Lapis, where at least Lapis had her design going for her. I'm sure
Yeah.
people are into the Christmas cake thing. It's not for me, much as people want to meme about how I like cougars and all that. I'm sure
If,
this appeals to someone, but she
if
basically
Engage
looks like a
had
grandma.
more- If Engage had more customization or something going for it, and they could give her something more unique, I think it would have been cool. But
It's weird because you can customize them in the Somnio. You have all those countless outfits, and you can't use them
I
in
was
battle.
talking with like stats, not just outfits.
I thought you meant design because I just called her a
She
grandma.
joins in what, like chapter 22 though? So like she joins super late. So
it's
you have
super
like
late. You can't learn enough about
5
her.
missions with her. Yeah.
Lime says, as a unit, I liked her, but I wouldn't date her. LMAO. Yeah, that's even as a unit though. I don't even think I was in love
I
with
didn't
her.
even use her as a unit.
So yeah, joins late. Probably has alright supports, but again, to get those supports, you have to deploy her in a game where the later chapters are so strict on recruitment slots, deployment slots rather.
And by then you've got characters who you've leveled them with certain engages, inherited certain skills.
It's just it doesn't make any sense
yeah,
to playing optimally. There's just no reason.
Like, would you play her over Jade? Like, would you play her over Boucheron? If you kept Boucheron the whole game, which
Yeah,
I didn't.
that's like so disingenuous and
Like, would you play her over Diamant? Never. You
No.
know, like.
it's a shame because she probably would have had more of a story to tell if you recruited her early. But for me, she just kind of fell flat. That's gonna be the second trash for me.
Show us the young Sapphire. Yeah.
The young Sapphire.
I mean, she looks kind of buff in some of the gallery pics of her from the.
Yeah, I think I remember one of her flexing,
Yes.
showing
yeah.
off those feminine bods. Okay, we got another mom coming up, Queen Sephoria.
Yes. One of the other smart queens.
I will say
Actually,
this.
no, both queens were smart.
In terms of the Solm arc, I think it's where the game kind of stalls, because you get
Really?
because in my opinion, you have the arc with the going up to the cathedral, and then the stuff happens, you lose the rings, and then
Yeah.
it's kind of like you rebound, and it's like I assume it's an opportunity to have like things cool down, and maybe for like Alir to reassess things, part of their character arc, but I think I want to say it just doesn't work for me. It doesn't pan out as probably they were hoping for. It feels like filler. It feels like what they should have done was have Solm be before Lugia rather than be after it. Because it's like, we're really only here for the rings. So you lose the rings, and then it's like, okay, well, okay, let's explore that one other country we haven't been to, and I guess continue the ring hunt. It doesn't.
Yeah, and get 2 more rings.
Yeah,
off
so
of the 2 rings that
Golem
we have
says
left.
the desert was super boring. The weird thing is, after the desert, the story becomes rapid fire again. Yeah, for me, the story was kind of slowing down. Because I thought it was weird how you fight Hyacinth in the cathedral and the reveal happens, and then the chapters after that are like, okay, you're fighting bandits, you're fighting the corrupted again for a whole map, and there's nothing else to it. You meet Seedle, who I like him, but that is especially
Where
it
is
comes
Seedle
across.
on this list? Why can't I? No, I'm kidding.
We can add Seedle. I thought
I'm
Rosado
kidding.
was gonna be enough for dudes that look like chicks, but.
He has
But don't you
long
kind
hair
of get
and he
what
has a
I'm?
dancer's
Don't you kind
body.
of get what I'm coming across here, where they don't have the same impact as the stories building
When
up
I-
to that encounter at the cathedral.
You make a good point, and it makes me think of 2 things. Number 1, I like the Solm part though because of the Hortensia part of it.
That's why. That's the reason I didn't bring that one up, because that one actually kind of brings it back to the main plot.
Yeah. But this kind of reminds me of. Oh, so the one thing I was gonna say. The story overall is kind of weak, in my opinion. I've already
definitely,
said that.
absolutely.
So this might be the weakest part in the story, and that's fine. Every
Yeah.
story is going to have that weak spot in it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of, just to draw a parallel to Final Fantasy IV. Did you ever play that one? With
Oh, I
Cecil
did
and
not.
Rydia?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's a part where you finally fight off the bad guys, and like the king charters a boat so you can go back to the original kingdom where all the stuff's going down, and you're like, okay, we're gonna go here and save the day. And along the way, you get attacked by a water monster, Leviathan, and he kills everyone on board except for the main character, obviously. And you wash aboard.
And you just have
You wash
nothing.
You have nothing. So you wash ashore in Mysidia, and the characters there hate you from the prologue, where you go there and you kill their elder and steal their crystal. And you're like, look, I have nothing, I need to, but we got to stop this overall evil plot I was incidentally part of. And they're like, oh, well, you got to go, become a paladin. So you have to do this path of redemption. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is it's like
It's
the
like that. It's like
characters
the
were-
redemption and just trying to rebuild
well,
up
there's a
again
redemption
from
part. What
zero.
I'm saying is like the story was at
It was at a
low
climax, and now
you're
you're
at a climax, and it came down to a really low point because everyone fucking died everyone died that was on board, and it's just the main character again. So it's like the same thing here. You go to the cathedral, you kill Hyacinth, and then it's like, oh, but you didn't stop everything in time, and by the way, I took all your rings, and now we're gonna go take all the other rings. So it's
and don't
like,
forget, it immediately segues into that next chapter where you have to run away from them, which is
You have
the
to
game
run away
doesn't
from
do
them,
anything
yeah.
like that from up to that point. So it's kind of like it comes as a shock.
So anyways, the game just like kicks you all the way down to the bottom point. So you have to have this not leveling off, but this slow build up to
The slow
where you
build up
were
back to where we
before.
were when that
Yeah, and
happened.
so I guess that's why it makes it come off as slow, but I think
Hearing that, I get what they were going for, but it just feels weird to be like actually halfway into the game and you're back to fighting bandits again, as if it's chapter 2 or something.
yeah, chapter 2. I'm not, but like, I'm not gonna stick my neck out for the writing here. Like, it makes sense in some writing to have points of slowdown and calming down, but yeah.
Not sticking the neck out for the writing, sure, but like we said earlier, the Hortensia thing was genuinely good. I'll say that much.
was the better part.
Yeah.
And I did like the mom being like, hey, look, I don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Take the emblem rings and run,
It seemed to me like she was gonna like contest it, and then no, she turns out to be just as goofy as everyone else.
Wait, what do you mean?
If I recall, when you finish that
I thought the
chapter,
mom was like totally willing to put her life on the line so that way you guys could,
I thought thought she came off as standoffish first. Am I
Oh
misremembering
yeah,
that?
she was being totally standoffish.
And then it
but
turns out
was-
that she has like a silly moment, like she misplaces the ring, but then finds it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like it turns out she's
No,
just
that's
as
when you-
goofy as they are, despite
that's when
like
you
coming
first meet
off
her. Yeah.
as standoffish.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, that was when you first meet her. I was talking about when she's being held hostage by Hortensia.
Oh, okay.
And Hortensia is like threatening to kill her unless we surrender the rings. And she's like, no, you gotta save the world. Forget about me. Get the rings and run.
I'm a nobody. I'm not gonna appear again after this chapter.
I know.
Well, speaking on that, she is resourceful, and she does contribute a good bit to my opinion, the best part of the soul mark. Where would you put her?
I'd put her at friend. Like I said, I think the queens, the moms in this game, not Lumera, they were smart and had some foresight. So she was like, okay, Tamara gets the Ike ring, and then I guess through her own goofiness, she forgets where the other ring is. But at least she was smart enough to like give one of her kids the ring and then tell the kid to get out of the castle, so that way they weren't there for the main enemy force to get there. Same thing that Queen Eve does with Saline and Celica. You know,
makes
so I like
sense.
that
I can agree with
resourcefulness
that.
and I like that thinking ahead. And she's not bad to look at.
You know what? I agree with that too. But what happened? Like, what? Okay, I'm gonna bring it up. What happened to the husband? Does this get addressed? Did they talk? If they talk about their dad in a support, I must have not read it. Is this like? Okay, we're gonna bring it up.
Well, no,
Does she have breeding stables?
If her husband's still alive, that's why I put her in friend tier.
Exactly, but they call it the queendom of Psalm, and there's no mention of whether she has a husband or not. If it's brought up, I must have not read the support, because it certainly wasn't in the main dialogue.
It's a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. That's all.
But she has children. There's like, where's the dad at?
I know.
That's what I'm saying. They probably have like underground desert breeding stable dungeons.
What are you talking about?
Where else do the kids come from? If she's one of those,
It's Fire
Power.
Emblem. The dad died to something ages ago.
oh,
It
mysterious
doesn't
illness
matter.
or something.
Yeah, we've got those.
I'm just saying,
Look
she's
at-
a strong, independent girl power woman. I get it.
She's a strong, independent woman and don't need no man.
Fair enough, fair enough. And if she does need a man, she can just go down to the dungeons. Speaking of Psalm, we have, yes, Princess Samara, the last of the Lord characters that you recruit.
Yep.
And also carves out a niche kind of her own by being a infantry lance user, which I tend to like those because you get so few of them, it seems, throughout the games.
Yeah, they're either armored or cavalry, aren't they?
Yeah, so an infantry lance user, I always kind of gravitate to them. How did she work out for you gameplay wise?
I didn't use her a whole lot. I'm trying to remember why I didn't use her a whole lot. Maybe because I was still trying to force Alfred through. Maybe, like you said, limited recruitment slots. So it's like
It definitely felt like that starting with Psalm. The
how
slots
am I
were
gonna
getting.
put her in. I guess one of the things going for her, she's one of the few characters that can use S rank lances.
Yeah, and there's what? How many of those? There's like one. I can't even recall.
There's Serial, and I think there's one other.
Carl says, I didn't use that chick at all. And Golem says, I didn't like that party girl. She's way too similar to her brother, in my opinion. I will say, of the 4 Lord characters, she does have the least amount of impact in terms of the greater story. She's kind of just...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, she's kind of just shelved off, like as if she were the sibling and not the Lord character. You know, as if she's shoved off in terms of plot importance, as if she were like Saline or Alchrist or Hortensia, when in like she's the Lord of that duo, but she's just as important as her brother and the other siblings. She doesn't have that impact that Diamond and Ivy have, or Alfred being with you the longest and also having that backstory with you. It kind of the game frames her as just as important as the other lords, but sadly I wasn't really feeling it with her because of that. just a combination of the late recruitment and just the way the story handles her.
Yeah, her personal ability is kind of cool. It adds her defense to her attack, but her defense stat is like really low too.
So it's kind of like, why?
Yeah, like she's unique, but like not.
I remembered wanting to put her to work because she was an infantry lance user, but I don't think I used her very long. And honestly, like Golem says, I'm not into her personality either. It's kind of too peppy for me.
I don't know. I like the peppy characters. I like that she's. I don't know. She looks cool, and I like that she can eat. That was one of my favorite traits about her.
And she can dance.
She can eat, yeah.
But I feel like Yunaka does the peppiness better, even if that's not the real Yunaka, you know?
Yeah.
And then I already mentioned her supports with Nell. Actually, I'm trying to remember what other support she had. I wanted to use her, but I don't remember using her for very long.
No, I didn't use her much either. Don't feel bad.
That's fine. I want to make infantry lance users work whenever I can get them. Like Azura in Fates, on top of being a dancer, also an infantry lance user. People reclass Azura, but I made her work just fine as a songstress. So people talk about Nephany too in the Tellius games, Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. So I was hoping Tamara would kind of strike that same niche. I think he used Emblem Ike on her for the few maps that I did use her on. But eventually I had to bench her.
Yeah, I didn't keep her.
What would that pit that for, what would she rank for you then?
Well,
because I'm considering like just the lack of story important. She is cute, I guess, but can cuteness really carry you far? Especially when the expectation.
Well,
Look at Rosado, he is cute.
Yeah, cuteness can carry you pretty far.
But I feel like he has more. He supports offered more to me, personally.
Yeah. Me.
And it's not like I put him in waifu tier.
No.
I ain't trying to date the dude. Just acknowledged that he was a genuine person.
Her supports at all though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Probably
where
a lot of eating food and singing.
She was a bad singer.
Yeah, but she has fun.
As that would
Rosado
happen.
has more
What it's all about is
significance and
having
he's not
fun.
even royalty. That's true.
Yeah, because Fogado was
Rosado-
the first one. Oh, did you say Rosado or Fogado? No, okay, Lime said Rosado.
No, Rosado has more story than Tamara, according to Lime in my chat.
Okay, I see it. I thought they said Fogado, and
No.
even if we're gonna argue Fogado, like we're just gonna switch tracks to Fogado for a second. You meet Fogado first, if you remember.
Yes.
And I thought when I met him that he would be the Lord, and no, he's just a sibling. And instead, you meet Tamara later. But I feel like just because of that, he was stuck with me more. I remembered him more than Tamara. I think I
thought
gave
he would
him
be more like a Claude character, and he didn't come off that way at all.
more like a caricature of Claude, if anything, without really any of the scheming.
He's like Claude if Claude were a party dude. Well, yeah, him and Pandreo are definitely party dudes.
I think for me...
What's up, Rye Drake?
Whoa, it's Rye Drake.
It is Rye Drake.
Hello, Rye Drake.
In my Twitch chat.
Welcome to the Fire Emblem Engage situation type deal. Rye Drake loves this game.
I think Tamara could be waifu material.
I feel like
cute,
I want her
body.
to. I want to put her like up there, but like again, it's like you've ranked so many characters that now when you rank other characters, you have to compare who's already there, and that could potentially affect newer rankings.
Like you were talking about with Anni, where it's like she's a unit that I want to like, and I try to make her work, and it's just not there.
But the thing is, Anni was carried by her supports for me, whereas I really didn't feel like that even with Tamara. I don't like her personality. The sports I recall, I didn't really care much for, and wanted to make her work as a unit, and it just didn't work out. And Lapis has the design going for her, but man,
You know,
I guess
maybe Q can't carry you that far. Maybe she is mid.
Hey, you can keep her in waifu if you want, but for me, because now I gotta look at it.
I think I got
She's
talked
definitely
out of
not.
it.
I would be too mean to put her in trash, so I think we're gonna put her in mid. For me.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
All right.
up next. Yes, the one, the only. It's Vale.
Vale. I liked Vale. Vale was a great character.
It reminded me of Azura from Fates. Pretty much beat for
I haven't
beat,
gotten there
actually. Oh, you will eventually. Again, you'll see the parallels when you get there.
Is it the bare feet? I'm gonna guess it's the bare feet.
It's not just the bare feet, but the bare feet did come to mind. Golem says Azura is better than Vale. I'm biased. I'll agree, but I don't dislike Vale because of it. What did you
Who's
think
better
of
than Vale?
Azura, who were we just talking about? Blue-haired lady from Fates.
Gotcha.
What did you think of it when it was revealed that Vale was evil at the cathedral?
Oh, that. I was like, who is this character? Why does she keep showing up around us? And then like that whole like, oh, she's actually working with the bad guys thing did blow my mind. I was like, okay, they did that one pretty well. And like Alir's like, wait, she has the bandage around the ankle. That can't be the same Vale. And it's like, nope, it is. You got played like a fool. I was like, oh, she's totally duping us. And then only for it to turn around and be like, no, that's her alter ego. I was like, okay.
It was like the double twist. Like they were covering their they were covering all the bases so that there was absolutely no way to doubt it at all. It's like the bandage is right there, you buffoon.
During a game with such horrible writing, Vale was written extremely well.
Carl says, played him like a fiddle, baby. Whereas Golem says, the Veil twist was super obvious. You do see in the chapter 3 cutscene the clothed character. And did you realize in hindsight, after meeting Vale for the first time in Firene, that could be her? Or did you not consider it?
I did not consider that the little girl you meet who saves you from the corrupted was the same as that cloaked person who killed your mom. I did not consider it at all. I let the game hook me in, take me away.
It took you for a ride. How do you feel about them allowing you to recruit her? Because I remember early on when the game was leaking and details were coming out, of course people were going to reach chapter 10 first and get that cathedral reveal before recruiting her. People were under the assumption that Vale was just gonna stay evil and it was gonna stay like a big red herring for her to put her on the box art, market her like the waifu mascot, whatever. And then it just turns out she's evil the whole time and you can't recruit her, you can't play as her. So people were actually, from what I recall of the discussion, people were kind of hyped to be like thrown for a loop like that. And then it turns out later on in the story, you just recruit her anyway. Do you feel like that was kind of like a cop-out to allow you to recruit her? Do you think she should have stayed evil without the mind control?
No, she's definitely... they tried to redeem the other bad guys. Like, when you kill Zephia and the other crazy guy... Yeah...
They had that little moment where they reconcile with each other.
It was a long moment of them slowly bleeding out and being like, oh, maybe in another timeline we could have been the good guys.
For $29.99 on the Nintendo eShop, we can be the good guys.
Oh my god, that was so annoying. And then even like Sombron in his final moments was like, I just want...
There's been a lot of debate about that scene.
The Zero emblem proud of me or something.
People have been theorizing that scene is like connected to Shozo Kaga, the original FE developer. Like,
whatever.
Like, because he says shit like, I want to go back to what it was like before, and stuff that implies, hey, this might, if you like look at it this way and twist your head this like 90 degrees and perceive it and interpret it this way, maybe it's implying that in reality he was looking to bring FE back to the beginning, the Sombron there.
So no.
No, you don't feel like that?
No. I like redemption stories. I mean, like, Blue Lions is my favorite Three Houses playthrough, and like,
you never let me forget about that.
The major point of that for me is Dimitri's redemption in that story. So I do like a good redemption story. It's just like not every bad guy is redeemable, and Vale was not evil because she was like mind controlled half the time. So for her to want to right the wrongs that like she didn't even want to commit, I think that fits. Like her redemption and becoming a playable character absolutely fits. And like all of her supports, at least the ones that I remember, are like
her seeking for forgiveness. Like we brought up
forgiveness and
Hortensia.
trying to help people and going through and seeing what destruction she caused, and like I need to undo the damage that I caused and help the people here. I think that was like some of my supports with her and Diamant, was her going through like Grodia and being like, we need to help the people here, you know, and then like her talking with Mavir and both of them saying like, we have a long road ahead of us before we can be forgiven for what we've done. You know, like I liked it a lot.
I can't think of a single support of hers that I disliked. Her Hortensia support was good. Mauvir's support was good. Even the one with Nell that you didn't read with her, actually, they didn't have to do that because she doesn't even appear in the DLC. But she hears about this new dragon arriving.
Support with Alfred, where Alfred runs away screaming and running water. Yeah, that was another good one.
Too hot, I need water. Oh, I'm not as good as the VA.
But that guy earned his pay with that line. That scene.
It's because she likes spicy food, which is another little trait of hers that I like too.
Being a dragon and liking spicy food.
Yeah, it's just like a little minor kind of little trait there. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. No, but I liked her throughout. Now, I will say it makes sense within the context of the story's writing for her to right the wrongs, but really, is the mind control itself good writing? Her having a split schizo personality, sorta.
Well, so like my favorite Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy IV, and for like 80% of the game, you think you're dealing with one bad guy, only to find out that he's been mind controlled the whole time into doing bad things. So, I think you can have someone
like the puppet
mind
master
controlled
behind the puppet.
Yeah,
and it's kind of funny because you think Vale's the puppet master.
Yeah, you do.
No, it turns out she has her own. She has someone else pulling her strings on top of that.
Yep.
How about gameplay wise? You don't really get many chapters with her. As I said, I intentionally held off on Paralog so that I had more maps to use her on. But I gave her Byleth, so she was the dancer for me.
Oh, I used her all the time. I gave her Lynn, so that way she could use decoys. I've been talking about how they've made characters that have like equal stat growths, like Saline.
Yeah.
Vale actually had strong physical and strong magic, and she comes with a unique dagger and a unique spell book. So it was like, oh yeah.
I like that she had daggers and tomes. No one, I don't think anybody else had that combination.
No one has that combination. She's the only one with that combination, and she's really good at that. She's really good at that combination. I mean, even though her magic is slightly higher. And then she has like the
her
inverse
magic was stronger.
She has the inverse of
the inverse of the personal.
Passive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, wasn't hers for Alir's?
Protection.
Yeah, protects. And
Alir's did +3 damage and -1 damage received, and then Vale's
Veil does
+1 damage
+3.
and -3.
Yeah. Overall, I don't have anything really negative to say about her.
I'm actually looking at it on the wiki. For being like the last character that you recruit, she has a butt ton of support conversations.
That's what I'm saying. So like compared to someone like Sapphire, but at least with Vale, I believe she is forced deployment on a couple of those maps. So you're gonna be using her either way. But yeah, all of her supports that I read, I didn't take issue with. She's got funny ones with Alfred, more serious ones with Morvier and Hortensia. Ones that expand upon missed opportunities in a DLC, like with Nell, and of course even her one with the Lear.
Yep, the one with the Lear was good too.
Okay, so where would that put Vale for you, sir?
Is it dangerous to put her in waifu tier?
Oh, she is a dragon. Are we gonna go back to the 1,000-year-old millennia dragon argument?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that reminds me. So like one of the sorry, a bunch of thoughts just popped in my head.
Go ahead.
So, I was talking about how people were mad that like, they changed the romance scene with the Lolly character or whatever. And I was like, my gripe with the game was all of the romance options are with humans that don't have your lifespan and worship you as a god. I was like, that's such a weird power dynamic that is not comfortable pursuing a romance with. Like, I don't think you could have an equal relationship with someone who worships you. Yeah, like that is way too weird for me. So I think Vale might actually be one of the safest wife options because number one, she's a dragon too, so she's not gonna like worship you as a dragon. And number two, she's
She
gonna
won't
live
die.
as long.
Yeah,
She's not gonna die in 100 years. You know, she's gonna be the only character that can be there for the rest of your character's life too.
Hey, I'm not. I chose Nell. Nell's gonna live long too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Nell works.
You know
in
I'm
that
right.
too.
Yes.
But I'm saying from like the base game, because I think I got married before I did the DLC. So, from the base game characters, Vale was probably, might even objectively be the only correct option that you can marry.
Whoa! Are you saying you want to do true waifu here? At least from that perspective.
She wasn't even in my top 3, but when I think about the story and
her
I think
impact,
about the implications
her support,
and I think
and
about
everything.
Yeah, she might have to be true waifu.
You can move her.
I move her.
She certainly looks older than, you know, the redhead, the merchant.
Yeah, she's hopefully older than Anna. Yeah. I mean, she's at least 1,000 years old, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, so when the coppers show up to your door, you know what to say. No, you know, officer, please.
Officer, she's actually
1,000 years old.
Yeah. She doesn't look that young though, where it's FBI tier though, does she?
I don't think so, because like compared to Hortensia or Anna or even Fram.
Yeah, she definitely looks older than Fram, and Fram is like kind of borderline. Hortensia's borderline too.
And again, those characters are humans.
Yeah.
Hiya Papaya, I know where she belongs. Carl, I have not even introduced her yet. Carl is excited, I suppose. The time has come. It's time for you to like spill your secrets. It's Yunaka of Brodia.
Oh, okay. So Yunaka was my wife in my playthrough.
Oh, really?
How I came across this was, it was between her and Panette. Ivy got bumped off kind of early because, well, earlier than the remaining two, because, like I said before, I was thinking about the relationship dynamics, and it was like, everyone worships you as the divine dragon. It's like, if I'm gonna marry someone in this game, it has to be someone who looks at me for a leer, not the divine dragon. And Yunaka was the only character that I was interested in who reciprocated and seemed to have a level head on her shoulders and wasn't just like goo goo gaga heart eyes over me just because I was the divine dragon.
I mean, she is kind of goo goo gaga in her own way, but it's all a part of her facade.
Like her story was super cool, with being an assassin and like a, you know, hired killer and trying to keep that part of her life away, you know, and they did kind
of a good job introducing her because she gets a whole chapter to herself, whereas most of the non-Lord characters up to that point are kind of like introduced in pairs. And even in the chapters following that, where you start getting characters in trios, like in Psalm, or you get them in pairs, whereas she just kind of has a whole chapter to herself. And I think there's a reason she so quickly earned the admiration of people who play the game. Yep. She stole
Yunaka's
everyone's
a
hearts.
babe, also nice hip windows. Oh yeah, her design is great too.
Of course, we can't neglect the gameplay. I mentioned earlier that I gave Lucina to her because that was an early recommendation that I read to up her avoid. She never fell off for me.
I ended up giving her Corrin when someone pointed out that when Corrin creates the dodge cloud when Yunaka has the Corrin ring, the terrain she makes is the smoke clouds for avoidance. And then by nature of her being a covert battle style for being a thief, she gets double the avoidance. And then her personal ability gives her extra crit when attacking from a tile that gives her extra avoidance. So Yunaka was my dodge tank that would counter crit everything throughout the game.
I
She
think
was
by the time of
amazing.
the bracelet maps DLC, I started putting Corrin on her. 'Cause I had
Oh,
seen
yeah.
those recommendations. But yeah, Avoid is pretty good. I think I was also trying to make the rock. Was it the rock terrain that gave you extra defense? I like that too.
Yeah. That was a good one off of if you gave Corn to Alir and you had access to all of them. The other one that was good with Alir was actually the fire tiles, believe it or not.
Oh, I don't think I used those as much. Well, no,
I
I,
used
may have
those on
used them
the-
to block because it blocks movement too.
Well, yeah, and the AI is gonna go, I'm not gonna walk through a fire tile. So what I would do is I'd have Alir breathe fire, dance on Alir move 2 tiles down, breathe fire again, block off a whole hallway, and then the enemy is just like, oh well, I'm gonna skip my turn.
No, okay. You were over there mogging the AI then.
Yeah,
You know, friggin' bully.
I was bullying the AI.
Of course, her supports. Another character with banger supports all around.
Yep. I only remember hers with Seedall and Marin.
Oh,
and...
dude, see, I was waiting to bring that one up. But I remember hers with Citrine in particular, Alir's, and then of course the Seedall one. I think it just naturally happened because you want to use her a lot, so I just had her. Yeah, just had her danced a lot. Yeah, but don't they perform together, right? It's like they're acting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I did like there's no paired endings, but they do get a credits slide together in the credits.
That's right, they do.
So it's kind of like, okay, well,
maybe. And then
maybe.
Yunaka and Goldberry, of course, with the chores and the traumatic childhood.
Oh,
I
yeah,
forgot
yeah,
about that.
yeah, you had mentioned that one too. But I like that. Even if there was no paired endings, if I close my eyes and pretend real hard, it was kind of like a paired ending.
Yeah. Yeah, she was incredible with the Corrin ring because I think I had some maps where I'd send her off on her own, use the cloud terrain ability, and then enemies would run in, and of course her avoidance is like 400 standing in it because she gets double the bonus and she's super fast. So she dodge, and then she gets extra crit for being in terrain, for being the covert unit. Or no, the extra crit came from her personal ability.
So and then she procs a crit and goes super hard, like she drops the cutesy voice.
She drops the cutesy voice, yeah, and she's
You're
like,
dead.
You're dead. I wish they had crit cut-ins like they did in Three Houses.
Carl says she was real good in the bushes. Now that could mean two things, Carl.
She was good in the bushes.
Voice actress for Yunaka really makes the character worth getting support for. Yeah, she did good impressions too. I think. So she does impressions of a few characters in the Seedle support, and I think she also sings the Corrin song. I want to say.
Oh, does she? Wow.
I might be mixing it up with another character. I might be wrong. I may be wrong. Yunaka and Catherine have the same English VA. I didn't hear Catherine at all in her. Wow.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That's great range. Maybe it's been a while since I last played Three Houses and Hopes. I did not hear Catherine in her.
No, I think I remember. I remember us talking about that during the playthrough.
Oh, okay. Well, I see you wasted no time. You did marry her, so straight to the true waifu for you.
I can't not put my true waifu on.
You can't deny your heart. You can't deny what the heart wants.
Yep.
She's a good character. I have been seeing lately the Yunaka fatigue. I don't know if you know, but they're doing Choose Your Legends and Fire Emblem Heroes right now, and people are terrified. They're mortified. They do not want a Yunaka victory. They're trying to do everything in their power to rally against Yunaka. I think they're just salty about her being popular.
Give me the M. Byleth then.
Exactly. Make sure both chats get your votes in now for M. Byleth. It's probably his last year. Like, let's be real. The gacha's been running like 8 years or something. It probably barely has another 2 years left in it. We need Byleth to get his special alternate variant in Gerald's costume. That would be sweet.
That would be amazing.
That would be so cool. Like following in his father's footsteps. And all the other lords won like the first year you could vote for Three Houses, and female Byleth eventually won 2 years after that. If the Gatekeeper can win this freaking poll, I don't see why Byleth can't. Sorry, was my weird tangent.
Man, you only think that it has 2 years left in it?
Because I watch a guy who kind of covers Fire Emblem Heroes and a bunch of other gachas. It's kind of reached a point where you got the power creep and all that, and it's a bit much to explain. But if you're a new guy, a new person getting into the game, you're not getting caught up, and it's not beginner friendly at all. Not every gacha game has the staying power of champions.
True.
What could you possibly be referring to there, Carl? I have no idea. Yeah, but his name's Sanguine. He also plays Nikke. I heard you were getting into that.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, people were trying to get Ant to play. He was like, no, I don't want to play it. I said I would not.
He's got his boat waifus. The rest of us can have our Nikke waifus.
He was talking to me how even he's like, the boat game is slipping away from him. Like, he only just logs in for the dailies now.
Rip. Maybe he should try Nikke, because I enjoy Nikke just for it being like an arcade shooter for the gameplay.
Oh, I agree, Carl. That game has a lot of assets. I see.
It has a lot of assets.
I agree. I see that guy that I mentioned, Sanguine, play it, and I don't understand the gameplay at all, other than you tap and shoot the robots. But I see the assets, and that's enough to get my butt in the seat. Well, we're winding down. The final 3 are upon us. Can you believe it? We have
and 2 of them are the same character.
Technically, one is Celestia, one is Zephyr. We'll start with Celestia then. DLC character, basically Zephyr, but goody.
Yeah.
She doesn't really. Nell kind of takes away the star power as like the starring main female lady there. But you do get some time with Celestia. How did you feel about her?
I thought it was fun to have another powerful, unique winged or flying unit, but I think I was annoyed with one of the maps where I was forced to
Was it
field
the snow
her.
map?
It might have been the snow map.
Because that one I had to redo twice. I'm trying to remember the Firane map and the Brodian map I had no trouble with, though the Brodian map I kind of turtled on. And then after that you go to Elusia for the snowfield, and then it's the tomb in Psalm, and then you have the final fight.
I'm trying to remember where I used her, where I was like kind of annoyed with how fragile she was. Oh, because I wanted to take advantage of her personal ability, Friendly Boost, where she kills a unit, she gives hit to all allies around her. But like, she didn't hit hard enough to kill by herself, so she would need to be supported by other units, weakening them, which meant that there were less units to take advantage of her hit buff. I think that's the loop I found myself in, where I was like,
oh, okay. I liked her as a mage unit, but I feel like, if I recall,
because she was a DLC character in the DLCs, I couldn't.
There's not much you can do with her.
I couldn't change her equipment or anything, so it was like, okay, I'm stuck with her using El Thunder and a steel sword. It was like, God. If I could have given her 11 sword, maybe,
Then you would have started doing work with her. I feel like I used her, but I don't think she was my strongest mage by any stretch of imagination. But I didn't dislike her. Golem says I barely remember her. I think Madeline and Gregory were more memorable. I will say it feels like Marnie's character arc resonated a little bit more with me. Therefore, by extension, I liked Madeline more. Celestia's got her, someone was saying, her chocolate mama Ada assets. But I don't know. Zephyr as a villain, they try to humanize her by the end, and you kind of get you get the idea throughout the, because there are hints throughout the story scenes in between chapters that there's more to her, but I don't think we got enough of her for me to truly sympathize with her by the time that you defeat her.
Yeah, exactly. And like her whole, we're talking about the bad one now, right?
Yeah, the bad one. Well, I guess we can talk about kind of both.
Her whole motivation for being a bad guy was like, oh, I got to do what he says because he promised to pump me full of dragon babies later.
I didn't think we were going to jump on that right away, but yeah, she basically wants a family. And that's kind of like hinted and
wanting a
hinted.
family is one thing, but for her to be like, "Oh, I gotta do what the Fell Dragon says because he's been stringing me along for 1,000 years that he's gonna impregnate me someday," it's like, lady, it's been a millennia and he hasn't put out. Like, why are you still? Ugh.
She has no one else. She's so, that's the thing.
Well,
It stems from her loneliness, which is ironic despite the fact that she does have a family. They're just not blood related to her.
But then she meets Alir, and Alir's a dragon, and we can be like, oh wait, put her down the Ara line where she betrays Sombron and joins you, and she's just lusting after. Well, I guess that would only work if you were a male Alir the whole time. Hang on, I just realized it wouldn't work for both versions.
Hey, it's medieval fantasy magic land. We can't have like scissor sister babies. No,
I don't know.
no, not even Fire Emblem. The silence speaks volumes. Okay, I guess not.
I was like, I can't believe he said that sentence.
I feel like it's not out of the question. I wouldn't be for it. I don't support it, obviously, because as a male guy who picks the male avatar, obviously everyone should love me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Obviously.
sadly, I get their attempt to try to humanize her to you. It feels
They
weak.
just did it
doesn't.
for
I don't get the payoff. Like I understand it, but the payoff.
There is no payoff.
It's like I understand it, but I don't feel it. It doesn't resonate with Marnie's death, Marnie's sacrifice, and her growth. That resonated with me. I understood it. I felt bad for her. It made me want Marty to. It made me want to recruit Marnie just because you get Movier, but you don't get to recruit Marnie. So it's like, well, why can't I have both of them? I wasn't feeling like that when we defeated Zephyr and Grease. Zephyr and Grease had a Metal Gear Solid villain deaths with their long conversation, says Lime.
That's what Lime said. They had Metal Gear deaths.
Yeah, kind of like Lumera earlier in the game. And Grease was just flat out insane. Let's not even get into him. He's like an outright psychopath.
Yeah, he had no redemption.
No, just like
for him. Whereas,
cartoonishly
Zephyr
evil.
had, like, and see, I think with how bad the writing was, it would have been fine if the game was like good guys versus bad guys, and the bad guys are bad because they're the Fell Dragon, they're evil because they have to be, it's in their nature. But then you can't, like, you beat the game and Sombron even was like, oh no, actually I had deeper motivations and I was trying to, I was like, I don't care about that. He should have been like Nurgle from Fire Emblem 7, where it's
evil
like,
for the sake of it.
evil for the sake of evil. I'm a bad guy. I want to kill everyone. I want to destroy the world. That's because that's in my
They
nature.
might have, maybe they feel like obligated to make him deeper to kind of like, maybe they feel like they have to justify or explain the villain's motive. Sometimes people are just assholes and there's no reasoning behind it. And it's okay to just have Grease be that evil psychopath, but it doesn't, and then they try to redeem him at the end. It's like, no, you already established that he's irredeemable, that he's a crazy man, crazy psycho, bloodthirsty killer who likes pain. He's a masochist. You can't just have him be humanized at the end. I don't feel anything for this dude. He's just crazy.
And mean. He's mean to Vale.
Whoa, speaking of crazy, I just had a crazy raid from the one and only Ann1337.
Oh, big ups, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. Hello, Ann and Raiders. Welcome. You're here at a special event. This is the William the Alchemist and Swollen Dingus Fire Emblem Engage Tiermaker Event Extravaganza of the Millennium.
Number 2.
And maybe more on the way, because we were talking about maybe doing Awakening, which I wouldn't mind.
Fates.
And Fates too, yeah, when you finish it.
I have to beat Fates first.
Yeah, you might have to beat Fates 3 times over for us to do every character in that game.
Shoot. God. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Hey, if you're done with Awakening, we can do Awakening another time. We could
do Awakening next time, and I think there's half as many characters, so...
It does have that child generation, though.
That's true, too.
We have Ann here. He says, hello, we finished robbing a bank. What? Were we playing Payday? Since Croy says, our waifus are trash. I disagree.
Who said that?
Since Croy.
Oh, ban him.
All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Carl, And Red Animator says, "Where is Rosado?" We actually did include Rosado. We were. I was fortunate enough to include Rosado.
Rosado. Oh wait, I can't point that high up. My tracking won't do it. Hang on. Rosado's right here, above my head. He's on the friend tier.
Yeah, we've been having fun over here rating the character. We're actually coming up to the end. We were arguing and having disputes over the villain characters and how poorly they were written.
How trash they are written.
It's disappointing because you understand the angle that they're coming at, but it just doesn't work out in the end.
No.
I'll say this. It's like, because of how poorly they're written in the base game, it doesn't particularly endear you to their happy counterparts in the alternate universe. So
no, I did not give a rat's butt about Gregory.
And it ruins
also,
their writing
the
too.
Gregory.
Yeah, Gregory. Hey, what's wrong with Gregory? He's like, hey, Greg. He's just a Greg. He's Gregging about.
Such a normal name for Fire Emblem.
We went from Greece to Gregory.
Yeah.
In a game with names like Yunaka, Panette, Alir, Hortensia. Hey, Gregory.
Hi, Gregory.
Hello there. Three Houses at least was different because Koei did it. We actually did bring that up to Will earlier. He said he didn't know that. I
didn't know that, and that's why Three Houses is so good, because Koei Tecmo is a great company.
Great company. Usually they're just pumping. They're just pumping out Muso after Muso, Atelier after Atelier. Of course, the Alchemist is biased towards the Alchemy games.
We get Thyza.
Mr. Pun is like, KT is great. He can't believe you just said that. What the hell is he smoking?
What? I like Koei Tecmo.
My chat is revolting. They can't understand.
Oh my God.
You've crossed the line here, sir.
How is liking Koei Tecmo crossing a line?
All right, well, back on the subject of
did they also make Dead or Alive? Like, come on.
Wasn't Dead or Alive? Was that Koei?
Yeah, it was.
Oh shoot.
We had the waifu fighting game.
Okay, it was. For some reason, I thought that was a different dev. All right, big ups. I can't fight against that.
And Monster Rancher. And oh, what else was I gonna say?
Fatal Frame?
Oh, Atelier. I never played Fatal Frame, so I'm not gonna pretend like I was a fan of it. Oh, Neo! They made Neo. They've done good games. Why is?
Oh, Tevin loves Neo. Veteran Snow says Dead or Alive is well gone.
Mega Force. They used Arlson the engine. Okay. Are you talking about Koei Tecmo's development at Three Houses? Also, what's up, Silver? Cheese to you too. Cheesed to see you.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
No.
All right. Well, sadly, I think you're right. They tried to endear these DLC versions of the villains for you, but if you don't care about their base versions, you're definitely not going to care about their DLC iterations. Yeah. I liked Zelestia and Gregory as units, but I guess I get Zelestia's archetype. Someone earlier was talking about her. She's not for me. I think I may even have preferred Gregory's archetype over hers a little bit. I think he had a little bit more. He had more comedic scenes. There was a support between Zelestia and Gregory that I recall, that I remember liking, because it's just them kind of like adjusting to their new lives in Alir's world, and they talk about their family, the Four Winds, and like the parallels. So whereas Zephyr wanted a family and was denied one. Celestia actually, Celestia. Well, I made the comparison to Zephyr. It's like I'm talking about the villain version there. So Zephyr wanted a family, but was denied it because Samran didn't want to breed her. Celestia, meanwhile, does see her group, the Four Winds, as her family, and their support is kind of like them going over and talking about that. And she even likens herself as the mother and Gregory as the father. And Mauvir's like the older brother, and Madeline's the little sister.
Bro, by the way, Mauvir's freaking Chad scene in the DLC.
Yeah, where he saves himself.
Where he saves them and sacrifices himself. They're like, wait, where did you get a warp staff? And they're like, and then the realization kicks in, like, oh no, we're not dying together. He's gonna be the only one to die in the end, and saves the rest of them. Oh my god, it was so awesome.
It was so good, but it kind of cheapens it because you know they only did that because you already have a Movier in your own world. That's why he doesn't have his
now
own
you're
name
ruining
and
it
his
for
own
me.
design.
Oh,
I thought you already like figured that out.
I didn't figure it out. I just thought he did something really freaking cool because he's a cool character and would do that because he's a Chad.
He sacrifices himself just so you can have your own Zephyr and Grease in your own world.
True.
Like the whole DLC is like, okay, here are characters you wanted to play as, but they were villains, and we didn't want to rewrite the story to be even worse to have them join your cause. So here are some completely different versions of the character, but they're still the character, but they're like alternate versions. But like, whatever. Here you go. Pay me $30. Thank you.
Yeah.
So where would you rank them? Celestia and Zephyr.
I put Celestia, the good one, in mid, and I put Zephyr in trash.
I think that's fair because it's just I don't dislike her design. I don't.
Oh no, her design is amazing.
You have to play for the male team to like her design, man.
What?
You'd have to play for the male team.
Oh yeah, right. No, it's God, her writing is just so bad.
It's unfortunate.
Sadly.
Another case where one character like has it going for him, but all held back by one thing. And
and for her to have power over time travel and stuff, like she could have been a way more interesting character.
Oh yeah, we didn't even
character,
approach
too.
that when she dies and just has that. Oh, here's this. Yeah, I have decided magically that I now sympathize with your cause, and now I'm gonna give you this magic crystal. Here you go.
Yeah,
It's
you
like, what
beat
the
me.
hell?
Okay, you deserve to win in the end, so I'm gonna send you back 1,000 years to.
It's like it's okay. You can have your redemption arc. You're still dead though. You're still dead. You're like, I get it because they try to make you sympathize with her throughout the course of the game. I think she should curse Alir as she dies. Curse the divine dragon, and then melt into a puddle of goo.
She should have cursed Sombron. Like 1,000 years and you didn't have sex with me.
He was never gonna breed her.
Nope.
Which officially makes him the Pride Monthiest character ever. Anyway, we have Jade. Oh my God, chat! It's Jade. Jade is wheeling on in. It's time go. And you know what? It's time freaking go because I gave Jade Sigurd's ring as soon as I recruited her.
Yeah, I didn't use her at all.
What? All that build up. You're not a Jade, bro.
I don't know why I didn't use her.
Were you already using Louis?
I think I was using Louis a little bit by that
Louis
point
I
in the
actually
game.
dropped for a few chapters when I recruited Jade. Because I felt like Jade had better defenses and it even hit harder when she needed to hit.
Yeah, probably. Hang on. No, Louis has better strength and defense and HP growth than her.
Oh, really? I might be biased then. I might just love Jade too much. Jade
What's
was my
her
sponge for the
personal
final
ability?
boss, says Golem. She was my tank and nuke. Yeah, I remember like having no problems with Jade. I liked her. I think she was on the poll for marriage.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, because she ended up becoming something of a meme over here. God, I wonder why. Yeah, but I gave her Sigurd's ring. Yeah, it's a mystery.
Well, I gave Louis Sigurd's ring in my maddening playthrough because it was like the best way. It's one of the best rings for the armored class because it's like, oh, our movement
just goes
speed's
hand
real
in hand.
low.
It makes sense.
Hey, here's a ring that boosts your movement speed. Oh, wow, great! I can keep up with everyone else.
Yeah,
oh, you know what? I think I was still using Boucheron, and I was like under this false impression that like, oh, I've been using him since the beginning of the game. He's got to be good. I got to get over that with Fire Emblem games because they will give you a starter unit, and it will be, and then a unit you recruit halfway through the game will have better stats. Like you can't just. It's not
that's
like
the way the
Pokemon
news
where
goes.
It's not like Pokemon where you personally leveling them up makes them better than the stuff you find later on.
Carl says, "Oh yeah, some of those starter units suck." I was disappointed with Boucheron because he started out so well, and then he was already falling off by the Fiorne Castle chapter. Carl.
And Boucheron was just a tank, and even just an HP tank. You didn't like have like defense and resistance to
Exactly. So it's
Yeah.
like the HP is there. It's like if you're not someone who checks stats, you just see the high HP and you see how early on
85% HP growth. Wow,
Yeah.
he has 20% strength growth. Saleen's got better strength growth.
Rip.
Oh my god.
never mind him missing all the time.
Which is crazy because he's got 50% dex growth.
Just remember, people were always dodging me, dodging my hand axes.
Well, hand axe has just crap accuracy.
Stacked out on a guy with crap accuracy. What was I expecting to begin with?
Yeah, you should have given the hand axe to Vander, so Vander could have softened them
Used
up
it for like a
younger units.
chapter, and then we bench Vander on top of that.
Yeah, that's what I did for Castle Fearney in my maddening playthrough. Was the hand axe on Vander. Vander would tank and then throw the hand axe, soften them up, and then I'd make sure the kills go to the units I was going to keep, like Chloe and Alir.
How far did you get in that maddening run?
I think I beat the Yunaka chapter. That's as far as I got, and then I don't know why I didn't keep going with it. I think
I've heard horror stories about maddening in that game. But I hear horror stories about maddening in just about every game that has it.
Maddening is maddening. I tried to do 3 houses in maddening, and I attempted it like 4 times, and I've quit. I've never gotten past.
Is it all just down to RNG craziness?
No, it's absolutely crazy. Not RNG, just like the maps. It's like so super scaled against you. The map I keep quitting on is when they tell you to go to that bandit camp, that first bandit mission in the mountains.
Yeah.
And you have to fight. You start in the area at the bottom of the map, and you have to go across that bridge, and then there's like a left path and a right path to
Yeah.
get to the boss. All of the enemies on that map in maddening have pass. So
What?
You can't, yeah. So you can't body block with like frontliners.
No choke points.
No choke points, no body blocking. So like I was trying to do it. I think I did it like with 3 houses twice, and then once with each of the other classes, and I said I can't do this. But it's like I'm trying to make a meat wall of my tanky units in front, and then like protect, you know, my Bernadettas in the back from getting
You
obliterated.
always gotta protect Bernie.
Exactly. And then these units have passed, so they just go, oh, we'll walk right on through. Okay, there's Bernie. Dead. And it was like every time. And I was like, I hate this. I absolutely hate this. So I never beat that on maddening. And then engage, I was like, okay, there's some things I can do here that I think I can play this on maddening. There's less moving pieces, less skills, so pass isn't on every enemy unit. So yeah, I've been doing a little bit better. The Tiki paralogue on maddening was horrendous as well, by the way.
Yeah, that one scales with where you are in the story. So isn't it easier the earlier you do it?
You would think so, but then you don't have things like the longbow to snipe the dragons.
Oh, true, true.
And I ended up having to fight through every wave of reinforcements for 50 turns before I could go
50
kill
turns? I
Yeah.
think I had to redo the Tiki map when I streamed it, because I had approached it the wrong way. I feel like I did. Or if I didn't redo the whole map, I restarted a couple times for near the beginning.
Uh-huh.
But I wasn't on maddening.
So for maddening, the issue I was running into is like, if I couldn't leave enough units behind to deal with the reinforcements and then also progress through the map at the same time. So it was either try to ignore the reinforcements, which never worked because you can't kill the units fast enough because you're always lower level. So then the only other option was, and I had to look it up, but it was, oh yeah, they run out of reinforcements after turn 52 or something like that. I was like,
Oh, so just stall them out.
So I just sat there and I just like wave after wave after wave of reinforcements, and I'm like,
No way people are gonna turtle out and wait out 52 turns, right?
Oh,
So
I
says the
did.
devs.
I did. That was the only way. So that way, then I can grab all my units and go through the rest of the map without getting attacked from behind by those stupid dragons that ignore defense and resistance and freeze you.
Hey, at least they aren't same turn reinforcements.
Oh god, that was the old Awakening was a great game except for same turn reinforcements.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not going back to Awakening anytime soon. I I'll go back to it for the tier list, but I'm not going back to it for another run. I hate same turn reinforcements.
So yeah, I didn't get that far in the maddening playthrough, is what I'm trying to say.
I know. Hopefully you'll go back to it. I'd watch it. I didn't know you were doing
I
maddening
wasn't
run.
streaming it.
You weren't streaming it?
No, this is for my own challenge because
Okay,
I
Rocky
didn't
was
think
the only
streaming-
audience member then.
Yeah, me and Rocky. I don't know if I would stream. I mean, I could stream it, but I didn't think it would be that entertaining to watch because I just get so frustrated.
Oh
And
yeah,
there'd be a lot of
there probably
resets.
is a lot of resetting and turn rewinds involved and all that. No, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. It'd be more something to do on your own time.
Yeah.
Going back to Jade, isolated out of the fact that she is a meme over here, I do genuinely like her. I like her casual outfit. It's so... She's like a really modest and humble character. I like her stoicism. It adds kind of a mystique kind of flair to
Isn't
it.
she a writer?
Yes, she is a writer, and you know me, I love my novels. Kind of endeared me to her like right away. And she gives
You
that.
were super energetic to say that she was a writer.
Cause the first support I think I read for her was Amber's, where she like cajoles Amber into doing ridiculous stuff so that to give her inspiration for her novel, and eventually he does do crazy stuff that she uses for inspiration for the novel, and the novel comes out and it just makes him look like a clown.
Poor Amber.
Hey, Sweet Bean. Dinger's bias, maybe a little bit. Is it? Look, okay, I'm not gonna front. It's Jade. We have the emote for her. She's on one of my overlays. You need to use Jade in the maddening run. Give Jade a chance.
I might.
She's a sweet lady. She adds that. She gives that balance to Diamant's duo, his duo of retainers. Because you got Amber loud and proud and crazy and always doing
I'm
goofy
probably gonna end up
stuff.
using Amber in the maddening playthrough because I've heard Amber's got good starting stats and good growth stats, so he might. I mean, I'm probably gonna bench Alfred as soon as I get Amber.
Carl is already seething. He says Jade is friend tier terrible ranking.
What?
Carl is always upset with my rankings. He says Jade should be a friend. What would you put her?
I put her at mid just because I don't know anything about her, but I like at the same time tier as well. Like I don't hate her for any reason, but like I recruited her in chapter 9 and like I never once used her. I think
what's amusing is she's not an optional recruit. However, she starts out as an ally unit on that map, so if you don't talk to her, she stays as an ally unit. And then you get an optional cutscene where she just swears allegiance to you. Ah, yes, you are the Divine Dragon, and Tiamat has chosen to go with you. So my name is Jade, and I'm also going with you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
But you only get that if you don't talk to. How many people wouldn't talk to Jade? It's Jade. She commands attention whenever she enters the room.
I mean, it is a knight in an allied unit, so of course you're going to talk to her. I'm trying to think how I ended up getting a support conversation with her, and it's got to be maybe doing like arena fights and like getting paired against her randomly. But then I'm trying to like remember who she had the the conversation with. Probably Jean, because I was using him in the arena all the time.
Oh, Jean, I was using him in the arena towards the end of my playthrough to baby him.
I was trying to. I was arenaing him every chance I got. I put him in the arena every chance I got because I was like, okay, he's supposed to have really high growths because he has that passive expertise, you know. But by the time I was like, okay, he's level 20, I was like, oh, the game's over.
Yeah, womp womp.
Womp womp. Yeah, indeed.
Well, we have reached the end of the list, it looks like. But now, before we say that it's finalized, now that we've kind of ranked everyone, and now you get an opportunity to kind of look at where we've ranked people, you have a chance. Do you think you would change the rankings right now if you could? Or do you think everyone kind of fits the tier? Now that you can see who shares the tier with who, do you want to raise or lower any of them based on what the rankings are right now?
Oh, because now that we see how they compare to everyone else.
Yeah, it's like I've been saying how it's kind of getting harder to rank people because you got to compare them to who else is in the tier.
I
think I would rank. I think I would rank the shopkeepers down to mid. I think we were being too nice at the start.
Yeah, I'll take that. That seems fair. I was gonna say I'm surprised we didn't end up with more waifus, but then thinking about it, it's like no, it's probably good that we're very discerning about who we would wife.
Yeah, because everyone in True Waifu, I think we agreed would be characters we either wifed or would have wifed, whereas waifus are characters we acknowledge would be candidates to marry, but don't personally appeal to us, right?
Yeah, I think in Maddening, I'm probably gonna end up marrying Chloe.
All right, makes sense then. But
I mean, I'm probably gonna use her the whole game as like a dodge tank. So
yeah, she does have high avoid. I moved the shopkeepers down. Is there anyone else you feel you might want to change now that you got the whole list?
I almost want to move Hortensia from friend to waifu.
It's on you if you want to do it. Carl says Etienne needs to be moved up.
Etienne was great, but she was held back by her gameplay, unfortunately.
Carl says I concur. Will Carl's up for it. Carl's down.
Oh, okay. I mean, I used Hortensia like every map that I could after recruiting her. Unique class because she happens to be a noble. And then like a good noble, so it wasn't like she's like Tamara with this weird sandstorm ability. It was like, no, actually, she's gonna take stabs and save charges on them and let you use them for the rest of or longer throughout the playthrough. And then she has fantastic supports and great character growth even in the main story outside of the supports. I thought she was written really
You're
well.
trying to work your will gnosis on me. It's not gonna work.
I'm just reiterating what I've already said about her. So
yeah, sure you are. Yeah.
If it didn't work the first time, I don't think it'd work the second time. I don't know if there's
third time's a charm.
I don't know if there's anything extra I can say about her that would get you to change your mind.
Okay, I'm going over it myself. I could move Etienne up, but I can't get over the gameplay stuff with her. As Carl's suggested moving her up. Everyone else in waifu, I feel, is a fair waifu candidate, but they're not someone I would spend a playthrough marrying. Or I feel like they work better with other people.
Don't worry, Dingus has terrible taste. Thanks, Pun.
What? Mr. Pun, the betrayal! You snuck over to say that?
I used Jade instead of Louis. Oh, good point. Maybe well, no, I've been using Louis in my maddening run. We'll see.
Yeah, I benched Louis for a couple of chapters, and then he eventually came
dragon
back.
Mommy in her rightful place. What, in the trash can? Boo! I'm sorry. Sorry, Blazing Frost. I like her.
Yeah, I like the design. It's just the writing. It just suffers from the overall writing of the game.
Yeah.
It does her no favors. Okay, I'm still I'm still going through. I feel like we were too mean to Lapis, but I can't really justify moving her up.
I can't justify moving her up either.
I'm like, damn, because it's not at all helped by the fact that she's pouting. It's like she's reacting to us putting her in mid.
That's okay. I have Nell in mid, so.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can have terrible taste if you so choose.
Well, she's another one where the writing is kind of holding her back for me a lot, sadly, because her design is really cool.
Yeah, I didn't cap for that DLC.
Dragon.
Oh yeah, we're forgetting about poor Rafal there.
No.
The only one.
I don't even think Rafal comes close to Rosado in the trap department, if you can even say trap anymore.
Macedo probably ranks higher than Rafal.
Who?
Cedo, the dancer? Cedo?
Oh, yeah.
Cedo.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce these names. It's been like a whole year, sir.
Yeah, Cedal's got that long black hair and the dancer body and trimmed stomach, probably.
Body. Ah, yes.
Dancer body.
Oh, the only one I'm contending right now is Sailing and Friend. You still feel that way, or you think she deserves a move up to waifu?
I'm trying to think about it because I did use her a lot. I think she's held back by gameplay a little bit.
I'm thinking about it. She worked for me. Let me consult Carl. You know what? Carl can interact. Carl, I'm summoning Carl. Carl, do you feel Saline works in friend, or does she deserve to move up to waifu?
Hey, Daveski, thank you for re-upping your membership.
Hey, big ups. 18 months. Wow.
Hey, yo. Yeah.
Big ups on the year and some change.
He must have just woken up.
You're here at the perfect time. We're arguing
he's
over
across the
fictional female characters.
Yep.
All right, Carl has unfortunately died. Okay.
Rip Carl.
On the basis that
I would fight for Hortensia to be in waifu more than Saline. And then,
Really?
now that I have Hortensia up there, it's like I don't feel like putting Saline there. I don't think Saline had the same growth that Hortensia did. That would make me like her as much.
you're tough to argue with. Okay.
In a good way or a bad way?
In a good way. In a good way. I like back and forths like this.
I guess this would be a boring 4 hours if we just said.
If we
they
just
should be
agreed all
here.
the time?
Yeah, I agree. Okay, what about here? She should be here. I agree.
Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Thank
Ah,
you.
yes.
Sip C. All right, I think I will leave her in friend because I'm comparing her to the other waifus. I think
Chloe,
at most,
Goldberry, Eddie.
yeah, these are kind of like the standard. I would say are the standard to go-to waifus that just okay, that character obviously waifu, and like comparing Saline to them. For me, she comes closest to Etier, and I got like a bias for Etier that's keeping her there. If I did not have that bias, Etier would probably be in
Yeah,
friend.
if I wasn't into fit girls, I wouldn't have Etier in waifu.
Yeah, because
But
if that
I
would
have a weakness for women with abs.
you submit
so
to the
Etier
weakness, subservient. Therefore, she gets
Etier
passed
is
in
where she
there.
goes.
Whereas Saline, I didn't have as bad of a gameplay experience with her as you did, and she does have good story beats to her. But waifu-wise, the other waifus in that tier surpass her on like on an objective sort of level. Like just, I don't want to be
I feel
mean.
I feel like she fits in fine with everyone else on the friend tier. I have, you have Alir, Fram, Marin, Rosado.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. I'm trying too hard. The friends here is good as is. That's the only other thing I was kind of contending right there. Everyone else I feel is Ivy was a candidate for marriage. Nell was married. Yunaka, Jade, and Vale were also up there. And Panette was like, Panette, I don't think I had as a marriage candidate, but just from her sheer performance and the quality of her supports, I think I'm willing to give a pass that surpasses even the other waifus in the waifu tier.
Well, Panette performed so well for me, so that's why I had her as a waifu candidate. But then it was, I go and I have her A conversation, and she was like, oh, Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon, Divine Dragon. I was like, nope, she's brainwashed by the Divine Dragon cult. I can't.
She drank the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I don't feel right talking to her or marrying her. But then I go and talk to Yunaka, and she's like, oh, hey, what's up? It was like way more normal. I was
Breath
like,
of fresh air.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I don't feel like I'm taking advantage of this person.
Yeah, it works for me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with no further contentions, there is your Fire Emblem Engaged tier maker list. Yes.
I can't shoot my hands out over there. Here, I can clap though. Yay!
See, I got to get one of those stick whatever things you were talking to me about.
Yeah, it's $100 and it plugs in USB, and VC Face it knows how to use it right away.
Now, see, thing is, I'm kind of short on USB ports that I can use. I'm looking. I got 3, and almost all of them are always used up.
Yep.
We need to get the Dingus streaming PC. Mr. Pun, we're not using we're not moving Hortensia up. You can look at Will's list for a list with Hortensia and Waifu.
Hortensia's in Waifu over here.
I acknowledge her goated supports in character, but I think she's fine where she is. Waifu is like, okay, she is not my preferred marriage candidate, but I acknowledge her as a character that I can marry. But I don't feel that way to her.
Jump up and down for us, Dingus. Show us the jiggle physics.
I
That's my
do
chat
have
asking.
jiggle physics, sorta, but it only works if you toss stuff at me. And I don't have tits on for the stream.
Oh.
But yeah, jiggle physics do exist on her.
This is a better list. What the fuck, man?
What? Who said that? That sounds like a Carl.
That's a pun line.
Oh my god, Mr. Pun, why? It's barely
Grade.
different.
There's a couple of key points. Nell at mid and Hortensia at waifu.
That's like, oh yeah, you're just gonna act like, oh yeah, that's so different, guys.
Hey, what's up, WWE Carl?
Hey, Carl.
Yeah, that's true.
Carl come a running. Carl will bite any hand that feeds him and then move on to the next hand that feeds him. Just to bite it again.
We're both getting betrayed by chat because your chat was mad at me for liking Koei Tecmo.
Deserved.
Deserved. Okay. All right. Whatever. We'll pretend like Neo and Dead or Alive and the Atelier games weren't good.
I've been meaning to get in Atelier, actually. Well, I say that like I have like a vested interest, like to actually go out of my way to do it. It's like one of those never ever pie in the sky games. Like, oh, it would be cool to play Atelier. Oh, it would be cool to finally play some Final Fantasies and Dragon Quest and Tales of and Legend of Heroes and Persona.
Yeah, play Final Fantasy or Persona or Tales before Atelier.
Yeah, sadly, I've
unless
devoted.
you're someone like me who's like, oh god, I gotta min-max everything. I want to customize everything.
I'm kind of
then
like
play
that.
Atelier.
I'm like a completionist artist to the max. But sadly, another fucking JRPG series with 1,000 games that are all 90 hours long minimum has kind of captivated my attention.
What's that?
Fire Emblem.
Oh, right, obviously.
I guess you could say Xenoblade 2 as well.
Hey, you could be like Atelier Sophie in 60 hours, like I did.
60 hours?
You know how
I know.
long 60 hours is? That's basically like 2 months, right? And I can only play it on specific days. I can only play it as a night stream because games like that, like I'm gonna be honest, these games don't work as the day stream. They don't
All right, maybe
get attendance, engagement, or support, as they say.
maybe Atelier Verona. I beat that one in about 30 hours.
Verona.
Mhm.
That one, is that one on PS3?
It might have been on PS3, but it's on Steam. These are all on Steam.
Oh, okay. I just discovered how that works, so big ups. Is the future of Dingus looking bright? Perhaps.
You gotta wear shades.
But show stream? I agree, Mr.
Oh,
Punt.
it's
We
on
only like
Twitch.
show streams here.
I only do chill streams unless I'm playing Lethal Company and then I'm screaming.
Wow, where can people find these chill streams at William the Alchemist?
You can go to youtube.com/c/William the Alchemist or over on twitch.tv/William the Alchemist.
Yeah, to the people that don't know, William recently got affiliate, so if you don't want to watch him on YouTube, you can go on Twitch with the power of multi-streaming, and you can pay him money! Wow! Because that's what this is all about, isn't it? Ain't it, pal? It's all about making money. I don't actually care about any of this. I just want to count dollars all day.
You just want to pull your golden Hulk Hogan's. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, and I insist
I don't
dollars
work at
because you don't make money off of this.
Hey, I will say though, on the topic of money, I did get my first Twitch payout.
Hey, congratulations!
Thank you.
Oh, see, that's exactly ties back to what I'm saying. Everyone, go follow Will if you haven't already. If you know someone who's not following, get them following, and
If you
get
can subscribe to me on
sub.
YouTube, I'm 4 away from 2,000 on YouTube, and when I hit 2,000, I'm going to do a drinking stream.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm going to be mixing Mountain Dew and alcohol.
that sounds like it won't go awry at all.
Yeah. It's gonna be great.
Okay, well, I'll link your channel here in the chat right now, and then
I have you linked in the title on Twitch, and then on YouTube, I have you linked in the description. So if you're watching over here and you haven't given Dingus some love, go love
what's
your
wrong
Dingus.
with you?
Yeah.
Like Reggie over here. What's wrong with you? And if you're over
Don't
here and you're not following this guy, literally what is wrong with you? You know how many people this side of the sector say, oh, what happened to Will? Where's Will at? Where's Will?
It's true. What happened to LSB?
Where is
he now?
And it was like a giant, literally a giant neon sign pointing you to William the Alchemist's Kukli
go
lab.
over here. Yeah. I forgot about that. Every time I'm with Anne, it's like, oh my god, it's LSB. What happened? Like, bro, come on.
I would hope nobody in my chat isn't already subbed, but if you want a drinking stream from the Alchemist where he drinks his own potions and gets drunk and hopefully does not drink acid, he doesn't swap the acid in the Mountain Dew potions, you can go ahead and sub to him now. Hey, thank you for the follow, Savage. Really appreciate it. Hey, I could use follows too. We're over 800 on Twitch and over 200 on YouTube. Thanks to the power of I've been kind of, in addition to putting up VODs, also clipping. I got shouted out by Andy Worski.
Oh, I saw that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, moving on up in the world. The funny thing is that happened weeks ago and I just didn't know about it. And I was caught up on their show. I guess that must have been one of the nights I was catching up on him while like sleeping to him, and I must have been asleep when that segment played. All right, well, we got the list up. Very, very happy to do this with you, man. Always a pleasure. We'll be doing something.
I'm seeing you for Lethal Company soon, right?
Maybe. You may or may not. Perhaps this may or may not have been a secret.
Am I spoiling what tomorrow's stream is?
No, obviously tomorrow's stream is me playing Only Up with Almighty Tevin and Edibot, of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we did. Mr. Pun knows that this is the worst kept secret ever. It could be anything else. You could tune in tomorrow. You don't know what it is.
Well, tomorrow I'm playing Lethal Company.
And Dingus may or may not be there. But you should still tune in to Dingus' stream anyway to see if it's Lethal Company or not. Or everyone's asleep. It's midnight, so they're not gonna hear this slip up.
True.
But yeah, always a pleasure. We may or may not be holding hands again tomorrow, and we'll be holding hands either way because we will be doing Fire Emblem Awakening, it seems. It'll be nice to kind of go back to that game. It's been a decade since I touched it.
Oh wow, let's see how much you remember.
I remember that Lucina is Babe, and that's all I need to remember.
All right, well, it's gonna be boring because you and I are gonna agree that Lucina is Babe.
Oh, so that will actually be a yes. I agree. Yeah, yes.
Yep, I agree. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Yes, very much agreed. Well, hopefully this list will convince my boss and CEO Sami, Mr. Sami here, to understand that actually there is stuff to like about Engage. I hope I convinced you to, because I know you vastly prefer Three Houses, but maybe this got you to reassess the characters and whatnot a little bit again. And yeah.
You got me wanting to pick up my Switch and play the Maddening run again, so I think that's something. I think it did help get me a little bit invigorated to try this once more.
Hey, big ups. So it sounds like I succeeded. Well, in any case, dude, were you thinking of ending here?
Oh yeah, I need to go to bed.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, like, I didn't know if you were gonna keep going after we got off the call. Did you want to go ahead and double raid someone? We can make someone's day on Twitch.
Ooh, who do we want to double raid?
I see Tevin is on BRB mode, but we have Cerulean 86.
Cerulean's playing retro.
Yeah, retro games. That'd be, make his night here. Usually stays up pretty late.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem raiding Seru.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Well, big ups. Thank you, Mr. Alchemist. I'll be taking my leave. I need to be teleported back to the Somnial, where I can report these findings to Sami. And I really appreciate it, man. It's always nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, this was great. Thanks for putting together the tier list this time.
And thanks for putting up with me. You and me go a ways back.
In the Fire Emblem world, we do, yeah.
Yeah, yes, from humble beginnings.
Oh, so funny.
All right, guys, take it easy. We need to disconnect from the call. And once again, thank you very much, Will. And we'll see you when we see you.
Thanks so much, dude.
And we'll say adios
Chad,
and then
thank you guys
raid
for
Seru.
hanging out with us, and hopefully don't hate our decisions, our choices. or you mostly agree with him. Though I think Blazing Frost is upset with where Zephyr landed.
Oh, he'll get over it. All right.
If you're on Twitch, we're rating Cerulean86, and then on YouTube, I don't know if there's anyone.
I'll go ahead and let you pick someone. Take it easy, man. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Adios.
we're gonna raid Sunny. All right, take it easy, bud.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have disconnected from the call, yet he remains on stream thanks to the power of the thing we were using for me to capture his footage. The stream is over. You got your tier list. We got it. We discussed it to death. I hope everyone had a good time. I hope I hope you sub to Will if you want that drinking stream. I hope you follow me because I'm amazing. And we will be doing something tomorrow. It's a secret stream. Will didn't spoil it. How could Will possibly know what we were doing tomorrow? He doesn't. There's no way he could know that. You'll never get over it. It's okay, Savage. Those wounds will heal in time. I hope at least I made a good case for each character. I had to do a little bit of referencing before the collapse started, just so I could remember a couple of supports. I was kind of rushing that, so I hope it didn't seem like I was too forgetful about some of the details about the game. I did have the wiki pulled up just in case, but I didn't have to reference it too often. Yeah, big ups, 1 year of Fire Emblem Engage, a goated game. I know the Alchemist over here may prefer Three Houses, whatever. We acknowledge the superiority of Engage thanks to the power of gameplay. We need to go back to this skit scene, by the way. Check it out. I had this whole scene here with the pupper. Aw, this took me like 10 minutes to make! And we only had it on screen for 1 minute, if that. And like 2 people saw it. You'll have to go back to the VOD to see the amazing, awesome, positive, and super cool skit segment. I love my skit segments. There will be a skit segment tomorrow, because it's already late. But you know what? Ending at 11, my time, nearly midnight, is a lot better than ending at 1 o'clock somebody else's time. I need to get my sleep, my beauty rest, if you will. And you guys can chill out with someone else tonight. There's no Dave, so it's like I'm not missing a night stream or a daily wrap. No, Carl is. What do you want me to do? It was a collab stream. It's done. I talked. My voice is already shot. So, you know how my voice is already dead 8 hours into the stream on a normal day? Me talking constantly over the course of almost 5 hours has expedited that shotness, the shotness of my voice. I need to sleep already. No mic stream. No no mic stream. Drink some tea. Thank you, Carl. I actually probably will. I've been meaning to go get some more. Like, I have some tea, but I'm running low. I gotta go make a stop tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, maybe not. Saturday, if not tomorrow. I'll make this up for you, Carl. I'll probably do a Saturday stream to make up for it. Because we still gotta do... Yes, we finished the secret portals and the secret boss in KH, so it's only me farming Pokemon. But honestly, for Saturday, I might just instead do either Tomba or Crash Bash. Don't talk, just jump. I can't! I don't have Will's super cool... I can't move my hands like Will can. Look, this is me jumping. This is me jumping. The camera cannot catch up. Oh, look, you got it. You got it. There you go, Savage. You got the jiggle. You got the jiggle. You got the jiggle. You see the jiggle? No, the camera can't catch up. Yeah, but we'll probably do Crash Bash, because I do owe Crash Bash 200%. So all the items in the game, including the super hard platinum relics, part of Extra Life, I didn't forget about that. Or we'll do Tomba 2, which I've also promised that I would beat. And then later in the month, GTA 1, so the very first Grand Theft Auto, the one Frog I couldn't beat. And... shoot, what else? Wrapping up Advance Wars, and I do owe a 12-hour 12-hour Splatoon stream, which will be probably just grinding levels, not for any particular event, because I don't want to force Anne to be live for 12 hours. It would just be like a solo stream. Though if people want to queue up with me, they can. Alright, but that's the schedule. There probably will be a Saturday stream, because I now feel bad for doing a under 5 hours Dingus-style stream. This is unprecedented. However, we will be making Cerulean's Day by rating him. So you can follow him, and you can follow William the Alchemist as well. I saw people were sending in their... people were submitting their votes for today's voting. It's day 5 to vote for Byleth. I did see people do that. I added up the Ding coin has now been distributed for everyone up to day 4. So I'll look at day 5 as well for the people that did submit. I had 3 tabs of Dinger now that I'm back at my PC. Really? That's what happens when you get too much Dingus. 3 tabs of Dingus? You're crazy. But not as crazy as me ending the stream before midnight. Yup. Yup. It's looking like that time again. Oh, and that's soon and then my tab. Did I roost already? Why don't I see it in my queue? Oh, because I'm like on page whatever. That makes sense. Does it? Where is it? Where's the roost at? I can't end the stream without the roost. It's nice to rest your eyes. Alright, we're roosting. I'm roosting. Thanks for stopping by. I hope everyone had a fun time. I'll post the tier lists on the Twatters too. Big ups to the swollen _ ones, the dingers and the dongers who made it to the end. I appreciate people chatting. I know I wasn't very responsive to the chat, but it's just kind of how I am on collab streams. Because like I'm talking on mic with another dude. I did acknowledge Carl and some other people. I do appreciate the people kind of adding their own spin, their own takes on stuff. Like Golem was talking, Carl was talking. Obviously, really helps broaden the perspectives there and all that. But big ups to Golem. Sweet Bean, Ajna. You're a night owl. Yeah, Will's like the exact opposite. He sleeps early, but I think he works all day. So he gets home and it's like evening time, and then I think he gets something to eat, and then he's like, okay, boot up the stream. I can sort of relate to that, except my streams start at night owl hours. I procrastinate starting the streams. So today, he forced me to boot up at regular Dingus hours. So Mr. Pun, Goki, Golem, Sweet Bean, Nato _ Cog, Ajna, Savage, the follower, the new follower Savage, Red Animator, Carl, hi Carl, and 1337, Sinza Croy, Lime 0337. You have the lurkers like Alpha Elite, Tron Fraga, Ghost MC, Jesse 51, Pigeons and Keem, Peta Fanley, Soft P, Shroom Dukem, Rydrake, Hildmutt, Aqua Saber, Kaminari, Cerulean 86, whose stream we will be rating after this, Cruise Style, DJ Filthy Rich, E-Sci, Gonala Gaming, Heavy Metal Gamer, D Cam, Captain Crunch HD, Yangoon, Law Power, Tim Pam, Zardguard, Sir Casper, Sham Chowda, Test Stupid, the Kojima World Order, Warp Scare, and Zitrazilla C. He's already asleep. Oh, well, that's consistent with his sleep schedule. How can I be upset about that? Alright, let's read out the stuff as well. What do we got here? Also gotta keep this, I gotta screenshot the tier list. I don't want to close it and then it goes away forever. No! But a hearty thank you and big ups to Savage, of course, for the follow. Ann Leet, massive raid from Ann Leet, Party of 45.
Praise that soon, the raid with a party of 2. And the cobblestone salad for the behind-the-scenes follow. Oh, we're like less than 10 away from the follow goal. Alright. Cerulean 86. Have we raided Cerulean before? This will be a first, I guess. There's a buyer's market of people who would have fallen asleep too. We got Ceru during the night shift. Let's have it on BRB mode. You can listen to Drawn Fraga for music. We have other people, Fedora Glow, Law Power, Laylo __. We have even Night playing Nikkei. Ah yes, ah yes. What's the raid message? Oh, I know what the raid message is. Bye-bye, adios, Mimi time. There's the raid message. We'll see it when we see it, and if we didn't see it, then we didn't see it. But if we did see it, then we saw you. And if we didn't see it, hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself in my mirror each and every single day. Each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rude, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Go post that raid message. Go follow Seru if you haven't already. And, thank you very much to Willing the Alchemist for another positive collab. Bye-bye! Hey, we ended at midnight exactly. Cool.